Hello and good morning, everybody. Welcome to Proving Grounds 30 this Saturday morning. Well, at least morning for me right now. Um, I am joined today here by Nox, and we've got a big tournament going on. A lot of good entrants in Proving Grounds today. How are you feeling today, Nox?
I'm feeling good, excited to see what teams bring out. Definitely lots of exciting matches to come up. Starting off here with Parallel Cannon versus Resonance. Definitely names that feel very inspired by Side Order.
Yeah, definitely. I've had some fun doing it. There's actually, if I'm not mistaken, there's a side order tournament going on right
Oh
now.
yeah, there
The
is.
charity, a
Yeah.
charity event going on. Uh, but we're gonna be focusing on the PvP aspect for
Yes.
today. So we'll see which of these bosses ends up coming out on top. I'm pretty familiar with the parallel canon members. Some of them. Miguel and or sorry, Miguel and One Shot being from well, Noel and Micklin,
Mm.
if I'm not mistaken. I may have mixed that up earlier, but Resonance, I'm a little bit less familiar with the individual members, but now that we're on Sendo, we can actually see we can see uh people's bios. I know at
Yeah.
least one of them. I know Bouncy has 3K XP, so shout outs to Sendo
Yeah.
and all the cool integration we've got going on.
Yes. It is really nice to just be able to look at people's bios, see what they've done, see what they're excited about, see what their actual name is instead of what they've decided to use in game at any given point.
Yeah, just hopping into our first round. Where else are we going to start except for Hagglefish Splat Zones? This is the only map that it is legal to start a tournament on. Same with any scrim. Uh, yeah,
It's a good
we've
one.
it is a good one. We've just
Look, it's not
I
Mako's
see it when
Homes
I
Fusion.
see it when I close my eyes. It's just like burned into the back of my eyelids at this point.
Look, here's the thing. I'm so it's still fine with me because I haven't had to see it as much as Mako Zones and TC Inkblot. The bar is in the ground. I can't. Mako Zones I've seen for how many years now? So many years of Mako Zones being counterpicked.
Yeah, I mean, I I feel like we don't see Hagglefish Zones too much as a counter pick. It feels
No,
like a neutral map in a lot of
it
ways.
is.
Yeah, but
With
the four horsemen of the apocalypse, Zones, Hagglefish, TC Inkblot, what, Undertow Rainmaker,
and
and
Zones Mako.
yeah.
No
Oh,
Clamblitz. Nobody wants to play Clamblitz still. Surprised about that one. I like playing Clamblitz.
It's always fun. But we're going to be hopping right into it. I see a Luna Blaster, a few Luna Blaster badges coming out on one side. Yeah, we do indeed see acing on the Range Blaster. We see a Range
Ooh.
Blaster on the other side as well. But something I'm interested in pointing out is the Junior. Uh, we've been seeing Junior a little bit more recently,
Yeah.
which is kind of like an interesting change up of the metagame. Perhaps for that bubble, perhaps for the double splat bombs, of course, which are
Mm-hmm.
always useful. But yeah, both these teams starting off fighting for the zone. There's the bubble. That's going to help secure Parallel Cannon that first cap and maybe help them get a bit of an advantage here.
Yeah. Looks like they're starting to find some forward momentum, looking to find the pick onto Pro Arashi there, able to. I also would like to point out that Parallel Cannon isn't running. Oh no, they are running a cooler. I thought that was V-Try for a second and got excited. My bad. I would have liked to see V-Try there. It wouldn't have been as good of a comp, but it would have been interesting. I like where this Junior is positioning. Should be able to do some shenanigans, something that Junior was already prone to before having a giant shield to play around with.
Yeah, definitely interesting how the meta's shaped up. We've seen Range Blasters and Junior, of course, having nice matchups into those blasters is going to help them push into spawn, but not if the Zuka finds two Pro Arashi moving up. Acing shuts it down. Parallel Cannon still holding on. 25 points left on the board. It's a 3-down situation. It's only the pencil left on Resonance. They're running out of time, and Namel doesn't seem to have anywhere to go. No cooler online, no other specials online. Time is ticking down. Resonance moves in. They find a couple picks, but the paint is still in Parallel
Mm-hmm.
Cannon's favor, and they're going to secure that game one.
Yeah, great job out of Parallel Cannon securing that game one. Great use of bubblers from the junior. They were able to really cause a lot of disruption with it and hold spaces that maybe they wouldn't have been able to otherwise. And if you look at how the paint is on the zone, it probably is what allowed them to keep that zone for that last point there, considering that it was just them left up trying to keep that going.
Yeah, I mean, just a single like wipe seemed to be all it took to lock resonance and spawn, and that's something you just need to be a little bit careful about. Things like the bubble are very good at like pressing an advantage. We saw the Zuka getting a lot of value out of in those games there, and the double Zuka comp can certainly make it a little bit more difficult to get in if you don't find the picks you need exactly when you need them. So didn't end up working out in Parallel Cannon's favor this time, but we're going to be moving to Clamblitz Inkblot. Going to be probably a lot longer of a game if I were to guess.
Clamblitz Inkblot. Sometimes you'll see a KO there, every once in a blue moon, occasionally.
Occasionally.
On a rare instance, really. It is usually a map where you see a push to 80 in the first 3 minutes, and then the other team tries to find a stronger push than to 80.
Yeah.
It is a very drawn out map.
Yeah, it can be. It can be really difficult to get in, but when you get in, you can get a lot of points. Yeah. It's just like a bit of a tricky situation because you can't fully spawn camp people on this map. You can if you somehow manage to get up into the enemy bats, but that's really difficult to do. You need a huge advantage in order to do that. So usually that doesn't end up happening, and it's a pretty tight game that goes down to the wire. But Parallel Cannon certainly looked very strong in that first game, and I'm wondering whether they'll bring out something. Excuse me, whether they'll bring out something similar in this game here, because of course the bubble can be a huge boon on offense. When you're trying to push on Clamblitz, it gives your team that extra way to push in. You can lock off the choke points and even get some free clams under the basket. We don't, yes, we do indeed see the junior, but we see a Luna Blaster coming out, and that is the Zipcaster 1, 96 Crack and Cheese on the other side. What will these teams do with it?
Well, I mean, with Crack and Cheese, you're going to see Crack and Cheese probably. Hard to go wrong with that. Even on this map, the ramp is pretty easy to get up through, especially without a team having trip strikes, or really a ton that can slow down a Kraken. We're also already seeing that Splattershot player going down, Polly looking to start pressuring a little bit in mid here, helping throw some paint around, acing, sharking on this area, looking for a chance to drop down and cause some chaos, but really taking their time and being patient and able to take out the pencil with that patience.
Yeah, nice positioning on the stacks. The blasters are so strong around those areas. Nice on acing, able to lock it down. They find yet another pick. So now Resonance kind of stuck in the middle of the map. Acing moving in, finds one more on the 96 gun. Now that's a lot of clams on the line. A bomb is going to cut off the clam economy from Parallel Cannon, but they still have some nice control off of those picks from acing.
Yeah. Both teams just really wanting to establish control over mid here in the opening, and Parallel Cannon able to do that quite effectively, but not able to find much other space to work with, especially now as a Kraken comes out and just causes some chaos for them. 96 Gal able to find a good pick there, but does go down to that Tri-Slosher Nouveau. And we're seeing the Tri-Slosher taking advantage of those fizzy bombs. Just the best special, not the best special, sorry, the best sub-weapon in the game. Should have had a second cup of coffee, apparently.
Yeah, I've got some coffee of my own here. Do need to wake up, and we're kind of hoping that these teams are able to wake it up here, because 2 minutes into the game, both these teams are still scrapping. Almost no clams online right now. Acing finds themselves behind Resonance here, looking for some picks, ends up in the middle of all of them, finds one, looking for the second on the back line. They're able to get some damage on, but gets shut down in the process. And still, Resonance hanging on to the middle of the map. Pro-Arashi trying to open things up. They find a few picks, but the clams still need to come online. The pushes are so hard to come by on this map if you don't have the clams just at the ready, and that seems to be exactly what's happening here. Keep an eye out for the Crack and Cheese that may be coming online soon, as Polly has 7 clams and is looking for an opportunity. Yeah,
but right as he said that, the 96 Gal did go down. Admittedly, it won't take them too long to get Kraken, but we're seeing the Range Blaster forced to jump out, penciled stuck back in spawn. and they're just not able to find much momentum to work with. I almost wonder if they kind of need a little bit of a faster weapon to help them get in, or just to not get doubled by Azuka. Makes a big difference when you don't get doubled by Azuka.
Yeah, it can be really tricky, especially when you're like running comps that that don't have like a dedicated displacement specialty. They're relying pretty heavily on Resonance is relying pretty heavily on that Zuka to find the picks they need to get in, and they're having a hard time just running into Acing's Luna Blaster, who's just lurking at every corner, and that's been shutting down the entirety of Resonance so far. But despite everything, it's still a 0-0 game.
Yes.
Things look to be changing though as Acing moves into spawn. Here comes a power clam, perhaps another one, but only the single clam is going to make it in for the cannon.
Acing managing to get a couple extra clams in. Definitely not the strongest push, but at some point, you just take any push you can get in this map because these teams seem to be in such a stalemate.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you take the points you can get, but it can be very tricky, especially when the Kraken's online on the other side. There's a power clam online. Keep an eye out for that Kraken. You can see them backing up into their spawn. Yep, here comes the Kraken cheese opportunity. The Zuka comes out. They get a pick on a power clam. There is a pity online. Bouncy is going to get onto the basket, but behind them, the team did not have the power clam at the ready. They end up getting a jump in. The bomb is going to find one. Only that single clam is going to make it into the basket, and that is now going to be 20 points on the board, but Resonance loses a clam in the process, and that's going to give Parallel Cannon an opportunity to get a pity and move back in.
Mm-hmm. Parallel Cannon doing an excellent job of just reclaiming mid the moment they can find the space to, even after getting wiped out like that. Zuka coming out here from both sides, able to cause a lot of disruption. We do see that power clam at the ready from that junior. We're seeing the Kraken coming out, forcing them out of place, forcing them to have to move. But no, we see the jump coming in onto Plat. Might be able to find their way to the basket. Seems like Pro Arashi might be able to shut it down, but no, Acing managing to stave them all off with a splat bomb. And now we're seeing a delayed wipe, and that is a huge push now coming out of Parallel Resonance. If we're gonna, Parallel Cannon, Resonance gonna have to fight really hard to manage to do anything here, and needs to keep any clams from coming in. But here comes another power to that bubbler, taking advantage of the jumps that it provides, and it looks like this might be game.
Yes, indeed. It is Parallel Cannon. When it rains, it pours. Parallel Cannon gets a few points on the board, and suddenly all the other points come following. Nice job to them cleaning up that game too. So that will be the set for Parallel Cannon, I believe. As
yeah,
we are still in best of three. So yeah, we kind of saw that game. Some nice defense coming out, especially coming out from Acing. We saw them lurking around the stacks, and that just made it very difficult to displace the members of Parallel Cannon. We saw Resonance continually trying to push in. They were just unable to get a clean opportunity to do so. They didn't have the clams online when they were able to move to the enemy plat, and just a few picks, especially having that extra pity clam there, helped Parallel Cannon break open the basket and just shut out the end of that game.
Yeah, they did an excellent job there. I do also want to give some credit to Pro Arashi there, doing a lot on that range blaster, and did a very good job of maintaining defenses for a lot of that. They did a good job of helping pressure from off angles, and found a lot of picks that did prevent Parallel Cannon from getting pushes a few times there in that game, especially.
Yeah, it certainly can be, or they certainly did a good job of that. But you know, a lot of times, it's like when you play a slow displacement game, you kind of miss out on the opportunity to push in. Like those windows are pretty short, and you know you need to get in, especially like on Clan Blitz Inkblot, which is so unforgiving. If you're not fast enough to get onto the enemy plot, like after you get 2 picks, they're already painting it from the high ground, and you have no more chance to get in. So just Parallel Cannon just running all over Resonance in terms of speed towards the end there.
And a lot of Splatoon comes down to which team knows how to play faster. When you really break it down, it is a game about who has the better reaction to the current situation, who has practiced that reaction more, and which team knows how to get to it faster. It is all about how quickly you can capitalize on opportunities without overextending.
Yeah, absolutely. So that will be our round one match. And Parallel Cannon is going to be moving on to be facing first seed of the tournament, Duck Motif +1. Meanwhile, the rest of the sets going on, we've got some big names in the tournament
Yeah.
as well. In Control is playing. We've got Blah Blah Blah, which is Pelu, IPS, Keen, Kara, and Okimi. Who is the number 2 seed in this or sorry, the number 3 seed in this tournament? Yeah, that is the excuse me, a team with Mar, Fishism, Love Galore, Kiki, Spec, and CJ. So we've certainly got a lot of interesting matches going on. A team I want to keep an eye on through the tournament is Make a Wish. I think Make a Wish has been winning a lot of sets recently, and they've been improving. So I'd like to keep an eye on it. They do potentially, they need to get past their first run match against Atlas.
Yeah.
They're down 1-0 currently. But you never really know. Best of 3, anything can happen.
Yeah. I mean, I'm personally always interested in how In Control is going to do. Today they are apparently not Red Sun, but Metal Pipe, which that's different for them. It's the same people with a different fourth, because they still haven't found a fourth. At this point, that might as well be their branding. But I do have I am personal friends with a player, very good personal friends with a player on that team. So I'm always very invested in seeing how they do.
I'm just wishing I had, dang it, I always want the Discord Nitro that lets you play sound effects from other servers. But it costs so much.
It does.
I wish I had.
But getting the metal pipe bonk.
It would have been too good.
It would have. It would have made you too powerful, Fusion. You would have had too much power.
I would have had too much power.
I'm also interested in seeing how XOXO does. They've been making a lot of strides lately, as shown in their seeding, to be fair.
Yeah. Number 3 seeding in this tournament is certainly a big spot. We've actually got how many teams today? Like almost 32, like 31 or something. 31, exactly. So
yeah, I know how to read numbers for sure.
That's how it feels like first thing in the morning.
It's also what it feels like to have a history degree. Numbers are real, but only if there's 4 of them next to each other. Sometimes there's 1 or 2 or 3 of them next to each other, but that's... Actually,
sometimes there's a couple letters too.
There were 3 of... Yeah, I know the different letters. The letters are easy. I got the letters down. And I got Roman numerals down, but then sometimes they throw me a 10-year digit, and I'm like, that doesn't seem real, actually. I get that it is, but that could be fake. Ignore the fact that I studied the Roman Republic heavily around the fall of it, so I was looking around 0 a lot. Ignore that fact. I don't have to look at those numbers anymore. My grad program's different.
That's how it feels when I look at my KD a lot.
So true, Fusion. Yeah. I've been messing around with, as you know, I did used to be a junior 1-trick, and I have yet to land on what else to play since I stopped being a junior 1-trick. What year did this come out? Long enough ago that I should have landed on some other weapon by now. Someday, surely.
Since they gave it like the giant baby ink tank, it's been a solid weapon. I feel like it never goes out of style. So.
No, I know. I just went, I don't want to play that anymore, though.
You don't? Oh, you don't? Oh, heck.
Yeah, I dropped it back before S2 ended. I started playing heavy remix, and ever since then, I've played a lot of Splatlings in general. I like the Splatlings. I went through a Slosher phase. The Slosher phase was weird. I'm not a Slosher player, but I sure went through a phase. Interesting of me. It was at the start of the game. Interesting. I don't know, you name it, I've messed with it to some degree, aside from Brellas and Blasters.
I feel like I've played everything except shooters. So.
And that's so valid, Fusion. That's the move, really.
Actually, well, Junior is my exception. I really like Junior. But Splattershot, no. Pro, nope. Squelcher, not really, no. Like,
I
Not
never
quite the same.
I have never found a way to enjoy Splattershot Pro. I remember when it was meta in 2, and I could just never its vibe was never for me. It was never my
Mm.
thing. Perfectly good weapon. It's a point and click adventure. It's not that exciting. Its movement, not spicy enough.
Yeah, I feel bad for Pro in this game because
Yeah.
it doesn't paint its feet super well. It still has like decent range and kill power and stuff, and it should
But
theoretically be good, but it
but
also doesn't.
Squeezer's right there.
Yeah, it doesn't paint in general very well. Like it has a really good kit, right? Like we saw Nolan pulling
Hmm.
Forged Deco. What is it called? Forged Neo? I don't even remember
Forge Pro?
because Forge Pro. Yeah, there we go. See, I haven't seen the weapon in so long, I can't remember what it's called. Uh, but yeah, like it's got a really good kit. I feel like all the
Yeah.
Booyah kits in this game should be good,
They should, because
but like they
Booyah's
never,
just good.
but like they never are. It's like only been Machine that has like ever
Yeah.
been good with it, which is so weird because
It is.
it should be a really good like special, and it's like
Yeah.
Pro just feels slightly not good enough.
Yeah, I mean, the big issue for Pro is that it suffers from not being squeezer disorder.
I have that.
Yeah, exactly. If there is a weapon to bother learning to one trick, it probably is squeezer. It's never going to go out of meta at this point, is what I've accepted. Both of its kits are good. Not that you'll get to use the splatter color screens kit all the time, which is fully understandable, but it is a good kit still. Autobomb goes well with Squeezer, and then the other kit's Wall Zuka. Yeah, that's great. And then you get a laser weapon. That sure, you have to destroy your hands to play, but it's probably worth destroying them for.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm gonna be honest, I'm really not a fan of of the weapons that are like, okay, if you can press this button real fast, it's OP, but you can't because it's like Ink Brush. Like, have you
I don't know,
seen the
I've known
cap?
some crazy ink brush
Have you seen the cap
players.
for like how
Yeah.
fast they let you press the
And I
button?
know some people
Like
that can
it's
hit it. They don't
it
play
is
the game anymore
deranged.
because their hands are destroyed.
Oh my
um,
god.
but for a minute at the beginning of the game, I was playing with Muso's old brush player, Agent 3 Brioche. They have many names. Good for them. But they are a very, very good brush player who has to play on a PlayStation 4 controller because they break Procons too fast.
I've gone through like a couple pro controllers, but like, my
Oh no,
god.
it was like they'd break them in a
I get
week.
like carpal tunnel from playing Blob. I can't imagine playing Squeezer or Brush for God's sake. Like Brush, it pops up on Salmon Run. I click the button like 5 times and I'm like, I've had enough for today.
Yeah, it's a very tiring weapon. I do think it genuinely has a very interesting niche and could
Mhm.
see some good use. I'd say still in this game because its kit is solid. Splat Bomb Whale is a solid enough kit. Whale, I think, is a really good team play special at this point that gets slept on. I have Whale conspiracies, and that's okay. I think there's a lot to Whale though.
I agree. I mean, Whale's really solid. Whale like annoys me, you
Yeah.
know, because it feels like so. It's not random, but it feels so obnoxious when it just kind of pops, it pokes you, and you
Yes.
take a billion damage, or it like was on a teammate and then they die, and then randomly it swings back and hits you, and it's like, God, and
Yeah.
no weapon like shoots out as many whales quite as like Ink Brush, but we're not going to be
Exactly.
seeing that kind of thing
No,
in this
surely
match.
somebody will
We
humor
don't have
us.
any Ink Brush players in here, but
No, somebody will humor us.
a lot
Surely
of
all
familiar
of these
players here.
non-brush players will decide to be kind to me and let me watch brush gameplay.
That would be pretty funny,
It
but
would.
yeah.
Firm believer in silly brush gameplay.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what these players have been running recently.
Yeah.
Uh, is Kilo a backline? I feel like I forget
I
always.
don't remember. I'm sure one of trimming the herbs is likely a backline, just because somebody's got to play pencil. Not actually, but like, kinda.
Well, Storm does aggro stuff. Archer, I think, uh, also does some aggro stuff. Bishop's a blaster.
Yeah.
Uh, Luna, 5th gen, and Twig also do Also do aggro stuff, Gus usually on Bucket and Potato, uh,
Charger.
usually on Charger.
Yeah.
So Charger on Catnip's likely to be coming out, probably a pencil because what else
Most
is it ever?
likely.
What else is it ever?
We saw them pull out some other stuff during Neon Whale a few on Monday night. Was that
Mhm.
Monday? Yeah,
Yes.
K-Bot was still here on Monday. That's wild. It's been, Crim and K-Bot were both here. It's been a busy Splatoon time for me.
Hmm.
But Potato did pull out some Sea Leader, which was interesting to see.
Yeah.
I could see it coming out if Clam Blitz comes up, just because funny Kraken cheese. Wow.
Yeah, actually, I'm also interested in Seed Leader because I don't know if you've been playing that much solo, but
It's everywhere.
I was grinding to 5 stars with Rapid Deco, and I finally hit it. But like, Sea Leader is everywhere.
I
in
know, I've had to
solo.
stop playing Splatlings in solo queue because there's too
Oh my
many
goodness.
chargers. I can't play my Splatlings.
I didn't expect it before the season came out. Like, it felt like a weapon that would be like,
A few
okay,
people
it's
would
good
play
in
it here and
theory, but
there.
like, how often are you gonna use Kraken? Yada yada. It's not a panic button anymore. Blah 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 blah. But it's pretty solid.
It
The
is.
beacon
Beacon
charger, the
good.
beacon backline is so good.
Yeah,
And I
there's a
think
reason they
that
didn't give
people,
it back to Ballpoint.
yeah, I mean, if ballpoint, ballpoint's kind of fallen off, but like, uh, if ballpoint had beacon, I feel like it would be a mainstay forever.
Yeah, which, you know,
It wasn't
I think
Splatoon.
it was, yeah, it was. Until people realized, oh, we can just play Jet Sculpture and not think, oh, Jet Sculpture. I
No Jet
actually like
Sculpture.
Jet Sculpture. Do I think it should be meta? No. It is fun, though. If you don't want to think that day, it's a great. I just want to play solo queue and vibe weapon.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean it's nice. It's a nice lawn mowing experience,
Yeah.
much like trimming the herbs. And you know what's an herb? Catnip.
Yeah. So we're gonna see if the people who want to trim the catnip can manage to succeed.
Exactly.
What's your cat's opinion on catnip fusion?
Uh, my cats enjoy catnip a little bit. They're like,
That's
oh
fair.
heck yeah, catnip, and then they like roll on it for a couple minutes, and then they forget about it, and then there's just a pile of dirt on the floor or like grass on the floor, and it's like, okay.
I had one of my friends has a cat that has no interest in catnip at all, which is always so fascinating to me. They like Silvervine, so they do have. Don't worry, their cat has some substance to enjoy,
Oh,
as
thank
cats
God.
need. Um,
Phew. Crisis
exactly,
averted.
exactly. You gotta ensure your cat has a substance of some form. But Silvervine is always. They haven't played on. I haven't seen them play Catnip. I haven't seen Catnip play it under Silvervine when they have some extra subs. And I'm surprised about that because that's just their name, but a step to the left.
True. I have so my younger cat, I have like a spider plant that's sitting on like the shelves near my desk,
Mhm.
and it's pretty high up. It's like out of reach, but I think so I need to actually look it up, but apparently it's like hallucinogenic for cats. And my cat is like always trying to climb my like desk chair to get on top of it because sometimes it like rotates so it's kind of close to there and then like tries to grab at it and grab a bite and it's like dang, is it that good?
I mean, it must be.
I guess so.
Good for them. They know what they're about.
It's a little bit crazy sometimes.
It is. Too bad for dogs that they don't get something like that. Or horses.
Surely there's-
Horses and dogs. I mean, they probably have things like that, but they're not like common practice like catnip is.
Yeah, I wonder.
It's actually probably good for horses that they don't have something like that. Because
Oh God.
they're too big to have those experiences. 1,000-pound animals actually do need to be sane, and horses are already towing the line of not sane enough. As somebody who's worked with horses for the majority of my life. Almost ended up working with horses in a major metropolitan city, which is a skill issue moment on my part.
Like in the city?
Yeah, I found a
wow.
stable.
Oh, wow. Oh, cool.
Yep. Oops. But anyway, we are seeing a vanilla charger coming out here from Catnip. Not a weapon we see a ton of. Definitely, if you're gonna run vacuum on a map, this is one of the best maps for it. And we are seeing a pencil coming out of trimming the herbs. Nothing too shocking there. Zap coming out. You know, we got all the staples. I like seeing the range coming out. Definitely been seeing a lot more play lately. But we are going to see Catnip get a push off here and using that hammer to try and get Storm Hero, who just barely doesn't get the Bazooka shot on the Rainmaker.
Yeah, I'm happy to see 5th Gen on that Wiper again.
Yeah.
That's going to help be super aggressive and pop that Rainmaker. Now, 5th Gen looking for an opportunity to move in, gets just spaced out by the Range Blaster. I believe that's Bishop. And Rainmaker is going to make its way down to 43. A nice, strong early push, and it doesn't seem to be over just yet. Two more members of Catnip still waiting in the wings. Potato still in top mid. Yep, 2 nice picks defending mid, and that's going to give even more time for Catnip to get back in. They find one more. The jumps are going to come back in. Potato moving in on his left side. 5th Gen moving that Rainmaker forward. A few extra points on the board. A big push, and it's still going on.
Yeah, you do have to be careful playing around those one-shot chargers and actually making sure that you're putting in the effort to displace them. Good reset coming out there from Storm Hero. Sometimes you just gotta accept that you gotta run backwards and just get it out of there. And that was a good reaction from Storm Hero to allow their teammates a little bit of space to try and work with here. I almost wish we were seeing the crab stamper coming out here out of trimming the herbs. I wonder if that would just give them a little bit more control and stability to work with.
Yeah, maybe. I think they might be just going with that burst bomb angle, but 5th Gen on the aggression, the hammer finding 2 picks, the Rainmaker's quick behind it. Will the respawns come out in time? The Rainmaker makes its way all the way down to 4. Not quite a knockout. It is so dang hard to get a knockout on this map. There is a vac online, but very smartly, Kilo's going to grab that Rainmaker. Potato is forced back out into mid. Catnip with a very strong push, and there's that vulnerable Ink Vac user. Stamper ends up finding that pick. Now, trimming the herbs has a lot of work to do if they want to get back in this game.
They do, but the Range Blaster can definitely help them do it. It's a weapon that can play so well around so many angles on this map. And right now we're seeing Kilo having found 2 picks there using the Rainmaker itself, but not going to be enough to get it moving to the checkpoint, just enough to establish mid. They might have tried to move up a little too fast there, not making sure they had their specials to really get that going.
Yeah, and Catnip still mostly in control of this game. 5th Gen just continuing to shark that ledge. Trimming the herbs has had a hard time really getting into mid. That's 2 down, a 3 down situation. This is a very clean opening for trimming the herbs here. They're going to need to get moving if they want to grab this checkpoint, because that's going to be the most difficult part, to get cleanly. 2 picks go down. The Rainmaker is still far behind. That's going to get caught out and stopped in the corner. Nice job to Catnip. Every time it looks like they're like losing some ground and falling behind in the turf, they end up getting some very important picks, and they even still have that checkpoint despite all the aggression the herbs have been putting on.
Yeah, the herbs definitely starting to figure out the pace to play against Catnip a little bit faster, but maybe not figuring it out quite fast enough for this first game here, especially with that vacuum coming out. Not a special people are really used to dealing with.
Yeah, and it's a very reliable way to get checkpoints, get those extra points on the board, and even to stop pushes, because the other team does not have a great way of dealing with the Ink Vac, especially when they need to move up that narrow hallway at the end. What are you going to do if your paint won't even hit the ground? That is something that Catnip's going to be relying on here to defend, but they're not even going to need to defend if they keep getting the picks and being as aggressive as they have been. 3 down, looking for Storm. That seems like it's going to be a wipe unless Storm dances their way out of it. But delayed wipe is going to let Catnip continue moving.
It will. There is still a world in which trimming the herbs could turn this around, but it is a small world where 2 members of Catnip DC.
I don't even know if that's enough. This is the easiest map to defend a knockout.
It is. It really is.
It is.
I am a
I just want to
Scorchforged
talk to
defender.
whoever designed the hallway at the end.
I'm a Scorchforged defender. I think you shouldn't be able to KO all the time. I think it's good to not be able to KO sometimes. I think it's funny.
All right.
Because it's not like it's a you can't KO and you never can get a good defense going. It's a you just can't KO. Just throw some bombs and you'll be fine.
Yeah, it can lead to some awkward stally situations, and now here comes the last opportunity for trimming the herbs. Blaster not able to find anything. 5th Gen and Luna team up. Now Archer's group is on that right side. They find a pick. That's a 2-down situation. This Cooler's going to come out. That's yet another pick. That's the checkpoint now. Archer needs to find the charger. That Inkvac cannot be allowed to come out. They end up going down in the process, and now Catnip set up on that high ground for the defense. Here's the Inkvac. They're looking to close it out here. Potato moving in forward. The Zuka gets eaten up. And now the Inkvac looking for that final shot. They haven't shut it off yet. Actually, yes, they did. I must have missed it.
And it's just the
My
charger
bad.
left up.
2-down situation, and the points need to be coming online soon because timer is nearly half gone, and trimming the herbs has not moved past that corner.
Yeah, and they don't have much to help them. Admittedly, the Range Blaster can poke around these corners, but there's already another vacuum out, which is impressively fast, actually. Chargers usually can't get them out quite that quickly. They do have a 2-down situation. The Charger's down. They need to hold forward now, though, and the Hammer has come out. So has the Zuka. Rainmaker's still alive, but they don't physically have time to move up there. They only have 8 seconds. At this point, they're just stalling to stall, it seems like.
3. Aw, they didn't explode.
It would have been a little funnier if they'd let themselves explode. At that point, you've committed to the bit for so long, you might as well explode.
Yeah. A good attempt there at the end from trimming the herbs. That's kind of what happens when you can't knock out on a map. You're like, I need to move forward, but it's not safe to move forward.
Yes.
But yeah, that really good aggressive push that came out from Catnip early, especially the play from 5th Gen, moving the Hammer up that alley was something that sealed the game away from them. So props. We're going to be moving on to game 2 now. Trimming the herbs definitely looked a bit on the back foot that game, but they seem to have an opportunity. They had some opportunities to really get back in the game.
I'd say by the end of it, they'd figured out Catnip's rhythm a bit more. It seems like that was almost what they were struggling with at the start, was figuring out exactly what pace they needed to play at. And so being able to take that little bit of extra time to figure it out first game might have been what they needed. And maybe TC Hagglefish will work even better for them, because God knows, Range Blaster does do great there.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think this is yet another map where Blaster is going to be good. I feel like we might see like a machine out of Gus on the other side. But I also think that this is a map where you kind of need to hold forward and get into the enemy spawn. And it felt like that was much more up Catnip's alley. Catnip definitely felt like or sorry, Gus isn't playing right now. My bad.
Yeah. Well, they can always switch him in. You're allowed to change players around.
Yeah.
But yeah,
apologies. Yeah, this is Catnip was just being very aggressive. 5th Gen was able to get up into the enemy spawn, especially with the Wiper. Hammer was able to clear some ledges. But only time will tell how this is going to end up. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. Thank you, Rice, our streamer. But here we go. We do end up seeing the Slosher coming out of 5th Gen this time, opting for the strikes, and we have the Kraken leader, like we were talking about just a bit earlier.
Yeah, I mean it's a great pick. I will say that I maybe would have liked to see Trimming the Herbs experiment with comp a little bit more here, maybe try out some different weapons, but if this is what they're comfortable with, this is what they're comfortable with. I like seeing that they still have the cooler. I like seeing the Range Blaster. Once again, I would personally like to see a slightly different Stamper in, but that is a personal preference.
Yeah.
I think Crab Tank is still very strong, and it's worth having usually, but we're seeing the Range Blaster putting in some work right now, clearing out a lot of space on that right side. Stamper able to chase them down, taking advantage of those burst bombs, showing why my pick would be wrong, and clearing out lots of space. This should be a pretty easy first check, aside from the fact that there are those trip strikes at the ready.
Ooh, nice job, the Zipcaster, just catching the triple Ink Strike user off guard with Jen not able to move out of that situation. That is likely going to be that first checkpoint. Archer still in the enemy spawn. The checkpoint goes in the Herb's favor. Now they're looking for an opportunity to get into that top right. They seem to be taking it a little slower, waiting for a safe opportunity to do so. Now, as multiple members end up going down, trimming the Herbs is going to have to back up into mid. Nice pick from Storm is going to let the Herb get some jumps back in, but Twig on the counter aggression finds a few picks, hunting down Kilo on the pencil. They're going to end up giving up there, but that's a really nice few picks. That's going to let the tower roll into the first checkpoint for Catnip.
Yeah, Twig managing to find the pick on the range blaster there is also huge. What a great weapon for defense, just taken out. Potato in this Kraken looking to find the pick onto Stamper, not going to quite be able to, but the checkpoint should fall here. They don't have much that can defend that quickly. We are seeing Archer coming back in on that Stamper, looking to help clear out that left side, but the trip strikes are out, the space is cleared, and Twig is just causing havoc, as Twig tends to do.
Yeah, now that second checkpoint, this is an important stopping point. That's 2 picks down on either side here. That's going to be the tower stopped, so no checkpoint for Catnip just yet. But look at the leader coming out with a Kraken as they get pushed, and that's going to give Catnip some extra time to get those jumps back into mid. That's an interesting kind of dynamic of the leader kit that we haven't discussed, and just being able to get your team back in while making yourself invincible, but trimming the Herbs, doing a nice job, dodging it. Archer cleaning up the middle of the map. A few very nice picks, cleaning up the beacons as well. Trimming the Herbs now, moving forward. They don't have that first check in the way. There's no specials online for Catnip. Will they be able to take that second check?
They might. They don't have a lot to work with here. They do have Azuka coming out, allowing them to move forward past that right area. Just getting past that, even without the checkpoint, can be a nuisance. They are just a couple points away. They just need somebody to sit on tower, but right now nobody is, with those trip strikes coming out, and they're going to have to back off here and try again in a second. They do still have 2 players up. They'll be close to... I was about to say they'll be close to Zuga, but no, they won't. Potato said no thank you to both of those players.
Yeah, ends up getting stopped just in the nick of time. Only 2 points, only 2 points separate Catnip from that lead. But now they are on the aggression. We see Potato kind of leading the way with the Kraken. Look at them. They're trying to get that spot on top of the tent by using the Kraken, and that's exactly what they're able to do. Really interesting way of using it there. That's going to give them an opportunity to move the tower a bit further. They get a few more points on the board, but that is not the checkpoint just yet. Twig, thankfully, is going to be able to survive, and that's going to let the rest of Catnip filter back in. 2 picks coming out. Twig wants blood. Twig is looking for some more. Misses a small opportunity to get in, and Storm is going to punish it. 55 seconds left. Trimming the Herbs is down, but they're cleaning up members of Catnip in mid as Potato on that Kraken looking for more. They're not going to find it.
Yeah, Twig still causing a lot of chaos. Luna able to get in, taking advantage of those beacons and the jump-ins from all their teammates. Can't go wrong with beacons and teammates. Very reliable ways of getting back into the game. Potato trying to find something here. Not going to be able to, but their teammates able to play cleanup off of the pressure they're creating. Range Blaster not able to find enough space to work with all the specials coming out and all the paint coming out of Catnip. And they really need their Range Blaster to be able to set up to do much here. I almost feel like Pencil and Range don't love playing with each other, kind of needing the same things to accomplish goals. But they are still in this. They are getting close. They managed to take out Potato. That's huge. The trip strike's coming out just a bit early. They are going to be able to get back on the tower potentially, but no, not quite. And that is the set going to no, this is best of 5 now. That is game 2 going to Catnip. Oh, it's best of 3 still. Never mind. My bad. It is the set going to Catnip. My initial instinct was correct.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you could just kind of see the time ticking down, and I was going to say that there's the strikes on the other side coming out of the slosher, so the tower just needed to be a little bit quicker into the spawn of Catnip, but they were not able to get there in time. The strikes were able to stall the tower and find the picks they needed, and that secured Catnip the victory. That just barely held on towards the end there, but they certainly looked very strong and aggressive. I think that Trimming the Herbs certainly will have a good time in losers for a little bit. They're a strong team, and I'm hoping we get to see them again later in the tournament. But turns out Catnip, too strong, can't be cut along with the hedge.
Yes, definitely how it goes sometimes. Good to see Catnip out in their usual form.
Let's take a quick peek at the bracket, shall we?
Yeah. Always important to check in on what's going on there. It seems like In Control is already out, which is unexpected.
Wow. Interesting.
And I did already check in. They did actually, they didn't drop. They did actually go out, which is interesting to say the least. So
well,
there's some major upsets there.
Yeah, we've got in the next round, Catnip's going to be up against Duck Motif. We have Perception Check versus Debussy, which is a team with Goose, the Lemon 27, Tortilla, and Joshua. Well, Perception Check, Joshy, Peta, Dat Kid, and Plus.
So I'm interested. So is Perception Check gonna hit their nat 20s? Is the question here.
That's a good question.
I'm normal about D&D. My bad. I don't have an entire giant bag of dice. I don't have a fake potion bottle on my desk and D&D stickers on my PC. Surely, I'm normal about D&D. You show me D&D words. Look, I'm gonna be real. There's gonna be D&D jokes because I see the words Perception Check. And are they gonna pass them? Is the question. Will they pass their perception checks about sharks?
That's a good question. Let's see, who is on the team again? Joshy, Peta, Dat Kid, and Plus. I wonder whether they will hit those.
Yeah, they're not players I associate with their perception checks. They're players I associate with their rolls to attack. I didn't used to play D&D 5 nights a week for sure. I didn't have a messed up elbow at one point that prevented me from playing Splatoon. And my solution to that wasn't playing D&D 5 nights a week. I was normal. I did that while having a part-time job and being a full-time undergrad student. I don't know what I was doing.
It's been a bit since I've played D&D. I played some in college, but I have not had an opportunity to play again since. So
maybe I'll try and run a session for Splatoon people someday. That could be fun.
That would be fun.
At a LAN, doing a little in-person one-shot or something.
Oh, shit.
Would have to be careful about how many people I let in, because I only know how to DM for like 5. I do have a max.
I don't know if you... Oh, sorry.
No, you go.
Oh, you go. I insist.
Okay. I was just going to say, yeah, I've only DM'd for a max of like 7, and 7 got messy.
Oh, yeah, that sounds... 7 certainly sounds like a lot.
Yes.
But I don't know if you've like paid attention. Like Side Order has a lot of interesting like platonic solid motifs.
Yeah.
So they're kind of all the natural like dice shapes. Like you've got cubes, you've got dodecahedrons, icosahedrons, and whatnot. Like all the
There's
different
D20s in there. They put D20s in that bad boy.
Yeah. And that's it's like interesting. All of the different like weapons and stuff have different effects. So like when you increase your like ink attack size, you've got the little the D20s surrounding your ink. The kind of like visualize how big the hitbox is, which is pretty neat.
It is very neat. I like a lot of things that Side Order did. I wish there was more to it, but it is a very good mode. This is coming from somebody who played Hades too much, though. So my standards are a little silly and a little too high. That is not the fault of Side Order.
That's understandable. I've played my fair share of roguelikes too.
Yeah. I also just wanted it to be a little harder, but that is a very unfair thing to put on it, because we have both played competitive Splatoon for years, and our mechanics are going to be better than most casual players to a bit of an extreme, which is fine. And they needed casuals to also be able to enjoy it, which is valid.
They should have made this mode harder for people who have played 7,000 hours of Splatoon.
Yeah, exactly. Make it harder for me, who's played too many hours. I say is Hades is easy for me 500 hours in. Like, that's not a fair expectation. There's things you can do to make your runs harder. You can do hackless. You can do a lot to make your runs harder.
Yeah, you definitely can. I've been I'm so impatient. I keep trying to do I go fast. And I'm like, okay, I'm going to ignore all the enemies and just shoot the bubble to try and finish it as quick as possible. And I just keep dying because I keep getting impatient like that.
I have an under 9-minute run that I'm pretty happy with. I haven't pushed for more than that, really, just because at that point you're pushing for luck as much as you're pushing for skill, which isn't that fun to me, but is what speedrunning of roguelite is. So yeah. That is what you should expect if you decide to speedrun it, is grinding for luck as much as grinding for skill.
All right. But something that does always get more difficult is playing against other players.
Yes.
And you push each other to greater heights. We're going to be starting on Clam Blitz on Barnacle and Dime. That's definitely an interesting map to start on. Let me see what these players are going to be playing. I believe PETA's usually on Stamper. And yeah, Lemon's Wiper. Goose is a tank usually, right? I think.
Is Goose a tent or a wiper?
Goose is not a wiper. Goose is definitely like a tent. But yeah, I expect we'll see some interesting tent gameplay because this is definitely a tent map. It's just so flat. It can definitely play a lot into Tent's favor here.
Definitely a great tent map. I'd almost be interested in seeing the vacuum tent come out. Not something that we get to see very often. But it's such a hard map to get a push established on that's well established that it might be worth running here.
Yeah, it's definitely something you can consider. The beacons might be useful as well, but you never really know. That kid plays whatever they're feeling.
That is true.
And today it seems to be Ink Brush. If anyone is going to be able to just mash at 10 million whatever's an hour, it would be that kid.
It would be, and I'm excited to see it. I am a Brush supporter. I also like seeing the Stamper coming out here. They should have enough paint for it with everything else they've got going on. Lemon managing to move forward here on that Wiper, though. It does get taken out, but I'm assuming they're on Wiper. They've got enough QR that it just frankly doesn't matter.
Yeah, this map is so flat. Whale's going to do a lot of work here. So Decade now moving over on that left side, looking for an opportunity to get in. They do find one pick, but Debussy is going to be able to hold their ground in mid. You see the kind of constant jumps with Cooler back to the plat, just trying to keep the team alive, and seems to be working pretty well so far. A couple picks come out. The Lemon 27 finds 3 picks with that hammer, looking to clean up the middle of the map. A power clam is not going to come out just yet. Okay, they were able to make E-clam in the process, but they don't have any extra clams online. Maybe just that one extra clam will make it to the basket, but Goose does not have an opportunity to get in. They're going to have to back out, and they trade those 20 points for a pity clam as Perception Check looks to clean up mid.
Yeah, genuinely not the worst trade ever. You don't really want one clam pushes generally. You can't do the most with them. The one exception is Ink Block clams, where sometimes the one clam push will win you the game. But not usually the case. We are seeing PETA here taking advantage of the Zipcaster, forcing this pencil out of position, causing chaos under the basket, allowing their teammates to get in. They actually are pretty decently set up here. Dat Kid managing to just skirt around, run around, and do what Brush does, cause some chaos, and then just leave the situation. They don't need to stay. They are a Brush.
Yeah. But looking to try and get a shark, they end up getting called out. And now, with that one member down, Debussy looking to push back in. They have a lot of clams online, looking for an opportunity to move up into that top left. I believe Perception Check already has someone up there. Yep, they have 2 members up there, actually. Now the 10's coming in. The Wiper is able to find a very nice pick with a hammer. Debussy doesn't seem to have an answer to that hammer just yet, and now that's nearly a full cleanup. So now the power clam is going to come into the basket, and there's a lot more clams on the way. More clams to follow in mid. If WC is able to back up and get those, they go back for the extra clams. The Lemon 27 gets a few clams in and is able to, goes down in the process. So nice lead coming out from WC. Now Perception Check still needs a few power clams in order to grab the lead back. But they're kind of being locked into their spawn at this point, and it's going to be hard to move out against that 10th Umbrella Shield.
It will. That kid, as much as they have that mobility, can't do as much when there is a Wiper with just about even mobility with them. Definitely holds back the brush some when there is a Wiper on the other team. Tortilla setting up here, just making sure that paint stays down, making sure that space is maintained. Lemon able to find another 2. Are they going to find the 3rd? Yes, the 4th? Seems like they will. That is the quad going to Lemon. That is Debussy getting fully set up. They have a power clam at the ready, able to go into the basket, push to 23. They are feeling pretty comfortable here, especially with that tent having Zuka online.
Yeah, oh my god. Lemon has been just like unstoppable this match. We have not seen an answer for their aggression coming out so far. They are able to find the pick on the member that killed a Goose there. Now looking to move into the enemy spawn. They find a pick despite everything that's going on. Oh my god, I thought they were going to kill PETA there for a second. Yeah, that's going to slow down Perception Jack quite a bit. A power claim is going to be made, but my god, they're juggling power claims, but they still need to take mid. They need a lot of points on the board at this point, but perhaps Dat Kid's going to try and sneak around after they drop the power clam. We kind of see that with Kraken, but I feel like I've seen some sneaky players do that on their own just fine. Here comes a pick coming out from Perception Check. They find yet another one. That's enough clams to take the lead on their hands. They're just taking it nice and slow. If they're able to find the picks, they can get the lead here. Here they come.
Dat Kid having to back off from that Wiper, just outranging them. Not a ton of answers they have. Lemon just once again going on a tear here. Dat Kid managing to stay up, managing to keep that power, because that's what they need to do to keep their teammates in. Whale will probably be coming out here before too long, as even though they're not that close numbers-wise, it's an Ink Brush. It does not take them long to get any special. But how much can that accomplish for them when their other members just can't seem to find a way to stay up?
Yeah, it's certainly making it very difficult for them, and all the clams that Perception Check had online are pretty much gone. They just have that single power clam. Dat Kid trying to sneak behind them, but there's too many members. They cannot get past Debussy, and now that is going to be overtime. Perception Check has no clams online. They have no members alive. Debussy is just going to sit here and party while they take game 1.
Really clean gameplay out of them. They knew how they wanted to push, and really it was just Lemon just having a field day. Lemon was just out there getting picks like it was day 1 of Turf War.
Yeah, Debussy kind of got squeezed, and we made some lemonade.
Yeah. You gotta have some lemonade sometimes. And Goose did a great job setting up with that tent, being able to get people constant jumps in. Coolers consistently coming out of the pencil. You can't go wrong with any of that.
Oh yeah, something that I forgot about. I actually forgot about about the tournaments is that the teams pick their own maps.
Yes.
So teams can say which maps they actually want to play on, and this one ended up being a map that Perception Check picked. And I would have thought that this would have been the WC pick, just because you've got the tent going on. But given that we did see the Ink Brush coming out from Perception Check, I can kind of understand it as well. But my god, yeah, Lemon was kind of just unstoppable that game.
Yes.
We saw no one able to deal with them. Maybe partially because of their comp, partially because they were just kind of breaking everyone's ankles.
I mean, if you break everyone's ankles, they can't really fight. It is a good strategy.
Mm-hmm.
But Rainmaker Scorch Gorge is going to be up next. Once again, I'm going to advocate for Vacuum here.
Yeah. I mean, any reliable way to get checks is pretty nice, especially the first corner by the checkpoint. Like if you try and get past the checkpoint, you kind of need to make that blind turn, and Vac just kind of helps you defend the checkpoint. Just get the points you need like right now and move on with your life past the most difficult part of the map. Was that a rapid or rapid
That
pro?
was a rapid.
Interesting.
I have never seen that kid play a not fast weapon, so that's a surprise.
I think I've seen him play this weapon once.
You know, it's a good map
I can say
for
that
it.
about pretty much every weapon in the game.
That's fair. What I associate that kid the most with is sploosh-esque weapons, where you can move around as fast as you want without consequence. But maybe they just really wanted to try and shut Lemon down a little more, and it seems like that focus might be working out for them, as PETA is able to find that first pick onto Lemon. And they're looking to shut down Goose now, but Lemon's back.
Lemon never really goes away. That's a 3 down onto Perception Check. Tortilla's just going to move it up to that first checkpoint. They have an opportunity to get in, but it's the pencil watching it. So they smartly keep an eye on them and don't move up. But the Zuka doesn't even care. It punishes you for taking your time and not risking the pencil. So that's going to be a dead push. Now Perception Check has an opportunity to get back into the map.
Yeah, that kid seems to be looking for a good place to move up, looking for a little bit more to get that inkjet. Lemon trying to sneak on through, not going to quite be able to. Goose definitely going to struggle a little bit against this comp. It is definitely an anti-tent comp to some degree. I'll give it that. Tortilla going down there, but they just can't find the forward space.
Yeah, they're definitely having a bit of a hard time. Rapid, while good against Tent, kind of struggles a bit against Wiper. And look at this, Lemon does... Oh my...
Ooh!
What?
Good for that kid. That was partially just Lemon missing
so
the jump.
Me. That is so me. I would do the exact same thing. Oh my god. But WC still in control of the game. They find a few picks and they're starting a push again.
Yeah, that gets shut down pretty quickly. Perception Check looking to actually get some mid control this time. They don't have a quick way to pop the Rainmaker, which is going to bite them probably a few times. Seems like they're going to wait for a reset here. PETA looking to clear out this area, not going to be able to do it on their own, but nobody moved up with them, so there's not a lot else they can do about that. Splatter shot goes down, and this is, once again, Debussy really looking to find a lot of space to work with, and going to be able to, aside from this inkjet, slowing them down for but a moment.
Yeah, WC still... Neither team has that checkpoint nearly 3 minutes into the game, which is kind of a testament to how well these teams are shutting each other down. And of course, the Zukas have kind of been a key part of that. Zuka and the Pencil have just been shutting down the Rainmaker at the corner. Or either in mid or like at the corner of the plats there. Lemon not able to get any sneaky business off this time. Now PETA's moving up. They try and find one pick. The tent is going to shut it down. Goose is able to find one pick, looking for a second, but that is the checkpoint to Perception Check. This is their first big lead of the game. The Zuka gets a very nice pick, and now WC is looking for an opportunity of their own. A trade comes in off of that jump, and the tent is going to be moving on forward, looking for a pick, but that's going to be yet another shutdown by, I believe, the Zuka just at the checkpoint.
Zuka very good at getting those last moment shutdowns that you need. Stamper attempting to move forward. They're not able to find much. This is going to be the checkpoint falling. They will technically not have lead. The pencil is up, but they're going to be able to get this pop, and they just need to get any points on the board, and with the tent they should be able to, and that is a lead switch by 1 point.
Just barely. How did I not kill you, Tortilla?
The pedestal.
That's wild. But yeah, now this game is getting interesting because you only need to just get it past the corner there, and that's really not that hard. Both these teams have been playing defense from far behind that because they've been waiting on the checkpoints in that entire meantime. Neither of these teams wants to go multiple members down, just like WC just did. Or, yeah, just like WC just did, because this is such a tight game. You can't afford to give away that extra lead. You want to be able to win by just taking that one extra point on the board, and now that's a big opportunity. Goose finds a pick, looking to move up. They can move the Rainmaker behind the tent shield, but the Rainmaker is going left this time, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, it's going over the bridge. Are they going to make it? They dodged the Zuka shot, and now the Rainmaker gets those extra points on the board. 30 seconds remain. Debussy takes a bigger lead and gives an even bigger lead. My God,
yeah.
Lemon yet again diving with that Rainmaker, and Perception Check has the pressure on now.
They do. It's going to be a really hard push to make. Their Stamper overextending a bit. Not enough other players moving around with them to be able to do a move like that. Can't push just on your own, but they are trying to make it happen. Going out through that left side, that kid popping this Ink Chip to help get control of mid. Cooler's out on the side of Debussy, which should allow some forward momentum here. Zuka coming out, gonna help shut things down, but no, Goose gets shut down with another Zuka. But what I'm going to assume was a Zuka shot ended that push. I don't have any evidence, but it's a safe assumption.
It's always a Zuka shot. When is it anything else?
Sometimes it's a crab tank.
Sometimes it is a Kraken.
Or a Kraken. Crab tank, Kraken. There's a few specials that end the game pretty quick. If it's tower control, it could even be trip strikes.
True. It was tripped strikes last set, but yeah, what a tight game. That is gonna be now Debussy up 2-0, and yet again we see like Lemon on that left side moving in. The Rabbit seemed to end up working pretty well for Perception Check.
Yeah,
it was able to slow down the momentum a lot, but Perception Check just was not able to really move forward very much. We saw Goose doing a nice job locking down the sides with that tent shield, and we saw Tortilla hitting a lot of those important Zuka shots as well. So Perception Check really needs to find a way through, because it feels like whenever Perception Check just slips a little bit, WC just shuts down their pushes, and you know, there hasn't been an opportunity where Perception Check just had a big opportunity.
No, Debussy has been doing a great job at just completely preventing that from happening. I mean, they've just got a QR wiper that they make sure gets a jump in. And it's, you know, if you don't fully wipe them out, the wiper is just going to be there in your face, breaking your ankles again. They're out for blood.
They certainly are. And, you know, in order to kind of deal with that breakneck aggression, they may need a bit of a comp change. But, yeah, we do see a little bit more aggro, something that can shoot down the torpedoes, while we actually see a range blaster instead of that tent coming out on tower control. So interesting different switch up coming out on both sides here. Will the extra shooter and Zuka be able to help Perception Check be aggressive and shut down that wiper? Only time will tell, but Lemon is going to do a lot of work nonetheless. Yes. Already 2 picks, breaking it wide open for Debussy.
Not quite wide open, though, as Zukas came out and caused chaos of their own. We are seeing double Zuka now out of Perception Check. Not to say Zuka out of Debussy won't do anything. It still will. Endless Zukas.
It's just, you can't ever convince yourself that there isn't going to be a Zuka, because the moment you stop thinking there's going to be a Zuka and you just like take one step forward, that's when it hits you.
It is.
Like, you kind of just need to like assume there's going to be a Zuka and just keep moving at all times. But look at this. We actually see Perception Check just winning the battle of attrition in mid, and now it's actually wide open in their favor. That's going to be the first check going in the favor of Perception Check. PETA in the enemy spawn trying to find a pick with that Zipcaster. It runs out just before they're able to find anything. So nothing coming off of that, but now the tower's going to make its way through the court looking towards that next checkpoint. The push does end up dying in the process, but a big opening coming out from Perception Check here.
Yeah, great job on their part to really clean that up. Getting those first checkpoints getting that first checkpoint is rough on this map, and the second one even harder. So we're going to see how they manage to hold this down. The thing is, if you get that second checkpoint, that is more or less the game. You usually will just steamroll to a KO after that.
Yeah, that second checkpoint is very important because it lets you get up into the top right, the top left coming out of your spawn. If you're able to get a team member up there, you can kind of just get in between the spawn and the tower and stop enemies from getting there. Now, Yoshiro looking for an opportunity on the tower. There's too many people. Where do you aim in between all of them and hit none of them? Not able to get a pick, but that does slow the tower, and that means that Debussy isn't going to be able to get that checkpoint because the rest of the team was able to get back in time. Now, Peta on that Stamper looking for a way in. There's the entire team targeting Peta, turning around, and that is going to hopefully let Perception Check take advantage of it, but not really because Lemon and I believe Goose were able to just get some nice picks in the middle of the map, catch Perception Check kind of scrambling, and that is going to give WC back some room on the map, hoping to get back the leads that they've had throughout the rest of the set so far.
Yeah, they're going to be looking to just clean this setup, get a 3-0, but they need to clear this checkpoint first. And it seems like they might be able to with so few specials anywhere near online on the side of Perception Check. Lemon, once again, just able to play cleanup, able to find the picks, able to accomplish what they need. Goose doing a great job on that range, just applying a ton of pressure from angles people can't do much about. And now Azuka, doing Azuka things, as shot players love to do.
That angle was just absolutely incredible. As soon as I saw Tortilla there and saw the two other members on the map, I'm like, oh no, it's so over. That tower moves all the way to 4. Huge push for WC. That's going to grab them back the lead. The pressure is back on Perception Check. Now, Peta's able to find a trade out of that situation. But, of course, WC is going to need to get into Perception Check's going to need to get into WC's spawn if they want to win this game again. 4, you just need a knockout in order to get back that lead. The tower moving to that first checkpoint. There's a member down on WC. The specials are ready. Here's the Zipcaster. Peta looking for an opportunity on the left side, but everybody knows Peta's going that way. Peta's been doing that the whole game. They find a pick before they use it. Here they go into that top left. That's 2 members down. That's a WC. Peta finds a pick on the Snipe Rider. That's absolutely massive. Lemon 27 is on that left side. Now the tower is at that checkpoint. A member of Perception Check gets into that top on the high ground. The tower is going to get slowed down. Now members of Perception Check struggling for the tower. They end up getting turned around trying to get the tower through that checkpoint. They get taken out in the process. Nice stop from WC. That is going to be a shutdown, and now 20 seconds left. They have mid-control. Perception Check looking to get back in for one last opportunity.
Yeah, definitely one of those moments where the speed of the tower is what limited Perception Check's push there. Very different mode than a Rainmaker or a Clam Blitz, which I think is typically more what these players would want, where they get to control their pace. But Debussy just getting maps and modes that work wonderfully for them and able to play the pace of the slowly moving zone.
Really nice job. We saw a lot of like patience coming out from WC through that map. We saw them just a little bit struggling to get into the court, but we saw like Peta in particular eyeing up the like top left, trying to push it repeatedly. They were able to get some value out of they were able to get some value out of it there, but not quite enough. Not quite enough. Just Perception Check was able to pardon me, I need to catch my breath a little bit.
But Perception Check able to clean that up. Not able to clean that up. Debussy able to find the way to push them out of there, taking this set 3-0 and really just showing what they're made of. Perception Check definitely a team of very strong players, very comfortable players that are able to do a lot. Not often you see that kid able to get shut down like that. Usually a player that is everywhere on the map all at once. And in this case was not able to do that. Typically a player I associate with getting behind enemy lines that we never really saw on a flank at all this set.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult to try and like get behind a team that is putting a lot of pressure on you, especially like the wiper that we saw come out from Lemon. When they're kind of rushing you trying to get behind them does not really help much. You end up targeting one person while the like objective and the rest of the team is moving hard at you. But Props to WC. Perception check looked pretty strong. Not quite able to take it though. And I'm hoping we get to see WC
Mhm.
again because I'd like to see some more aggressive Wiper action.
Yes.
I feel like Wiper we haven't seen all that much recently, which is
Mhm.
maybe a little bit. I wouldn't say it's odd, but
It's
it's
too bad.
we've been seeing it less recently. It's pretty much always shot, right? Every aggro, like
Every
when someone
aggro.
says we need an aggro, it means we need vanilla splatter shot.
And to be
So
fair, skirmishers in general just haven't been seeing nearly as much play. We haven't been seeing really any of them. Even V Dually, which
mm,
had been seeing a decent bit of play, isn't seeing as much as it was, just because not V Stamper, Neo Stamper has Crab now. So we just can have mid range the comp, which is great and interesting in its own way. But it means we do see less things like Wipers and Tetras and most dualies, kind of in general, just out there causing chaos. And brushes also. We don't see as many of your like traditional skirmish weapons, which is always too bad. I like when they come out. I think they are very fun, and I like watching people get their ankles broken by things like Wiper.
I think it can definitely be pretty fun. I'm actually surprised we didn't last set see dualies come out of like Storm. I feel like we've been seeing significantly less Crab
Yeah.
recently, even though Crab has been pretty solid, and I don't think it really has gotten worse per se. It's just like when you have to choose between like Crab and Zuka just explicitly beats Crab,
It do- they
you don't really have like as much of a reason to pick uh the crab itself, even though crab I think can have a lot of value. I think the crab
yeah.
is definitely useful for stopping people from like dropping, which
Hmm.
a lot of short range weapons probably want to do. But when you kind of group up mid range or group up weapons that have Zuka and can attack from a long distance,
It is
uh,
less practical.
yeah, agreed.
I still think it definitely has its purposes. I especially like it on Stamper. I think I personally like it in a comp more than Zipcaster, but that is very much a personal preference thing. It is. I enjoy Crab a lot. I think it is really good in defensive positions, something that teams don't usually have as many tools for these days, other than throw their bodies at it with cooler and hope for the best.
Yeah, interestingly, like the kind of prevalence of cooler is making it so like the very committal like displacement specials like crab are probably just less useful because if you can win a fight 50% of the time, like and you can take it twice,
Yeah,
it's like crab is just I don't know, probably not worth it as much.
yeah, it's just one of the things I've found really interesting so far in Splatoon 3 is just that there is a lack of displacement specials being used. Not in a negative way. They're just not seeing nearly the use they have in previous games. We are seeing trip strikes some, which are on some level displacement. They're more just well, I guess they are displacement. They're interesting to me. Um but I'd love to see more whale coming out. I genuinely think whale helps teams get in very nicely right now. I think it is being underutilized. I don't have a bias towards whale at all, though, for sure.
I would like to see less whale. I would not like to see whale ever again, please and thank you.
No, no, no.
uh
We need more V52 fusion. We need everyone to have a V52. We
no,
need to go back to wall 52 meta.
give me anything except 52.
What? You don't want K52 back?
I think I'm okay. We've already. Hey, Gluga just got buffed. Why don't we make Gluga good?
I would like to see. I am surprised that we don't see more vanilla Gluga right now because Booyah's good, Wall is good, Gluga's good, and the new Gluga kit is also very interesting and fun. It's a little more risky, a little more QR focused, but I'm very intrigued by it.
Like, do you see what I mean in that like vanilla Gluga? It's like it should be really good. It's
It
a
should.
booyah, but it's like a booyah weapon, but it's not. You know, like the
Yeah.
only booyah weapon that was good is
Machine
machine,
and is
right?
still
Like
good.
it's still good, but like I'm gonna be real. Like the fizzy bomb does like a lot of the heavy lifting
Yeah. Fizzy
for
Bomb
for
does a
that
lot
for
of
the
heavy
kit.
lifting on a lot of weapons.
Yes, it does.
They put it on too many weapons in this game. Why is it on all the weapons? How is there a fizzy bomb weapon nearly every patch? It should be a rare exclusive sub-weapon that's put on just the bad weapons. It should only be on arrow sprays. Why is it on ballpoint? Why'd they give that to Tri-Slosher and ballpoint?
That's the question.
Terrifying. That's a sub-weapon that should only be on bad weapons. Like Torpedo. Except Torpedo can also be on good weapons as a treat for fun and entertainment.
Yippee.
We don't get enough torpedo weapons. I think we should have more torpedo weapons and less fizzy weapons.
This has been brought to you by the Rapid Deco Club.
This has been brought to you by the Kensa Undercover Brella Club.
Okay, yes. Kensa Undercover is pretty funny. I wish that weapon was good, and I wish that
it didn't have splatter color screen.
So I wish that screen was like acceptable in some way, you know?
Yeah,
I think it's a cool idea, and I feel like
I think the new undercover kit is genuinely interesting and fun. I wish I could use it.
Mm-hmm.
I like Torpedo Undercover with QR a lot. You can just make that into a skirmisher that gets your shooters in for free. That's a get your shooters in for free weapon.
Yeah.
And also, it shuts down pencil. That's an anti-pencil weapon.
Mm-hmm. It's definitely an interesting idea.
Yeah.
Recycled Brella too.
Yeah.
I want to see more of. Sorry,
yeah.
What were you saying?
I'll just cope about my undercover anti-pencil propaganda. I'll sit in my corner about it. But it does lurk in the back of my brain. I'm aware it's not a real answer. But my god, it sits there, mocking me. But yeah, the new Brella that I forget the name of still.
Yeah, the recycled one.
Yeah, the recycled one. Definitely also really good at shutting down things like pencil. I am a little surprised we don't see more bubble in response to pencil.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of like what we were talking about with Junior, right? Mm-hmm. Like, Junior's been pretty solid because it matches up well into a lot of stuff. Like, Range Blaster, it's like solid against regular shooters, and it's definitely good against pencil.
Yes.
But, yeah, I don't know. Were you paying attention to the any of the area cups that were going on recently?
Not as much as I should. I do know that juniors have been seeing a great deal of play, though.
Yeah, there was... Well, first there was a comp that was Rapid Deco and Rapid that won a tournament, and then there was another one that was like Rapid Pro Heavy Edit.
Oh, I love
Junior
that.
And something else. Was it? I can't remember what it was exactly, but I know Rapid Pro was kind of hot, and Junior was kind of hot, and
love hearing the heavy edit in there. I am a big heavy edit fan. I think, if you have a way to negate the pencil, heavy edit just shreds. It gets you cooler. It holds space. It can play objective. There's nothing she can't do. Mm-hmm. If there's not a pencil staring at her. If there's a pencil staring at her, she perishes.
Yeah, edit's definitely pretty useful. I think that it definitely has an interesting kind of place in like a backlineless meta, or even like a 2 midline sort of comp with no back. I'm surprised we haven't seen it
We've
a little bit more.
We saw it in the most recent Sendo queue on Flounder Heights specifically. Because I think people just don't like playing pencil there, which is very understandable. It doesn't feel as comfy there. I am a big heavy edit supporter. I think if you can negate the enemy team's pencil, heavy edit gets to run around so freely that, yeah, it's just gorgeous in a midline high speed comp. It can lay down paint for everyone. It can handle itself in a fight. It can run so fast. It's very interesting.
Burr, go Burr.
Why can it move like that? Why does it just get so much more mobility than even Mini? It's
the same mobility as Mini, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, okay. I feel like it can jump on blocks better, but that might just be my imagination.
Maybe.
It just has no right to have that much mobility with the range and kill power it has.
I think the Splatlings can normally, they jump it just as high, but Pencil, I know in particular also jumps as high as like
Yeah.
mini and stuff.
Well, it can while it's charging is its big thing. Like you can jump onto the
Oh,
short
yeah.
blocks even while you're charging with it, unlike the other Splatlings.
Got it. Okay. See, I'm not a Splatling aficionado, so I'm not even thinking about while it's charging.
Yeah. While it's
Good
not
point.
charging, yeah. It all of them have great mobility while they're not. Other
Or I
than
mean,
Hydra.
while they're shooting, I guess I was usually
Yeah.
thinking.
Yeah, but it can do a lot more while it's charging than some other Splatlings, which is neat to see. Yeah, I think there's a lot of I think Heavy Edit has a lot of good space to play with. I think it is, if you're going to run backline lists, generally a better option than Zap with how midline focused the meta is right now. Just because I think it enables midlines better than Zap enables midlines.
Yeah, I think so as well. You know, I think like, you know, has Zap been falling off a little bit?
I think Zap might finally be falling off a little bit.
Like, I feel like I have seen it less. I mean, it's because pencils everywhere and you don't want to run both. But like,
no.
I feel like even then, people are not using Zap as much as they have in the
There are
past.
other
And, like when people
options.
are like, okay, we're trying a comp with like Zap Junior, like, you know, they're like putting a bunch of weapons that don't kill together, and they're like, huh, you know, Zap doesn't actually quite do the job.
No.
You know,
It
which I
doesn't
think we haven't really seen in
a long
too much in
time.
the past. Yeah, it's been a little bit.
Since H3 was meta in Splatoon 2, probably.
Oh my god. There's so many weapons that I just forget are in this game.
H3 sure doesn't get to do anything. And won't, because Zap and Heavy Edit are in the game.
Yeah.
You want a midline cooler? Heavy Edit's a better pick. You want a shooter-esque cooler? Zap's probably a better pick. That is more forgiving to play and will offer you kindness if you miss. Completely unlike H3. H3 just wants to punish you for making a mistake. Which is too bad, because it's a cool weapon that makes a great sound when you hit your directs.
Yeah, it does. I'm kind
Unparalleled sound.
True. It is a very nice sound. I love when they give all the weapons unique sounds for for their kills. But yeah, like there's so many weapons that just there's like H3, there's Pro, there's
L3s.
Yeah, the L3s. There's well, Bamboo has seen a little bit of light, but once the second kit comes out, I imagine we'll see it more. There's like GooTuber, but I'm gonna be real.
GooTuber can cook. Why did they give it Torpedo Missile? Nobody's cooked with that. You could cook with that.
Power cooked with it at Big House last year, or was it like a year and a half ago? But that was the last. That was the last anyone cooked with it.
But you could cook with it. Should you cook with it? No. But could you? Probably. Missiles are still a perfectly fine special that work really well to displace, and I'm a little surprised we don't see more of them in retaliation to Pencil, pretty genuinely, because Pencil wouldn't like Missile at it.
Yeah. I mean, once they changed the damage of like indirect hit from Missile, it's no longer like nearly as threatening.
No. But it's still enough to displace the charger.
Like how big a difference it has made.
Yeah. Which is also good, because if I ever have to see double missile again, I'll cry. Nobody should subject anyone to double missile ever again, is my firm belief. I don't miss that meta. I don't miss it back then. I don't miss 2 missiles in an armor and a ray or booyah. But I am.
I miss having more displacement specials.
I miss the displacement specials. I don't miss the missiles.
Yeah. Like I like the idea of missiles. I don't exactly love playing Toho.
Yeah, I also don't love commentate. Like, I never minded playing in the double missile meta as much as I minded commentating the double missile meta, because it was just, oh, we're literally just gonna paint now for 30 seconds. Okay. The opening of each game is just, that's still commentator chatting time. That's still commentator chatting time for 15 to 30 seconds, depending on how fast they are at getting their specials.
Yeah.
And then they'll use a missile, they'll use an armor, they'll use another missile, they'll use their fourth special, or they'll save their fourth special for defense. Wow.
God, what was it? I think one of the Nintendo tournaments at the end of Splat 2, there was like, was it? It wasn't the World Championships. What was it? Like, I don't remember. It was some big streamed Nintendo tournament that you might have been commentating. I don't remember.
No, I didn't commentate for Nintendo until the one time in Splatoon 3 where I got triple crab in a machine.
But yeah, I remember the spec cam just started on like ice.
Oh
and
no!
It was ice on vanilla jet squelcher, and it was like he gets missiles in like 12 seconds, and then he gets missiles again, and the camera does not move from him.
Yeah, I mean that's what happened. That's what autocam was in Splatoon 2. It was the missile farm machine. Once that became the thing, and remember that missiles were bad at one point. Do you remember that?
Yeah, they weren't good until like a while into the game,
and then they just never got nerfed in a way that mattered.
You
what
will
else?
Never kill me in a way that matters.
They never killed Stingray in a way that mattered either. Just like fungus. Just like mushrooms.
Hey, it was never alive, so you can't really kill it. It was always an undead scourge.
Exactly. I say as a Stingray lover who mildly misses Stingray and is aware that that's a bad opinion. It was just kind of, I liked using it. Selfishly, I found it fun.
It's pretty fun to like try and use and like predict which way people are gonna go, but
they made Thermal Ink stop working with it. That was good. They stopped letting that work together.
Oh god.
Port Mackerel was funny. You could run so many rays on Port Mackerel.
We should go back to the day where Stingray was tiny, and it also didn't let you go into swim form. No. At the start of Splatoon 2, where it sucked so bad, you couldn't swim with it. You got stuck in place, and it didn't become big. So it was just like a kill yourself button.
Yeah, it was the worst special in the game that got made into the special that could never be nerfed enough to be bad.
Yeah. Dang.
Oh, Splatoon 2. You had so many problems. You were fun though. Just like Splatoon 3. Has so many problems, and it's still fun. I
mean, since you commentated it, do you ever just like go back to those sets and be like, wow, 3 Splash-O-Matics in a machine. I'm going to cry.
I did feel like I was going to cry in that moment. It was like, wow, this is my chance to commentate for Nintendo themselves. And then 9 had internet problems during that set. I brought cursed energy on accident. My bad. I bring bad luck with me. But it was very fun to get to do. I had a blast with it. It was such a unique and special experience that I treasure deeply. My god, I wish I hadn't had to commentate Triple Crown.
I mean, all things considered, the metas that we're going through now are significantly healthier, even though Pencil's a little bit omnipresent.
Hey, Fusion, thank you for being the first other person to say that opinion that I've heard in a long time. It's pretty good right now. You can play a lot of things right now, and it'll be okay. You might need a pencil. Sorry about that. You don't need double splash. I don't know. You don't need double splash in a machine. It could be worse out here. They could make it worse. We could be playing on vanilla launch game of Mincemeat on Rainmaker on a Nintendo stream. I don't know. There could be 3 crabs and an anchoring machine on Flounder Height zones. We could make it worse. That's my stance.
All right. Well, we're finally here.
Yes.
We've got winners semis. We got Project R.A.T versus Fruittella. Interesting. We got Wug, Banelands, Tamako, Azurai, Tobayero, and T-Dyna versus Crowny, Punchy, Slurpcat, Andrew, and Trey. There's so many names here I'm familiar with, but I don't know what weapons they play.
Yeah, but I'm in a very similar boat.
Project R.A.T just beat blah blah blah, which is the cool. Pelu IPS Kara team. So
it's an upsets kind of day.
Yeah, they're coming off a big win.
Yeah, they should be proud of themselves for that one. I just want to whenever I just like the funniest thing you can do in Splatoon to me is just have your name be a person name without any extra words. So like Trey, that's the funniest thing in the world to me.
It's
Andrew,
always the players.
Also up there.
It's always the players with just like their actual names as names that are really good at the game.
Brian, yeah, can't go wrong with Brian.
But we're going to see Crab Leg for the first time today. A really big map that, wouldn't you know it, Pencil is good on.
It is one of Pencil's best maps. The other day, Neon Whale actually, I was commentating over two teams that both run Pencil a decent bit of the time, or run Chargers in general. It's a good Charger map in general. Both of them switched to Heavy Edit for it, and I was like, what are you doing here? This is on Crab Leg Capital Zones. You go to Heavy Edit over Chargers. Fascinating. I want to study you.
I think I've seen some players do that as well. You know, sometimes it's just like a feel thing, because like pencil's like great and all, but like Pencil doesn't like run up at things.
No,
and
but
things,
you can't just
like
sit on the grates in
in
mid and hit the entire map.
That's true.
You don't need to run up on
Pretty good
things.
at
You
that.
got your other players for that. You can sit in mid, give free jumps, get free cooler, and hit the entire map. I don't know. It was just interesting to me because there were also E-Leader players. And like, if there's ever a place to play E-Leader at this point, since we don't run Mincemeat usually, Crab Leg Capital probably is the place.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you can hit the... Well, or Museum. Museum is also a good place for E-Leader. That's been true since Splatoon 1, though.
But yeah, I mean, now that like E-Leader has Beacon, I feel like just huge maps with like big differences in high grounds like Crab Leg can be even better for things like Leader, just because you're able to get beacons in hard to reach areas, which you know, sometimes the positions, like I don't know if Leader would want to be on left nearly as much if it didn't have beacons, or there's just a lot of different positions that you can be because it helps your team get jumps back in, especially when you have a button that can defend yourself. Like
the stay alive button.
Why wouldn't you want to? Yeah, staying alive, pretty important.
The stay alive button is very strong and very intimidating.
BG's taught us
Good
that.
for them. But let's get into this. Let's see what kind of weapons we're gonna see. We are gonna see a heavy edit. It's Clam Blitz. We are going to see some Kraken Cheese. We're also going to see some Bubble Cheese. That is what I would expect out of Wug. If Wug wasn't running a junior, I'd be a little surprised. But we are also seeing the Crab Stamper that I like so much. My silly crab is on both sides.
Crab, very important, I'd say, on this map. Just
like it's
a
in the
surefire way to get in, you know. But already, like, seems to be a lot of early trades going on. Andy trying to help lock down this left side. Azurai sharking on the right. Do they know? They barely know. And Azurai is able to take advantage of that, finds a nice pick. Andy's going to have to back off in this situation. Now we can see that the Stamper has eyes on this position. Andy trying to survive. They know they can't give this up to the Stamper because this is prime Crab territory. Andy is not able to find the pick in mid, gets a lot of hits. They're going to be forced to back out there. And now Project R.A.T is going to be able to gain a lot of ground in mid.
Yeah, but Trey's able to hold on to that area, now popping Kraken, causing chaos. Really quick way to shut down a push through a ramp is to put your Kraken on a ramp, it turns out. We've seen that a few times today. It's very effective, and then because it's a 96 Gal, it has that wall and can just hold that space. They do keep giving the Gal weapons walls. Good for them.
That's kind of their thing.
It didn't need to be. They didn't need that to be good, is the thing. Really great push-up here from Fruittella. They don't have enough clams to do a ton with it right now. They're about to be able to make a power potentially, but they might have been a little too slow on the uptake there, and it's just the heavy edit left up.
Yeah, kind of putting their counting their eggs before they hatch, moving up into the enemy spawn before they even have 5 clams on board. That means moving up is not going to get them much out of it. Now, Banelands is in a very good spot. They have the crab in that top left, trying to open the way for Project Rat, but while that's all happening, Slurp is in mid. That's going to be a couple picks coming out. That's going to let Fruittella get back into the map. Now, Project Rat's going to be forced to back off. They still have that power clam, which is going to give them that passive special charge. Slurp already moving up aggressively into their spawn, not able to find a pick, and now there's too many bombs. They get taken out, and Fruittella is just going to continue the aggression here despite a few trades going out in mid. If those are, they tricked me into thinking that was Super Chump somehow, because
yeah,
I was like,
landed.
this is weird. There's 2 jumps about like 3 feet apart.
That must be Super Chumps.
Anyway.
That's the only thing that could be. But yeah, one thing I will give Project Rat here is, my god, they do have sub-weapons. Something we don't see teams have a ton of generally these days. You don't see a ton of lethals very often anymore. Lethals, still very good. Slurp able to find that trade though, and that is a good trade to be able to find. Both of these teams just doing a great job at finding their trades, but not finding their space to move forward.
Yeah, it's very difficult to move in all the way on this map unless you're able to really take control of those grates. Both teams have kind of been vying for it here, but they've not been able to do so just yet. Andy knows they're in an important spot and are just doing their best to try and stay alive. Now the crab's going to come out from Punchy. That's going to be 1 pick in mid. Azurize is in a really awkward spot. They're going to end up jumping out. There's a lot of clams online for Fruittella, but still, Rat has the top right locked down. That could change. Fruittella needs to take control of that if they want to move forward. They're just playing so patiently, waiting for that Kraken, because it seems like they're just going to go for it at this point.
They are on the alpha team. In theory, they could also just stall it out for forever. I'm glad that's not what they're going for. I'm glad they're going for crack and cheese instead. A sentence I never think I'll say. But anything's better than 8 minutes of stall.
I guess so. I've seen enough mincemeat clamblets to know how that feels.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, what a map mode. Crablet Capital, more pushable than mincemeat clams. A low bar to set, but an important one.
Part of an edible breakfast.
Important to have an edible breakfast. You don't want to have an inedible breakfast. Not ideal.
True. Yeah, we usually like the maps to be playable in some way. It's going to be very difficult for Fruittella to get back in, but Project Rat now has the pressure on them. They're going to need to get 2 power clams and an extra clam into the basket if they want to win this game, and that's going to be difficult. They don't have a Kraken. They're going to likely need to rely on the Zukas and the crab coming out. Andy is what stands between them and this top left. They're in an awkward spot. They get taken out. Now Banelands is in that top right position. They don't have the crab online just yet, but this is a very good spot. Banelands moving up on that right side. There's a lot of skirmishing going on. The strikes are going to stall the push even more. There's 2 power clams online for Project Rat. And now the the push is going to come into mid, but they all end up moving straight into that 96 gal as well. While Trey's going to shut them down. Fruittella is going to take that first game.
Yeah, really great gameplay there out of Fruittella. Playing off of that Kraken, playing for control, doing a great job of doing both of those things. Admittedly, Kraken cheese does work. Hate that about it, but my god, it does work.
Yeah. It's especially valuable when it's difficult to move in on a map like this or ship shape or whatnot. So
Umami, I've seen it do a lot on Umami.
Oh yeah, Umami. They have such narrow choke points. Like you see that ramp there, it's so hard to move up that. The ramp to the basket on Umami, the ramp on Inkblot. It's just all of these death traps suddenly stop being as important.
You want to know where it wouldn't work? Just to bring up a map that we don't use. Mincemeat. Crack and cheese. Even crack and cheese can't get you a push on mincemeat easily. You have to make a hard jump.
No, they changed that actually. Mincemeat
Oh.
clams is different now, right?
Oh no.
There's a
You can
ramp.
crack and cheese
There's a
it?
ramp up the
Oh
right side now
no! There
after
could
the
have been one
change.
crack and cheese free map and they denied it? They got rid of the one crack and cheese free map?
Honestly, I'd rather just put me out of my misery and ends the game, even if I don't win.
No, you're right. That is the right opinion. But we could have had crack and cheese free mincemeat.
We could have.
Not that we ever would have used it. We're still never going to use it. I actually think mincemeat zones could be playable now, and that's a bad take on my part, and I'm aware of that. But I think it's way less bad. It's not good, but it's way less bad.
That's true. I feel like the you were talking about mincemeat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry. I'm just making sure I didn't absolutely like space out.
You're so
But,
valid.
yeah, since they added like the paintable block in the middle of mincemeat, like so you could swim up the mid onto the grates on like Rainmaker or zones.
Mm-hmm. It's better.
It's significantly better because
Is it a
like the
good
Rainmaker
map?
was like so difficult to even get to in the
Yeah.
past.
Look, am I arguing that it's good and we should use it all the time? No. Am I arguing that teams should maybe counterpick it sometimes for funsies? Yeah.
No.
I will. I'll argue it. I like playing it. I'll make the bad argument.
No, that's fine.
I've had the
I
bad map
actually don't
opinions
hate,
for
I don't
forever.
hate it. I don't hate it now that there's that block to get onto
Yeah.
grates and mid.
Well, and I'm not arguing for
Before that,
TC
it felt so
on it.
miserable because
did.
like it's like there was just no option to do anything on that map a lot. It felt like.
Yeah, and Chargers still are too strong there, is the big problem.
Yeah, probably.
But we are seeing the same comp coming out here out of Project R.A.T, similar comp out of Fruittella, changing out for a Dynamo though. Not a weapon we ever get to see. Excited to get to see it. And once again, lots of... Oh, actually, we do see one change coming out of Fruittella, and that is... Not Fruittella, out of Project R.A.T, and that is the T-Tech. We don't see T-Techs very often these days either. Trip strikes are good on tower control, though. Very useful for saying, you're just done pushing, actually. Thank you. Have a great day.
It certainly is useful for that. That's going to be the first checkpoint going to Fruittella here. I've seen Andy pull out the Dynamo on this map before, so not super surprised. It's definitely good at locking down the mid, but trying to move forward with it can be a little bit tricky. But look at that. Trey moving up into that top right. That's already 2 down, and we're already at the final checkpoint. Fruittella looking to lock this game away. They have a Crab. They have a Zuka. They are ready to finish this game. Trey finds one pick, looking for a second. The strikes are going to come in. The Crab's going to end up going down, but Punchy survives the process. Now 2 members down. Project R.A.T slows the tower just a bit, but that is still not enough to stop the push completely. Finally, things are slowing down a bit and Project R.A.T stabilizes.
Yeah, Punchy trying to pull off some shenanigans in the back, managing to not even get a trade out of it, but did slow down the push back into mid, which is always good to do. It gives your teammates more time to set up. Not able to get fully capitalized here, and the Dynamo goes down with the cooler without it coming. Oh no, it did manage to come out, but it's not in an easy position for their teammates to safely get with the Stamper set up there.
Certainly is going to be a little bit difficult for them to move forward a little more. That's going to likely be the first checkpoint for R.A.T. Andy trying to get onto that high ground. They abandoned the tower for a bit there. Okay, there they go. They grabbed the checkpoint. Now, how are they going to deal with that Dynamo? Gravity, of course. Andy falls to their death, and that what was a good position ends up kind of working against them there. Now it's going to be difficult for Fruittella to really defend... for Fruittella to really like defend here. They're trying to fight uphill against like the bubbles and against pretty much the entirety of Project R.A.T, but nonetheless Punchy makes their way into the bubble and finds a pick. Nice work from them, and they're gonna grab back quite a bit of mid.
Yeah, and they should be able to get some forward momentum here. They lay some hate down on the ground, they get their jumps in, they have trip strikes out to just help them hold this top area that's so important. If you can get a slosher set up here, it is a nightmare to get them out of it. Not as much of a nightmare as a wall weapon would be. I would almost rather see a 96 gal deco just set up there. Just unmovable. But this still works great. Punchy in an incredible crab spot. We don't see as much of this map as we used to, but it is a really good crab map while you're pushing in tower.
Yeah. No checkpoints in the way. They just need a couple extra points on the board. Here comes the tower, rolling all the way to the goal. Fruittella is going to take yet another game and just puts them a single game away from winners finals.
Yeah, really great job there. They seemed very confident, they seemed very comfortable, and they seem like they're in good form and good spirits, being able to just play so cleanly like that, get their specials set up where they want, and get their players where they need them to be.
Yeah, ended up working out for them. We can kind of see the aggression that came out from like Trey and Slurp just getting up into this position like in the window, and that's kind of what allows the tower to move up behind them. Nice job. We see Punchy on the crab as well, just leading the way, and there was just nowhere for Project Rat to go. Even the Zuka was not able to find the picks that they needed, especially against the crab. So great work to Fruittella. They're hoping to steal it away on game 3.
You know, it's always hard to find the reverse sweep. Project Rat going to be in a rough situation here. They do have a junior, and if there's a mode to have a junior on, it is zones. And Zones Haggle,
absolutely true.
Zones Haggle is a good map to have really high paint on. You have safe corners you can paint around. Whatever happened to Wahoo Zones? Sorry, this is off topic. I just realized that I haven't seen Wahoo Zones in approximately 12 years. And Junior could be funny there.
It can be pretty funny. Yeah, I haven't seen Wahoo in a bit either. I've kind of lost a little bit of love for Wahoo as time has gone on. It's just like, I don't know.
It could be an interesting...
The whole area around mid is just, it's so flat.
It is.
I don't like flat.
Yeah, there's a reason. I mean, it was the missiles map, TM.
Yeah, it was.
I think it would be an interesting counter pick for teams to use sometimes, if it's ever in map pools, but it's not really ever in map pools anymore, is it?
I've seen it in Sendoku a decent bit, but it really isn't in map pools much. I feel like there's plenty of like decent Splat Zones maps, and I think we just tend not to see it much as a result.
Which is
I feel like
fair.
You know, I want to see more like funky Clamblitz maps and whatnot, stuff that maps that we don't see. Yeah, maps that we don't see all that many like amazing maps for, but that's kind of unrelated. We've got a game 3 where Fruittella is looking to put this game away. Put the set away.
I like seeing Andy back on that heavy edit. Definitely a good, comfy Splatling map. One of the first maps we saw Splatling used on in general. I believe in one of the earliest tournaments, we saw Vanilla Heavy come out here from a top team. I believe it was Ice or Q playing it. It's been long enough now that I'm no longer sure which. But it is a map that we've seen Splatlings on since the start. It is also a map that we have seen Vacuums on, but only at the start. Fruittella just getting a very clean opening here, knowing what they're about. They didn't care about getting first claim of the map. They care about getting the long-term hold, and it seems like they're going to be able to set that up with Andy set up by the 10. That's a rough place to have to push a Splatling out of.
Yeah, it definitely is. And they're still, holding that bottom left, creating a lot of difficulties for Project Rat to get back in the map. Punchy, I don't know how they're surviving so much in the crab. They're having the entire kitchen sink thrown at them, and nonetheless they are surviving. The junior in the zone, the bubble is kind of giving them a little bit of a safe zone, but also they're not able to move forward and cap the zone on their own. Finally, the zone gets flipped, but... still, Fruittella is up and kicking. Multiple members alive. Azurai on the flank finds one. The other jumps out. So now Project Rat gets back that zone. They're going to be able to start a nice cap of their own.
Yeah, they should be in a decent situation to hold. The Zuka coming out maybe a bit early. Maybe wanted to hold on to that a little bit longer, especially since Fruittella's coming in with a lot of specials to burn. Zuka out, Trip Strikes out, Crab out, Cooler out. They have burned all of them to try and get this zone back, and they haven't quite managed to flip it. But they do have 2 players down and should be able to probably flip it here, but maybe not, as Azurai looks to cause some chaos, and that's a lead switch despite Fruittella burning all of their specials.
Yeah, and now Project Rat continuing to hold the zone. We see the members of Rat are kind of stuck over on that left side. Here they come back towards the zone. Andy on that flank with the edit is going to be able to find a pick, and that's going to help Fruittella pinch, get back in the zone. Wug gets out alive. but there is a crab on Fruittella to try and continue the hold. They're not going to be able to get it up onto the tent or anywhere aggressive, and that pick is going to make things a little bit easier for Project R.A.T to get in, if not for the Zuka from Trey. Still, the trades are going back and forth, and it seems like neither of these teams is able to really get a clean push in. The Zukas come flying. There's 2 Zukas. The strikes on the other side come out. The bubble comes out as well. The zone gets flipped. Only a single point away from taking the lead. Fruittella not able to get it, and that is going to be a cap for Project R.A.T. So now, with only 2 minutes left in the game, Project R.A.T not able to hold it anymore. They get wiped out, and this is looking a little scary.
Yeah, Fruittella definitely in the positions they want to be in now. Andy set up on that tent. Terrifying place to have to move a heavy edit out of. Crab Tank now also there. Punchy able to just control the map with that. You get a Splatling, you get an Explode, you get a shield. Hard to go wrong with a Crab Tank. Andy doing a good job there, surviving that Zuka, backing off very nicely. Lead has switched into their favor. Trip Strikes did come out here, allowing them to just get a little bit of extra paint down. There is a Stamper just in places as Slurp is playing cleanup. Can't tell whose spawn is whose at the moment. It's a little bit messy. Slurp having to try and paint the zone as a Splatling, going for the pick instead, waiting for their teammates to help them paint, it seems like. There they go.
Here they go indeed. Fruittella looking to finish things off. The time is ticking. Tomakel trying to get to the zone. They're not able to grab it. Fruittella is going to 3-0 this set convincingly against Project R.A.T, and that is going to secure them a spot in the finals, or winners finals, which is huge for them. Coming off as the 6th seed, they're going to be up against either Duck Motif or Debussy, which are both tied at 1-1 right now. So props to Fruittella, just looking very strong throughout the set so far, working with that heavy edit, which you're such a fan of. And you know,
it's a great weapon. It's a great weapon when there's not a pencil on the other team. I think it is one of your best cooler option when not having to deal with a pencil.
Yeah. I'm actually surprised to see heavy edit just like on this map in particular, just because this is such a pencil map. And or at least a charger map, just because it's a wide, flat, open area. But making it work without a hitch. So good stuff to them. Project R.A.T are going to be running it back through losers bracket. We'll see how that shapes up.
Yeah, and we are going to take a real quick break, coming back with winners finals with Fruittella versus either Debussy or Duck Motif. We will see you shortly.
Welcome back, everybody, to Proving Grounds number 30. We've got winners finals for you guys. Duck Motif versus Fruittella, who we just saw in the previous round 3-0. Duck Motif just came off a very close 3-2 set against Debussy, but they ended up coming out victorious. I'm joined here by Nox, and we've got a very exciting set ahead of us.
Me too. I'm very interested in seeing how this goes. Fruittella put on a great show last set. Very interested in seeing what they can do against Duck Motif. Duck Motif, very well established, makes it into the playoffs area of most of the big Nintendo tournaments. And when they play in these, they usually go very far and if not win them.
Yeah, they are the first seed today, though. They can kind of play. They can play a wide variety of weapons, though. I expect to see some sort of charger coming out of Bandit, whether that's the pencil or like ZF. Red Shell has the ability to play like brush and whatnot, but I think they've also been just doing like shooters and stuff recently too. And we just saw Fruittella, who were running that interesting like heavy edit comp with like 96 gal and buckets, and so we'll have to see how these teams face off against each other as we are going to Splat Zone's Mako Marts. Not quite the final destination of Splatoon, but one of the most popular zones maps in the game.
Actually, we're going to Rainmaker Museum.
You're right. We did hear that. We're going to Rainmaker Museum.
Charger should be an interesting weapon to have here. Duck Motif's Charger player is good enough that it doesn't really matter what map they're on. They should play a Charger, really. But I'm interested in seeing how Fruittella manages to deal with that, considering that they haven't been running a traditional anchor. They've been running a Dynamo. They've been running a Heavy Edit, which are more mid-liney and can play faster with their other weapons, but will struggle a lot against a Charger.
Yeah, I mean, especially on this map, I would not be surprised at all to see something longer range that can contest the Charger, but I don't know what these teams are comfortable with, because this is definitely a map that favors long range in general, especially Chargers. Maybe even a C leader map. We'll have to see.
It could be a C leader map. Definitely could clear good space, can eat the bombs in front of the Rainmaker, gives you a free push in, you get the beacons to come back to, you have the cooler to work with. You can do a lot with that.
Yeah, you definitely can. I feel like something like Dynamo could certainly do a good job holding down the plat, but you never really know. I'm actually curious to see what Red Shell is going to play throughout this set, because I always enjoy seeing Red Shell's brush, but again, I don't think they've been on it as much recently.
Yeah, with how good Shot is, it's been hard to justify a lot of other aggros.
Yeah, that's certainly true. Yeah, so do you have any expectations or things players you're looking out for throughout the set?
I mean, the main thing I'm looking out for is the interaction between the Heavy Edit and the Charger, depending on what comes out in that regard, just because that's going to be kind of make or break for Fruittella, how they manage to deal with a true Charger being played versus... I like what they've been running. I don't know how you play it into a Charger, is essentially what I'm worried about here. Because Heavy Edit gets shut down so well by E-Leader, by Pencil, by ZF. It just doesn't have the space to move. And they haven't given us a Splatling with a wall yet, which is rude of them. In the other games we got those. Where's my wall Splatling? Heavy Edit second kit surely gets wall, right? They make it unstoppable? Yeah.
It probably does get wall if things go according to plan.
Yeah, but then it won't have cooler. So that's a different problem.
It's okay. It's gonna get like super chump and it'll be fun.
That would be such a fun kit. Would it be the best kit ever? No. Would it be so fun? Yeah.
Oh, heck yeah.
What else could they give it that would be interesting? I mean, there's a lot that you could give Heavy Edit most specials and it would be like, yeah, that's pretty great, actually. I'd love to see it get Whale, but that's because I like Whale too much.
That could be interesting.
Yeah, Wall Whale, kind of more stally, able to hold a lot of space on its own, able to create space for teammates. Still kind of leaning support-esque. I think it would be interesting. I don't think it would be the best thing ever, but I think it would be interesting and usable. And Wall would let it play into chargers better, because right now it cannot play into chargers.
Yeah, I can understand that.
I'd love to be proven wrong here by Fruittella, though. I'd love to see them make it work. I'd love to see a fight back against a charger happen with a Splatling or a Dynamo. They are just sitting ducks for most chargers.
We'll see if that's a recurring motif throughout the set. But yeah. Duck Motif just coming off of a really intense set that I don't know if they anticipated being as close as it was. So maybe Fruittella has a little bit of momentum going in their favor here. We will have to see, though, because Fruittella looked very strong last set. Maybe they won't even need it.
That's true. Maybe they won't. It will be interesting to see what they end up accomplishing. I don't expect to see any huge comp changes out of them. They were running pretty consistently the same stuff. Duck Motif, I expect to see a charger, a shot, a bucket probably, and probably another shooter, because that's what you run these days. That's the comp.
Them's the breaks, pal.
Them's the breaks. Always interesting to see how teams adapt to different things. Rainmaker Museum is definitely a map that requires you to push very fast and very aggressively, especially against a charger, because you need them out of position to do just about anything on it.
Yeah, that's certainly true. We'll see whether or not that charger will be displaced or not. We do see the Octobrush. I'm happy to see that coming out of Red Shell there. We do see the Crab again coming out of Punchy. I think that'll certainly help deal with the charger coming out from Bandit. Something interesting, we have Drift.
Punchy's
Drift
just
on
there.
The squeezer. Yeah, man. Punchy just went out early out of that right side. They find a single pick out of the situation, but it's still a 2v2 in the middle of the map. Slurp finds another pick, and suddenly Duck Motif is actually a little bit behind on paint in the middle of the map. And as I say that, Drift and Bandit combine to take out two members. Andy Sharkin under the Rainmaker, trying to catch the Rainmaker going for that checkpoint, but they're not going to fall victim to that, and Duck Motif gets that jump and gets the checkpoint.
Zuka coming out there, able to cause a lot of chaos. Bandit forced to jump out, but getting that checkpoint within the first minute is always great. Right now we're going to see Fruittella looking to get more paint down on the map, looking to clear more space, looking to find what they can to work with, while Bandit looks to find picks on everybody in mid, and they're just going to be stuck playing around that spinner so carefully.
Yeah, still playing around the... still playing around that spinner in mid, but they're ending up getting grouped on pretty well by Fruittella, who's been doing a nice job just coming from multiple angles at mid. Now the Rainmaker gets grabbed. The Zuka chasing down the Rainmaker from behind. They're not able to find a pick just yet. Punchy eyeing up Bandit, but Bandit is able to come out on top of that situation. And already, Duck Motif, just what looks like a really strong situation for Fruittella. Duck Motif keeps shutting it down and keeps finding themselves on top.
It's one of the advantage of having one of those anchors is you get to just have those consistent ways in. You get to have random picks that just help you break in, because your charger can see across the entire map and just cause absolute havoc. But then again, so can a Crab Tank. Crab Tank able to apply a lot of pressure here, really slowing down this push, able to take out the brush. Zuka coming out, bombs coming out. They're just forcing this Rainmaker back. Red Shell has respawned and picked up that cooler, gonna be aiming to cause some chaos. But both teams just kind of in a standstill right now as the Rainmaker has been forced back to spinner, finally crossing over, getting some good points on the board. A push to 39 is nothing to shake your head at.
Yeah, it certainly isn't a nice push. Drift going for a few extra points. They get it down to 27, and they are the only one who goes down in that process. So now Duck Motif has an opportunity to continue the push here. They seem to just kind of opt to back up. Red Shell on that high ground is going to be hard to displace. They end up falling, and they get a trade out of the situation. But Fruittella is going to end up stabilizing here. They have a bit of a hill to climb ahead of them, but nothing unaccomplishable.
Yeah, nothing unaccomplishable for sure. Definitely, they need to figure out a way to displace Bandit here, though. Not going to be able to move forward without the Charger being out of place. And the Charger able to grab the Rainmaker here. Zuka coming out, trying to deal with it. Not going to be able to find the shot, though. Definitely slowed things down a bit, but that's not going to be enough. Red Shell managing to break in, taking out Andy, but they do get crushed by the Crab Tank.
They get crushed by the Crab Tank. 3 down onto Fruittella. Dr. Motif is going to move that Rainmaker forward. Members of Fruittella are out of position. Bandit has that Rainmaker. Slurps up in that top left, or top right, and is going to try and jump on the Rain, but the timer gets the best of Bandit first. Kaisa trying to find a pick with the Zuka, but that is likely going to be the end of the push for now. It seems like Fruittella is grouping up on the members of Duck Motif by this ramp.
Interesting note on Kaisa is that they are running Haunt on that Squeezer. Not something we see run on Squeezer very often. Definitely interesting to see if they get the pick on the person they have Haunt on, they will get respawn punished, allowing for some pretty interesting Squeezer plays. Oh, it's Thermal? My bad. I had just assumed it was Haunt because that's what made sense to me. My bad.
I mean, I think both of them make sense. I think Haunt's pretty cool, and we should see it a little bit more. But you know, did Red Shell just squish a guy?
Red Shell did just squish a guy. Sometimes you gotta squish a guy if you're on brush.
Sometimes
you get it every once in a while as a special little brush treat. Red Shell doing a great job here of just causing chaos and maintaining space control for their team.
Yeah, they're not able to find a pick on that spinner there. Fruittella still has yet to break the checkpoint. They're going to need to do that soon, or else the specials are going to come flying when they try and do that. Zuka finds a very nice pick. Drift is alone on the checkpoint. They're going to get taken out with a trade. 2 members down on both sides. Fruittella is going to have to pick up that Rain, and they don't get taken out by the Charger at the very start, but Red Shell trying to come behind with that Zipcaster. They can't quite lock down that Rainmaker. They're going to end up recalling. But Bandit seems like they're going to be able to finish off that Rainmaker and clean up the game for Duck Motif.
Yeah, they did a great job there. Red Shell in particular, of just using those suction bombs to just stall out. They knew they didn't need to take huge risks. They knew they didn't need to play too wild. They had a good push. The other team didn't have checkpoint. They felt confident and comfortable, and at one point the suction bomb was able to get a huge double that really did kind of end Fruitella's push where it was. I think there was a decent chance of them finding more space and maybe taking lead if that hadn't happened, but that double right there from the bomb really changed the course of the game.
Yeah, it certainly did. I mean, when you're trying to push, as you're approaching overtime, every little decision just becomes that much more scary. One bomb is the end of it. You only have one shot, so it's you can just apply a lot of pressure just with small things like that. So good stuff.
Yeah, suction bomb's one of the best stalling options in the game. Very consistent, very practical. And now we're going back to TC Sturgeon, apparently something Fruittella must be a fan of.
Yeah, I guess so, because this is where they pulled out the Dynamo last time. Things worked out well for them. I'm hoping we'll see it again here, but Dynamo may have a hard matchup into the Charger. We'll have to see.
Yeah, I mean...
But Andy seemed confident on it to begin with.
Andy definitely did an excellent job on that Dynamo. Definitely a map where that huge hitbox can do a lot of damage. They play a lot of other weapons that do nice damage along with it. The burst bombs from the Splash play really well off of that, I would assume. And Crab Tank goes wild here. This is not a map mode we see a ton of these days. I'm sure is that a little surprising to you also, Fusion? Because at one point it felt like everywhere I looked there was TC Sturgeon, and now it's like, oh, it's been a few months before this since I've seen TC Sturgeon in a tournament.
Yeah, it has been a little bit, which I guess is kind of nice. It can be a kind of snowbally map.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to see it take a bit of a break, but every now and then I don't mind seeing this map, especially if we're going to see some interesting strategies come out on it. So here we go, hopping back in. We've got the Seed Leader this time for the Kraken and Beacons, and that Dynamo is indeed here.
And we are going to be seeing Whale come out here, adding even more displacement, probably just really wanting to make sure that their Dynamo can set up and the Charger can't. Very important to ensure that the Dynamo can move and the Charger is not just getting free shots on them with how slow-moving of a weapon it is. Andy looking to apply some pressure on this left side. Slurp going down to the squeezer. Just a bloodbath in mid right now as Duck Motif is able to play cleanup and start moving forward. Red Shell has that Zipcaster at the ready and looking to probably find the right opportunity to use it.
Yeah, they're looking for a place to use it. I think they want to use it on that top right, but no one's up there just yet, so they don't have too much of a reason to pressure it. Now that they are moving into the street, they're just guarding the tower. Multiple members of Fruittella jumping on that high ground. Octobrush on the high ground nearly gets several picks. They only get one in the process. Duck Motif continuing to move that tower. Still, it is stuck on that left corner there, and Fruittella doing a nice job just kind of slowing it down in the process. So now they're stabilizing a bit, but still they haven't gotten the picks they need to completely smother the push. The tower is now at that final checkpoint. Here comes the Slosher and the Splash-O-Matic trying to pressure the tower. There's 3 picks onto Duck Motif. Slurp looking to finish off the last member. They jump out in time, but nonetheless, Duck Motif with a push to 30 at the start of the game. Very good stuff.
Yeah, looks like they're planning on trying to keep it going or get it back to going here. Trey trying to hold down space with this 52 gal. Not the easiest angle to hold with it, but the Whale coming out able to help them accomplish that. Kraken out here causing some chaos, forcing Trey to have to move into a position they probably don't love. Also doing a great job of really separating teammates. Bandit managing to almost get the jump out, but not quite. Trey gonna try and move in through this right side, looking to find pressure to push onto that squeezer, and Enzap, who just got coolered. So even if you take them down, they won't be gone for long.
Yeah, they certainly have been quick on the respawn here, including those beacons, and Red Shell is able to find a nice pick out of this situation. Fruittella has been on the back foot this game. The Dynamo still locking down the middle of the map, but perhaps not quite as much as you would have expected. With slow weapons like that, it can be hard to deal with people just constantly respawning. And Duck Motif just on the aggression yet again. Here they come over on that right side. Fruittella has the high ground, but Kaisa on the left side is going to be able to use their range and the wall to find a pick. That is just trades going back and forth on either side, but Duck Motif is continually coming up on top.
Duck Motif is doing an excellent job at that. That is the way you can't approach a Dynamo, though. The Zap does not manage to live in that situation. Dynamo does have that huge hitbox, able to find those one-shot picks. Maybe not what it was when it first came out in Splatoon 1, but still a strong weapon in the right hands, and Andy seems to know how to use it. Just hard for it to get set up against a Sea Leader, especially with so many fast weapons playing off of Sea Leader's beacons.
Yeah, and now Fruittella finally seems to have a push going, but of course the leader's going to make it difficult to try and get that checkpoint. Leader tries to is challenged by the crab tank, which was used in order just to try and grab that checkpoint, but nicely done from Drift, who moved in, got the crab tank off tower, and even stops the checkpoint coming out. Andy is going to be able to survive here thanks to using the terrain around him. So now, only a minute and 16 left in the game. Fruittella still is alive and kicking, but Duck Motif is continuously coming up on top of these trade situations. Trey needs to come up big on a flank here.
And looking to, gonna be able to find the brush, but not much else. Splash Ball coming out just a moment too late to protect them from that squeezer. Squeezer Zuka coming out, forcing the Dynamo to back so far. And they are just, right now we're just seeing Duck Motif set up in such a strong position. Even if they don't get more points on the board, there's so little time left in the game. The Kraken comes out, looking to help pressure the tower for just a bit longer, giving them the checkpoint, trying to find Trey, able to hunt them down in that Kraken form. And that is just a really solid push here out of Duck Motif. Even if they can't continue it, they'll be able to set up a strong defense. And it's looking like they have this game in the bag.
Yeah, 20 seconds left. Not over till it's over, but it's 2 members down onto Fruittella. Duck Motif just kind of puppy guarding that tower here, moving it over to the right side, keeping keeping themselves in front of the tower, trying to keep the members of Fruittella away from it. 2 members end up going down. Trey moving towards the tower. They're able to touch it. 2 members still watching the tower. It's just Andy left, and they're going to end up getting camped out. Duck Motif takes yet another game, and now they're just a single game away from grand finals.
Fruittella is putting up a good fight. It is just hard for their comp to play into a charger. They don't have a lot of answers to it. I don't know what you do in their situation to deal with it, because there is not an easy way to deal with that charger for them and the weapons they seem to like.
I mean, I feel like what they're doing with Heavy Edit is on the right track. I think that kind of composition that they're running is definitely doing the right thing, but overall, it's just Fruittella is kind of outpacing them.
Yeah.
I do think like the splash wall that they're running with, especially like this game, the 52, is something that we probably want to keep in mind and see a little bit more if they have another opportunity in this game. But Duck Motif has been kind of lights out so far.
Yeah, Duck Motif has been looking strong. They came off of a close set and went, we don't want another one. We want to steamroll. We want to make this easy. We want to make this breezy. And we want to just go on to grands.
Yeah, they're just trying to finish this as quick and easy as possible. But Fruittella is still looking strong, has an opportunity to knock them down a peg and take a game on Zone's Mako, which I think is a little more in their favor.
Yeah.
It's a little bit less of a Charger-favored map. But you never know. Maybe we'll even see the Dynamo.
This is definitely a map where I could see Dynamo coming out. This is also not really relevant to this set, but this is the one of the few maps where I'm like, you could play a Clash here if you really wanted to.
Clash? What the?
You know, sometimes you think about Clash Blaster as a treat. Not for any practical reasons, just as a treat. You try and cook about it. I have so many little things that I've thought about that I will never use and will never be used by anyone. But I have considered, how would you make Clash Blaster best? And like, Mako Tower? Probably one of the ways.
Honestly, probably. If you remember Splat 2, we saw, I can't remember who the player was, but they were bringing it out on Sturgeon Tower.
Yeah.
If anything feels like that. Yeah, we do see the Dynamo, and an extra shot instead coming out from Fruittella. Well, we see these same kind of same stuff coming out of Duck Motif, sticking with what they're best at, and hopefully running over Fruittella. We'll see what happens.
They are looking to find the steamroll here. Red Shell managing to get the cap on the zone. They've gotten a 3-down situation, just the Dynamo left up. They're going to have to hard back here. Not a lot of Dynamo can do on their own to keep themselves from getting rushed down. Looking to set up... Oh, look at where Bandit is. Bandit really trying to push this forward. Andy managing to crush a couple of them, though. Clearing out that left stack with that Dynamo's huge hitbox. Finally finding some forward momentum. Looks like they might be able to find the cap here with those Zukas. But the trip strikes are coming out. And it's just still impossible for Fruittella to find the cap. I thought they'd have it there, but no, not quite.
Oh, look, they seem to be... Yeah, okay, finally there's the cap, but they're able to take out the Charger in the meantime, which will buy them some time until that range comes back in. That means there's also no trip strikes coming in just yet. The Cooler is online from Drift. Drift trying to move in on that right side while Duck Motif double teams on the left. They get neutral trade out of that situation, but Red Shell trying to move in the zones, having a hard time pushing up against Slurp and that Dynamo, and now this game's looking pretty good so far for Fruittella. They've found a couple picks here. Slurp trying to lock down their drop, trying to find a little bit more space. They end up going down without a trade, so now this is an opportunity for Duck Motif to get back in, trying to team up with Red Shell on the left side. Yep, there's the pick from Red Shell over on that left, trying to move in, chasing members of Fruittella away. The cap goes back to Duck Motif, and Fruittella is pushed all the way back towards their stack and towards the corner.
Duck Motif doing a great job here of taking up as much space as they can, not allowing Fruittella to get set up. Fruittella very much so running a comp that does need setup time. Dynamo and Slosher are not weapons that can just go anywhere they want for fun. But Slurp makes it look like they can. Slurp managing to find a huge pick there onto Drift, causing chaos in mid here, looking to find that shot. not going to be able to on their own, but getting help from teammates to clear them out, and that is a zone flip back in the favor of Fruittella.
That is indeed the zone flip for Fruittella. So they are still trailing in this game, but they've definitely looked better than they did in the first 2 games. It feels like they have a little bit of a better understanding of the pace. Here come trades yet again. Kaisa in the zone with Bandit on the Charger. Now Andy on the Dynamo moves aggressively and gets called out for it. Uh-oh, the entirety of Fruittella is in this corner here, but they end up being able to double team it. Now another trade comes out. The timer is now taking no more penalty online, but Fruittella finally has members and some paint. Never mind.
No.
I was going to say to get a cap, but not quite. Despite that whole trade situation, they're still down. 20 seconds left. Are they going to be able to get back in?
Doesn't quite seem like it. Bazooka trying to give them the chance, able to find 2, but their shot player has gone down. Kaisa trying to keep this zone painted, might not be able to on their own though, and that is the zone flip going to Fruittella. They don't have a lot of penalty to work through. It's a lot of points to try and get through, but they're in a decent position to accomplish it. They're not too far from specials, but one of their shots has gone down in a trade.
Yeah, they're able to get that cap, which is oh so important, buy themselves the extra time they need. But they're going to need a strong lockout. Now, the Brush over on that left side chasing down the Dynamo, they end up getting teamed up on. Fruittella's been doing a very nice job of kind of like backing off and baiting members of Duck Motif in order to get the picks out of that situation. But sometimes it gets a little bit scary when you know, one false step and it could be like 3 of them going down at once.
Yeah.
Slurp has been trying on that left side to try and get a pick, and they've just been unable to do so. You can kind of see them running out of paint. Just as the only one on that left side, they've not been able to get anything done. Duck Motif is coming back in without too much difficulty, and now the pick on the Dynamo is going to come out. But the members of Fruittella still were able to get back into the zone, get the cap, and get the picks.
Bandit managing to play clean up there on a pick that Red Shell couldn't quite finish off. Looking to find the last little bit of paint to cap the zone. Zone has flipped back in their favor. That is a huge shot there from Bandit to take out that Zuka. Always important to get rid of those if you have the ability. Andy looking to just survive. Not going to be able to. 20 seconds left. And we are seeing Red Shell looking to find the pick on trade. Not going to be able to, but I believe they were... No, they were not coolered. So they will be coming back in relatively slowly, but there are not many points left on the board. Trade having to try and brute force in, but the strikes coming out absolutely denying that. 10 seconds left. And it just seems like Duck Motif has this unlock. Unless... But no. Duck Motif taking that 3-0, but Fruittella definitely putting up a better fight on that map.
Yeah, Fruittella looked certainly better on that map, but Duck Motif just unfazed. We can see them just how easily they're able to get back into the map and how well they work together with each other's specials. We saw them working off of the triple ink strikes from Bandit quite a bit, helping Red Shell like get in on flanks and whatnot. And just Fruittella just had a hard time really holding their ground because you know, with such heavy setup weapons, like you said, it can be difficult once you get displaced at all. So props to Duck Motif. They're going to be going on to Grand Finals while Fruittella drops down into Losers Finals. Yeah,
definitely can claw their way back up and try and get the rematch. I want to give Fruittella good credit on picking their map list for this tournament. They do seem to know what maps they are strong on, and I do want to give them some solid credit for that.
Certainly. But yeah, that is going to be it for our block, if I am not mistaken. That was winners finals. We've got more action. We have losers, I believe, like losers quarters and onwards. And that's going to be cast by Kyon and Popgun. Yeah, we've got an exciting finish to the tournament coming up. It's been a pleasure casting with you, Nox.
Been a pleasure casting with you.
Do you want people to find you? Where can they if they'd like to?
Yeah, if you want to find me, you can find me on Twitter and YouTube at NoxRaven42. I've been interviewing some of the better players out there, and looking forward to doing more of that. Hopefully, I've been enjoying doing those when I can find the time.
Nice. You can find me at 8bitfusion_. Yeah, stay tuned. We've got more exciting action coming up in just a minute.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Proving Grounds 30. We are now covering lower brackets or losers brackets after seeing Duck Motif +1 make it a grands. I'm Kyon. Popgun joins me as well. This should be a fun one. We saw Debussy, which I still cannot believe is an awesome team name, and blah blah blah, being featured here for this lower brackets matchup. Pretty excited.
So I just have a question for chat, something I'm a little bit more concerned about. My Bluetooth driver for some reason doesn't work anymore. So when I go to device manager, I just pull up the Intel wireless Bluetooth thing and it says status device power failure. And I go to Google and I search that and it just tells me completely random things that like, well, just like uninstall it. Okay, I do that. Restart it. Okay, I do that. It still doesn't work. So if anyone knows how to fix that, I'll rig the next poll so that you'll get all the channel points for it or something. Like I'll commit like fraud for you. Just throwing that out there. Anyway, yeah, so what Debussy and blah blah blah. That's got to be an inappropriate name. But I already said it, so there's clips of it out there, so we'll just go with that. Whatever.
I think we both said it. I think we both said it's very inappropriate somewhere out there. I'm actually very we've seen actually we definitely have seen Debussy earlier today. I actually don't. My brain has unfortunately shorted out here. I don't remember if blah 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 has been featured at all earlier today. The number 2 seeded team coming into this one. The only thing I know about blah blah blah, other than their amazing team name, is they had some very. I looked at the map list that they submitted, and I saw 4 very very wild ones. Thank you, Sendo, for having teams just submit their map picks for what's being rolled. I'm hoping they show up personally, but I'm kind of curious to see what plays out.
Okay, so there's 2 options now. So like the send out site is constantly updating, like new features being added for TOs constantly, which is awesome. Before it was you just had to go with that option, but now there has been a new option implemented to where TOs could just go back to what we used to do, which was we just put in the maps ourselves. I was fine with Proving Grounds when we had 4 maps per mode, and it was simple and unique. I kind of like this one though, just because I don't particularly like playing on crappy maps, but I like seeing them. So I guess that's might have thought on it. Well, okay, so what are the silly maps that you saw that could potentially show up here?
So my 4. So if blah 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 were to lose, so the 4 I found, they submitted Undertow Zones, they submitted Flounder Rainmaker, which I think is somewhat more common than I thought sometimes, but
it's not.
They also had okay. I had to confirm.
Okay, wait, well, hold on, not to cut you off, but common in what? Common in like normal map pools, or just common in like what teams will pick for themselves?
Teams would pick for themselves for the most part. That's if it was in normal map pools, I'd be having a lot of questions. A lot of questions to be had, and then they submitted Humpback Tower Control and Clams, which I've seen a lot of Tower Control in other places, but Clams not as often. So those were the 4 unconventional ones I saw, but we'll only see those if they end up losing one. We do know, at least for the first map, it's Undertow Rainmaker, which that one is a lot more common nowadays.
That's fine. It used to be the Tower Control Art Academy, which was the de facto, are you serious? You're going to pick this against your opponent. Now the Rainmaker Undertow is kind of taking that pedestal, I guess, which is fine. Okay, so what? Blah, blah, blah. The roster for this is Pelu, oh wait, no, we can just look on the stream. Thank you, Rice. By the way, shout out to our streamer Rice. Does a fantastic job of streaming this event so far. Has plenty of opportunity to screw it up, but won't going forward here. Pelu, IPS, Kara, Okimi, Keen says good morning. Good morning, Keen, to you as well. Debussy, of course, has the Fighting Lemons, as we've got to see from the wiper on the previous stream. Goose, Joshua, Tortilla. Not too familiar with Joshua or Tortilla. I know what a Tortilla is. Not familiar with the playstyle of what a Tortilla would look like.
I don't know if I want to necessarily imagine the playstyle of what an actual Tortilla would look like. Maybe we'll get to see it here.
We'll find out the actual answer.
With 54 on top of it as well. What will we see from Tortilla? Okay, as stated.
I'm no longer interested in what the Tortilla can do in the Splatoon game. It is the splatter shot here. Okay, so this is Rainmaker, right? There's okay, so the Carbon Deco does have the Inkzuka. Good. Okay, well, I think somebody, I think we might have a little bit too close to that Rainmaker shield, sir. I think we found some issues at the beginning of the game. Oh my gosh.
Blah blah blah. I'm gonna give you guys negative points for going way too close to the ring. You at least should know by now that the Rainmaker will definitely explode within the first 3 seconds. People are gonna be rushing towards the middle. They got a little too happy and flew too close to it. They get wiped out right out of the gate. Debussy is wasting no time. Okay, that was the first map. We didn't even get a chance to understand Fruittella and just its vanilla playstyle at all. The game just ended like that.
So the game leading up to this one took 37 minutes to play a best of 3, which, you know, the issues weren't really anybody's fault. Like, there's always connection issues, stuff like that. So I went into the chat of this one. It was just like, hey, we need to kind of speed this up because the tournament's kind of like dragging behind. We want to get this done before Sunday. Debussy took that to heart, and I appreciate them for that.
Debussy is just making up for so much lost time. I feel like this is the quickest KO I think I've seen in quite a while. And I mean, in all seriousness, I think blah blah blah. We both just looked at it as like, okay, they threw 3 people close to that Rainmaker and just exploded. What else were you gonna expect? And then everything just fell apart in like 2 fell swoops. And okay, so we gotta make up for lost time. Debussy's like, okay, we're done here.
Okay, but look at the weapons that they had. The longest range weapon they had was the Inzap, maybe like the Inzap or the Splash. It was Carbon, it was Wiper, or maybe technically the Wiper has more like distance range to it. I don't know, but yeah, they had to get close. They didn't really have a lot of bombs either. I guess the T-Tech or the Octoshot had a splat bomb. But yeah, they had to get a little bit close. So their strategy was, we need to get insta-pop immediately. And Debussy was like, well, we're just going to throw bombs at it and just kill you. And the game just ends right there. So be it.
Well, you got to make up for lost time somewhere along the way.
Yeah, speedrunning strats are amazing. Like, that is the Rainmaker clip saves you so many frames off the world record. So Debussy went for it.
Any percent. It's actually any percent.
Yeah.
So now we made it for lost time. We're already here at map 2. Now we see standard there, and now the other. Okay, now they understood that. Okay, maybe running up close to the Rainmaker was not the smartest idea. Let's actually bring in range. Is on the pencil, and Keen says good morning on the Machine Neo.
When in doubt, bring the pencil back out. And you know what? If you can get some paint on the ground and make the game last at least a minute, you can have some opportunities to get some space for your Carbon Roller, to have some room to shark around to. Palo getting a very nice splat with the splat bomb right there, allowing the rest of Blah to start to push up here. Nice. Okay, so here we go. We're seeing the response from Blah Blah. He said, all right, you punched us in the face. We're woke up here. We're going to at least, start moving towards the first checkpoint, maybe not get through it.
Yeah, for sure. Lemon is just doing lemon things, of course. Just throwing out the Wiper there, get a few swishes in, get 2 right out of the gate. No problem. It's already 2 down. And now that we're seeing a lot of trades that's happening pretty much close to their base area there, it's now just 3 down on Debussy's, and Blah 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 has still stopped Debussy from trying to move themselves up a little further. And yeah, now Blah Blah is now fully awake. They realize, okay, we too need to remember that that there is no Rainmaker explosion in front of us. We just have to move a tower at a slow pace. They finally made it to the first checkpoint. Trizuka has been dished out everywhere, and Pelu not able to win some of those fights. The range blaster and Goose was able to find them, but yeah, Poggun, that's the first checkpoint. No problem for Blah Blah Blah.
And that's the difference when you have your color ink on the ground. You can just let your Carbon Roller player shark, wait for Lemon to come in, blast them on the head, and then you got an Inkzuka ready to go. So when you got all this map control, you're just gonna have Okimi probably gonna cancel this hammer too, unless they don't. Lemon. I was not expecting Lemon to do the dramatic move of turning around. So nice play on their part, but I guess Okimi had Soda because they're right back where they started anyways.
Well, and so much for that from Lemon too. I was thinking, okay, maybe that hammer was also being utilized the same way, such as the Trizuka that did find 2 there, Pelu and Keen both going down. So nice response here from Debussy. Still plenty of time. Less than 3 minutes to go. Excuse me, as Wavebreaker's being dished out here by Goose, and there's that stamp 1-4 from Lemon, just trying to play this one a little patiently, a little back and forth. Not sure what they wanted to do with the hammer for a hot second of Pop Gun. They get the lead anyway.
The hammer got canceled by the soda. They couldn't move the hammer past it, so they're like, well, the hell with this. I'm going to just throw it. It got blocked by the soda machine as well. We found the true counter to the hammer. It doesn't mean much in the grand scheme of things now, as Goose is starting to push up. They're trying to attack that second checkpoint here. And it looks like they will get through it. So that's a monstrous lead to have on this map, clearing that second checkpoint. They might find a way to get a KO here as well.
Yeah, they might be on their way here soon. And that's probably one of those, don't try this at home. You got to figure out when the situation rises to stop the hammer there. And it's only Lemon that's alive. Lemon is still playing this one very deep, trying to see if they can get any trades. Not at all. That's not happening anymore. Blah, blah, blah is able to pump the brakes on that push from Debussy there. And everybody was kind of moving up ahead. They found the opening that they needed. And Okimi takes out Lemon. Okay, so Blah, blah, blah is able to take out 2. Now let's see if they can get a little bit more from this one. See if they can enable their carbon there. But there's not much pain left on the ground so far. Okimi's still having to swim around there. The machine Neo has gone down on top of it. Cyber is pretty much the one that's pushing up ahead on the tower there. Goose has gone down. Still a little bit of scrappy fighting there. 2 down, maybe something good for Blah, blah, blah coming up as they're about to approach the second checkpoint.
So Pelu's been wanting to get up here this entire time, but Goose's presence with the blaster on top prevented them from getting up top here. So what did Pelu do? Pelu just says, all right, I'm just going to back up. We're just going to wait for the tower. And Goose went for the bait, got splatted. That opened up the door for Pelu to get all the way up top there. And that's going to be the spark plug that's going to eventually switch the lead back over into Blah Blah's favor right here. As now the bodies are just hitting the floor. Okimi's having a little bit too much fun right there. GG, go to game 3.
Yeah, let's just make it to game 3. And I was wondering what was gonna happen there. As you mentioned, Pelu was just
Hello, friends, and welcome back to Proving Grounds number 30. When last we left you, we were in the middle of probably the greatest best of 3 set your stupid little eyeballs has ever seen in your life. We saw how it ended. You guys didn't. And honestly, I'm not telling you how it ended because you guys, I don't understand how you guys feel like you deserve to know how that set ended.
I love it. I'm joining on this one. You guys will not know how this set ended. What you will know is that you will know who may have advanced and who may have not advanced.
Coincidentally, we are streaming Debussy versus Catnip, and blah blah is not going to be on stream. So if you're following the bracket, maybe you can figure out for yourself how that one ended. Quite honestly, it was pretty good. I'm not gonna lie, and it was a good game.
It was definitely a fun game for you. You guys just will never get to see it. You guys will have to imagine on your in the minds over there, the chat hive minds.
Or Gus trying to give out underground VODs of our tournament sets. The hell?
What?
Debussy versus Catnip. Okay, we've come. Okay, so they're playing game 1 right now. I told them like, look, we're not gonna slow down. We had to restart a computer. So I was like, look, we're not going to slow down this tournament for you guys. You guys just go ahead and play on. So they're playing game 1 of Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge right now. In their chat, one of them, I think, typed pause at you, at me or someone else in particular. So I left that. So I don't know what they're talking about anymore. But it was, my understanding of the generation that is coming after me is... I'm learning, but I obviously got some more learning to do, so I wasn't really focused on that. But I feel like these two teams are going to have fun playing each other.
So I feel like I should ask you the question: What are you learning? Are you learning something about the upcoming generation, or is it just a bunch of junk?
I'm just now starting to figure out the gif of the guy putting glaze over a donut. I'm glad we completely twisted the meaning of that to be something weird. So we can't enjoy donuts anymore. So I figured that much out.
I mean, I feel like I've seen the GIF, but of course my puny brain is slow to catch up on that, unfortunately.
Oh boy! So Clan Blitz Scorch Gorge. I bet you Potatoes just ripping somebody to shreds. We saw them do that. Rainmaker Scorch Gorge here earlier on stream. Has every match on stream except for the one where the stream crashed been a 3-0, actually?
I think we've actually seen sweeps across the board. This was originally before the stream had died on us. That basically, I think this was the one where both teams scored a point.
This was the only set on stream that wasn't a sweep, and it broke our stream because our computer couldn't really. We got Y2K'd. Basically, the computer couldn't handle it. It just had a brain fart and everything just shut down. But you know what?
The script's broken.
Speaking of showing my age, I did survive Y2K, and we have survived the great IPL's Twitch stream chat crash of 23. And by the way, shout outs to the people at watching this on YouTube who we thought we were commentating to them exclusively. Turns out they didn't hear any of it either. So we did commentate that entire set. Rice heard it. Rice thought it was phenomenal. So much so that we have now moved on to Rainmaker Museum in Game 2. It looks like Catnip won Game 1. I'm sure it was an epic back and forth that came down to the wire.
So we get the underground footage of what happened on that in that first game there too. Gus, as you mentioned, Gus has all the deeds. I think that I would have loved to see it be a back and forth. I would hope it's not as boring as it sounds, where it's just a clean 100 to nothing for all we know. But yeah, we're here in Museum Rainmaker though, and Catnip's up 1-0 now. Debussy's the one that's having to play catch up. So if Debussy wins, we hope that you guys can still hear us afterwards,
or not.
Maybe that's the
or not. It's not going to ruin my day either way.
Nah.
Quite honestly, but here we are.
So look, we're just trying to prevent another Y2K. I was way too young to know what a Y2K was until I guess I read up on it later on, and then I started to understand why Y2K was a big deal.
I remember. I mean, This is completely off topic. We're going here. So
Yeah,
maybe
yeah.
we won't talk about this. We'll just continue on.
Yeah, we should
Back
pump the
in
brakes
my
here.
day, we were hoarding bottles of water in our garages because we thought our computers couldn't handle 4 zeros in the date column. There's Lemon doing the classic flank, and there's Lupples doing the flank on the opposite side with the brush, the vanilla brush. So they're coming out right here, going to be holding forward right into a tortilla. That is never an ideal situation as the Rainmaker does get picked up, and Lemon going to start pushing up and probably start trying to find ways to slice some Inklings in half with their wiper.
Yeah, or with the hammer in that regard, which you're able to get one more out of that one. Luna just going too close actually to the explosion, and there's the slash in half, able to take out 5th gen there, but they weren't able to get a little bit more than just that, but they were perfectly content with that. It's just the first checkpoint there, and now Catnip's just trying to respond. They got to Trizuka, and another hammer, or an Ultra Stamp for that matter, available as well, but let's see if the Trizuka is able to neutralize them. Not quite yet, still very patiently played. Catnip, however, not able to progress it further. Just 81 points remaining, not even remotely close to the first checkpoint, all things considered.
Is Lemon the player that won that 1v4 in a Ludi set on Museum Rainmaker? You know what I'm talking about last year?
Yeah.
It was Lemon, wasn't it? So this is the same exact situation, kind of. Well, I mean, except none of their teammates are destroyed, but this is a comfortable map for this player in particular, as they're trying to move the Rainmaker up a little bit. Lupples just surprise ultimately shuts down. The Rainmaker gets splatted, and Josh is forced to back up here a little bit.
This is where you see the ink brush jump scare just going completely wrong, just trying to stall the Rainmaker out there. But it was not much of a jump scare, more of an expected horror story finish there, as unfortunately ink brush not able to get the neutral onto that one, and Lemon's able to stamp out one, not able again it's 5th gen that's just getting caught on these Lemon stamps. But all things considered, we're still stuck into this state where Catnip is still trying to break through that first checkpoint. Lupples is able to get their kill, I believe, and able to get the second one. No, actually wisely retreating. And at the stage, Catnip's still not able to progress themselves much further. The Rainmakers are still kind of stuck into its same location. They're trying everything that they could. Lupples trying to find anything that they can work with the ink brush. But Debussy's like, no.
Rice, why did we leave Lupples? We were stuck on Lupples for like 40 seconds, and it was nothing but entertaining. Just literally just running past players on the other team, not really just fighting them, just like beep Roadrunner style. I'm gone. Just covering a lot of ground, just being a nuisance on the right side right there as 5th gen now getting a hammer of their own. Well, the hammers can't climb walls, apparently, as we're starting to learn. Hey, there's Twig. I didn't realize you were in this game. Either right now. Okay, so first checkpoint hasn't fallen. Twigs is in a good spot to help kind of guide that Rainmaker in, although there is a angry Lemon sharking around the walls up top there. Josh somehow gets, a killer whale knocks that player out, and well, okay, so there's a non-stop fight club going up on this plat. Meanwhile, nothing is happening as far as the objective is concerned.
I feel like the objective is just a secondary thing here with all the fighting that's just going on around. It's basically almost the same chase. Catnip's just trying to will themselves forward. How did they escape anyway? Okay then.
How much quick super jump was that? Excuse me. Or did they have soda? They
might have had soda. They probably did have soda there. Lemon's just trying to find her slash there. 2 members have, by the way, gone down. Busty's not able to make it pass through. It's still somehow manageable for Catnip despite the crazy amount of brawling that's really happening, the objective being completely secondary in this entire game, and really just straining back and forth. Someone's eventually going to need to give way here at some point down the road. It's the same script. Debussy is just defending wisely. Catnip's still trying to find themselves through, but Debussy is always saying no to every advance.
And that was Lupples who was just going all over the place on the enemy side of the map. Okay. Just Jedi'd through that nonsense and ended up getting the trade. But Lupples has been kind of contained somewhat from what we've seen before. We need this player, well, we, as in Catnip, needs this player to start pushing up and getting more aggression on the enemy side of the map, which they're trying to just force along that side. Instead, they're just getting shut down. So they're doing a much better job of containing the brush, and that seems to limit all the offense that Catnip is trying to pull out right here. Debussy trying to add on to their lead, holding on to this Rainmaker. If anything, they're bleeding a lot of time off the clock, and ultimately gets splatted as somebody comes around that right side. It's Lupples who gets exploded due to the Rainmaker plat. That is bullcrap. I'm sorry, but so be it. 10 seconds. One more opportunity for Catnip.
Yeah, Catnip still has a lot of chances there. 5th Gen responds with a nice little hammer toss of their own. 2 members down, by the way, on the Debussy's end. Catnip needs to find the push. Is someone going to pick up the Rainmaker? Yes, Catnip picks up the Rainmaker, and it is with the camera leaning towards Luna, the one picking it up. Lubbles is the one that's going to need to build space. So does Twig, but Lubbles is just retreating. Okay, then. And Twig's going to be the one trying to paint towards this one. See if they can find anybody with this Trizuka with the timer still winding down. Lemon is shut down right now. Catnip is still trying to hold this one for dear life. It is still delayed 1 for 1 going down each go around, and Luna almost running themselves into the Trizuka. It's still 2 members down. Lemon is shut down once more. This checkpoint, excuse me, is going to get broken. They're going to probably try to aim to break this Rainmaker quick. As Levels is now finally slashed in half there by Lemon, and their Catnip cannot chase for the Rainmaker. Game 3 coming up again, Popgun.
That's in Splatoon 2, they win that one. Well, maybe not because they're Stingray, but the main thing being right there, the checkpoint just completely stalled that down. They had to stop, dunk the Rainmaker before they could move forward, and that bought enough time. Even though Lupples was going nuts and just beating up everybody over the head with a brush and trying to survive to get the whale out there, all they really had to do was throw the tent shield at the Rainmaker, Goose Go to pick it up, and GG, game's over right there. But yeah, that was entertaining. I don't know if that was a good match or not. I at least enjoyed watching it. Now I do kind of want to go back and watch game 1. We got the replay code. Let's put it up.
Yeah, so let's just let's just think of the replay codes. Okay, let's just show game 1 and then we can treat it as game 3 later. Sure. I would love to see it too, but no, we have to advance to a game 3, and it is Inkblot Target. Okay, so I think if I remember right, yeah, Catnip lost. So they had Inkblot Art Academy Target Control in their map pool. That gets chucked in, and I feel like it's almost just the usual. Okay, someone's gonna have to be at some point someone's gonna have to be an Inkblot Target Control, and both teams are kind of just living in it.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah. So since this is a game 3, it is different. Like this isn't a Debussy favored map. Is that true? Or Catnip favorite map? Okay. Can chat hear you, Rice? Okay, so we're just talking to nobody right now as far as the chat is concerned. Our lovely and talented streamer has just informed us, since this is a game 3, it is a tiebreaker map, which defaults to a map both teams would want to go to. Is that what you're telling me? Okay, so that awkward silence you just heard was us listening yet again. So basically, this is a map both teams want to go to, is what I'm getting at, which is why we're going to Tower Control Art Academy. Which is this like every game 3 in losers? Is that just how that works? Because everyone's got this in their map pool, right?
I feel like most people do. I think one team doesn't have this at all in their map pool. Okay. There, but it wouldn't surprise me though if this was the tiebreaker. Everybody goes into this at some point.
In defense of this map, I make fun of it a lot, but really there's not any good tower control maps in this game. Yeah. If you try to make actual map pools and you have 5 tower control maps, somebody's going to be complaining in your feedback channel about the 4th and 5th map that you put in there. So I get it. It's just, well, it's a pretty neutral map. By the way, that is the Rapid Pro coming out from the side of Catnip here.
Yeah, Catnip's the one dishing out the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco. So you got the angle shooter, or the marker, if you will, with the whale being the kid in question, but they're going basically three in their face, trying to paint up close, and then they got the Rapid Blaster Pro Deco kind of there for the range. So I'm gonna be here to see how the dynamics of this one worked. I think the bus only switching over to range blaster. No surprise at this point with this being Inkblot Target Control. You'll see a lot more blasters being played in this particular map combination. Luna's gonna be the one right in the tower there for a hot second before we're trying to make it to the first checkpoint. Just sent back, and this tower stuck in the neutral state. Both teams are basically fighting once more. Catnip going 2 down.
Rapid in general has been a popular pick on this map for over a year now. I know Starburst brand was using it on this map back in the Ink TV League, and we know that Rapid in general, I think just regular Rapid Blaster has been extremely popular in tournaments like Area Cup. We'd like to look at the tournaments going on in Japan and say, is this the meta we're supposed to be using all along? Because they use it, we have to use it too. But I don't know if Rapid Blaster Pro has been particularly used well. But still, it's a good weapon. It's like a pseudo anchor. Like you can put a lot of area effect on players from a long distance. It's got more range than the range blaster, which makes no sense in the context of the word. But yeah, so far it seems to be making a difference somewhat. Maybe.
Yeah, looks like it's making a big enough difference there. It basically enables the rest of the team to just play a little bit forward there. Strazuka somehow only gets one. I was surprised he didn't even get the second. And Debussy has gone 2 down. Catnip is just trying to run them out real quick. Lemon just not able to get as much value as they can out of it. And to your point, the Rapid Blaster Pro deck, like the kit is actually very solid enough and kind of almost feels like it's underrated in certain aspects. But we can talk about that later. Catnip just made quick work of that. And they won 2-1. They move on to the next round. They're up against Fruittella.
They move on. Congratulations to them, Debussy. We love saying your name so much, but unfortunately, we're never going to be saying it again. And that's just how life is going to go on. And we're going to see more Lupples nonsense moving on into the set. Hey, they made podium.
Yeah. For sure. And I mean, hey, I'll give Debussy credit, but not just the team name though, but Lemon just having a lot of highlight reel moments there, along with the rest of the team kind of just following suit. But we will not see more wiper shenanigans, more hammer shenanigans from Lemon further into this tournament. We'll see as you mentioned before. We'll see more Lupples, possibly more Lupples shenanigans on that ink brush there. And yeah, this tower push just became uncontested the entire way once Catnip pretty much had total control of Debussy's territory.
It's surprising too because Lemon did have a good little flank going on there, knocking out some players from behind. But I guess everyone was just able to jump in and clear out the way in front, and just you got snowballed, which seems to happen in tower control. Them's the breaks, as they say, as we're going to unlock the next set so that we can get this one going here. It is going to be Catnip. That is an actual team, not a pickup, by the way. They've been a team for quite a long time now.
Now, sorry to interrupt there. Now, to confirm, we did say Catnip was the winner, right?
Did we?
I'm pretty sure we did. There's no way, right? Because I was looking at the Brad. So, little they actually had the turn.
Doggone it! Looking in help desk,
Yep, here we go.
Did it wrong. So Catnip's the winner. Reset. I reset it.
So all of us were not going crazy. I feel like I was going crazy for hot times. Like no, this doesn't seem right. This is why I was like, wait a minute, something seems off here. I think it's just we've gone quite a while, but I think both teams might just be running a little bit exhausted. I'd imagine trying to submit the scores.
Okay, that you're giving them too much credit. No,
look, I have to give them too much credit here.
Oh, I'm so exhausted. I can't pick the right name of who won the game. I never got that. Like, it's an epidemic in low ink. Teams putting down the wrong score. But like, could you just imagine this being translated into something else in life? Like,
no,
like you're in middle school or high school or something. And like the girl you've been crushing on your entire life, she finally comes up to you and she admits to you that like, oh, hey, I actually have a crush on you. I was wondering if you wanted to go out sometime. And your response to them would be like, absolutely not. I hate your guts. Never talk to me again. And you're like, oh wait, no, that's wrong. That's not what I meant to say. I meant yes. I'm sorry. Look, we can go to help desk. We can get this fixed. Like, is that how Splatoon players go through life? Like, just the obvious correct answer, you always pick the opposite just because, I completely forgot how that works.
You know what? If that is actually how it went, I'd be very concerned. in reality, though, that is such a strong analogy. The more I put some thought into it, I'm glad you're keeping me honest here.
I thought you did a fantastic job in this job interview. And I know we're. I just feel like we should offer you more money than what we put down on the application. I wanted to know if you wanted to accept this job or not. Nah.
Nah.
No. Oh wait, yes. No. I mean, yes. I'm sorry. I completely screwed up the correct answers right there. Darn.
It, it,
Maybe
it
we
doesn't
can get a
work
TO
like
to fix
that.
this. Can we reopen that job interview? Can I try it again?
Look, I don't think every aspect in life actually has a help desk. And if there is one, I'd be a little concerned too. I feel like I'd be concerned about a lot of things if everything had a help desk.
Okay, but you should be
I do see
concerned
your
about
coming
the
point.
amount of times people put down the wrong team that won a set. It is just it's unacceptable, and I feel like we should start holding each other accountable for this.
You know, so what we're saying is that reading and submitting scores is also at an all-time low.
Sure.
Not an all-time low. Maybe I'm giving them not enough credit on that.
Well, look, admittedly, there's
Yes.
been times where I reported the score wrong as well. But what set me off on this tirade is that you were trying to give them an excuse
That's
for
true.
their actions, which is your what's the term I'm putting it here? You're not promoting it, you're enabling it. You're enabling this kind of behavior, and that's where I have a problem with it.
I 100% get you. But I just wanted to give them maybe credit maybe once, only once.
Okay. Fair
But
enough.
but I
Anyways.
cannot give them credit a second time. If it happens a second time, I think we have a lot of problems.
Okay, yeah, okay. If it happens, and that's happened before in low ink, where I've just had a total team, you are banned from reporting scores. Period. You now have to let your opponent report the scores for the rest of the tournament because you just cannot get this correct. Now, somebody in chat asked, "Is this paddling pool?" The answer is no. This is not Wednesday. This is actually Saturday, unless you're in Australia. However, if you want to talk about paddling pool, Fruittella is an excellent team to bring up because they have won damn near every paddling pool from now until I started paying attention to it, which was probably like 5 paddling pools ago. And most of the Triton Cups as well. So if you are a fan of Dapple Productions' EU time zoned tournaments, Fruittella has been running a monopoly on them for a while now. They did play in the last Proving Grounds. They didn't make podium. This time around, they've already guaranteed themselves at least in the Twitter announcement at the end of the tournament as a result. So all the money right now in the poll. Oh, is the poll already gone? Did all the money go to Catnip? Because Fruittella is. If you're in NA, you might not have watched Fruittella that much, but these guys are really good at winning weekly tournaments like this.
I was gonna note that one too, because yeah, Fruittella had a lot of first place finishes, as you mentioned, not just Paddling Pool, but also Triton Cup on top of it. This is a team, yeah, as you mentioned, with not being in the not seen in a lot of the any time zone based tournaments. You'll see them in more of the EU base side. It rightfully so for Fruittella. Believe they're a European team on top of it, and this is a team that you made it all the way up here. They're showing a lot of great improvements so far, and I personally, just personally, I want to see them take this one all the way home. Even though, yeah, they were taken down here to this lower bracket by Duck Motif +1 from earlier. So now their next challenge is to get through Catnip to see if they can get a rematch.
That's all we can do is see, and this is a best of 5. Traditionally we've made these best of 3s. I don't, maybe I don't know. It's best of 5 right now. Fruittella might say, you know what? Let's just make it a play all 3 set and then call it a day. Rainmaker at Scorch Gorge is the pick coming out here to start off this set.
Feels like another Rainmaker map that gets seen a handful of times.
Hey, can we see silly stuff this set? Was Fruittella one of those teams?
Fruittella was one of those teams, actually.
What
I think
they've
I've seen, according to my notes here, they got Flounder on zones and Rainmaker, which, okay, sure. And then the other one was not as crazy as it sounds. They had like Surgeon Tower Control, Umami, and Humpback Clan Blitz.
Sturgeon Tower Control. That was a map we were allowed to use in Tower Control tournaments for a long time, and then somebody pointed out it's too snowbally, and now we can't use it anymore without somebody complaining. That used to be a pretty decent Tower Control map, so I would like to see it again. But this only comes to play if Fruittella loses.
Yeah, yes. If Fruittella were to lose, then
Yes.
there's a chance. There is a chance, but
There's a chance.
but if Fruittella were to win, then we'll never see
We'll
it.
never know. We'll have to wait and see right now.
It's always fun to see.
And if Catnip is the team that incorrectly reported the score before, they might be a little bit frazzled because they might be out of energy. You don't know. We'll have to wait and see this one. So, are we playing here? What's 10 people are in the lobby. That is the most cringe thing I've heard all day. So what's going on with that? Did they put a password up on this? There is a password on this lobby, so we need to.
Well, welcome everybody to trying to figure out what is going on with the lobby part. Probably what happens in almost every tournament. Well, while we're getting that all sorted, and I believe we have ironed most of that stuff out.
Okay, so just basically 5 players joined the lobby, and one of them is going to leave. Hey, maybe that means we're going to see some subbing going on at some point, or not. I don't know. I right now I've just settled just for seeing the tournament move along. That would be my. That's the main thing I'm kind of looking forward to here.
Shout outs to you, of course, Proving Ground CEO, just trying to make sure that we can get things going around too.
You know what's best about this stage of the tournament is that there's no matches that are going on that I can't see. So I don't have to worry about help desk or a match dispute or something like that. I can see it all and I can respond to it in real time. You know what I did during the last couple of blocks sets that Nox and Fusion were commentating? I took PJ on a walk through the neighborhood for an hour.
Oh yeah?
And it was great. I was just doing help desk on my phone and I was listening to the stream on my headphones. So TOing in the modern age is so easy with double limb tournaments. So just throwing that out there. I've had a good day.
I'm glad you had an awesome day so far. Well, a good day, but I wanted to emphasize level it up to awesome. As we do get both teams loaded in here, Catnip's gonna be on the brown side, with the purple side, Fruittella's on yellow, and at this stage we see Andy on the edit, and 5th Gen's just dishing out the RBP deco once more on a Rainmaker map, Scorch Gorge Rainmaker specifically, nonetheless.
That is the Rapid Blaster Pro. Still no pencil. No pencil across the board right here. Still soda on both sides, right?
There is yes.
From the edit and the end zap coming out right there. A lot of yellow players getting eliminated pretty quickly. That's going to allow Luffles to get up and do Luffle things as they get eliminated right there. The first checkpoint does fall and Slurp starting to place around the last time. That's a great little IGN right there. As the Fruittella team starting to hold serve a little bit and start to clean up things. Rainmaker should be reset.
Yeah, Rainmaker actually picked up by Fruittella. After the first checkpoint was cleared up by Catnip, they're just going to go ahead and say, nah, we're not going to let it reset. Their 5th Gen actually able to get out of there nicely. Shot, by the way, has gone down on top of it. We do see members actually going down left and right. This is actually just a Rainmaker clearance to the first checkpoint. No contest whatsoever, but Lubbles has stepped back there, able to take out 2, but both checkpoints have been cleared anyway. So even with Lubbles able to take out the supporting staff, I think Fruittella are going to be content with just taking the first checkpoint anyway.
Yeah, basically a tie game at this point. 3:40 left on the clock. Magneto, unfortunately, in a world where there's not a lot of metal that they have to go up against, here is mostly just ink and all this other nonsense, forced to retreat back up a little bit here as it looks like Catnip's going to take their opportunity to break the fictitious tie that we're currently in there now. Twig starting to snap on a couple of players as a nice shot of the soda can right there. Let us know that there is some soda in these players' veins as they're waiting for the right opportunity maybe to get their brush back into the jump into the action so they can start pushing up right here. They really want Luffles to lead the way, and they're doing a great job of doing just that.
Yeah, Levels was able to basically clear out space as much as they can. Luna's actually trying to rush themselves up. No surprise on this one. able to break it down to 39 points remaining. Zap and Brush basically in the midst of respawning there. Fruittella actually just being on the Rainmaker at any given moment that they can. They're just gonna try to pop it open, try to see if they can get that counter push by themselves. Not selling for that reset. Their crab tank was dished out there, trying to build up some ink, moving up forward there. But Slurp can Slurp find anybody else? No, Lupple's actually going down to Slurp. Actually, correction on that. We do see the trip strikes being dished out. Deco has also the Red Blaster Pro, has gone down. Luna's able to fight back. It's been a very messy fight, nevertheless, as everybody's just going down left and right, and Lupples is just there to shut down the Rainmaker push.
So let me ask you a question, Keo. On a map
Yes.
like this, if you had a score of 39, do you feel comfortable with that? Or is that one of those things where it's like, okay, if you just get a good head of steam past that checkpoint, you're going to barrel past that 39?
I think as long as you can basically get your team set up in such a way, I don't think that 39 points actually necessarily is safe. They probably want to, for Catnip's end, they probably want to try to get a little bit more for this one. I think they're just content though trying to play a little bit more defensively here. That's basically two trains of thought. It's not. I would say it's just up for possibly the game-winning push, but at the same time though, they probably think they could afford to get a little bit more points if they can afford to do so. But Fruittella's just trying to be relentless the entire way forward. At least that's my train of thought here, Popgun. As Twig's able to take out too.
I definitely want to keep my Rapid Blaster alive. And just say, all right, look, you're going to be the defense here. You're going to be our center guarding the basket. You just stay alive. Make sure you got your pseudo Stingray ready to go, and just make sure they can't get the Rainmaker too far. Everybody else, though, keep the aggression up, but make sure Twig is continuing to push forward. Make sure Lupples is finding ways to get behind everybody, at least draw some distraction away from things. Like, let's make sure we don't let them get too established, get too much control of mid, and if they do, let's start getting some splats collapsing on top of them, as we see Luna do right there. So a good time-wasting opportunity right here by Catnip, who's looking to clean up more of mid and try to bleed out the last 30 seconds.
And there's a train of thought trying to see if they can push that Rainmaker up a little further ahead. We do see Levels trying to space them out there. Fruittella's just going down left and right. Twig's just already in their base. Andy was able to stay alive, but Fruittella is on the wrong side of the respawns here, as Levels going to be the one lurking large. They are dishing out the core. They're trying to have to play this one fast at this point. Try to see if they can shut down Fifth Gen, just going out the Rainmaker. They have 25 seconds extra. And yeah, as you noted before, trying to move everyone up ahead, try to collapse on the rest of Fruittella, and the mission was a success there, Popgun. That will be Catnip taking this first game.
Yeah, instead of just taking the Rainmaker and running all the way back to spawn with it, well, let's just go right here to this little pit area. Like, it's very hard for them to turn that corner and attack it from either, like, head on or from the right, especially when we got everybody set up. So we can just kind of play protect the president here in a really good spot to bleed out the clock. So
I think we're at the
let's
last
let
minute.
this game end out. Hello? Can anybody hear us? We're trying to commentate a proving grounds and we're failing miserably at it. Are we? So we're here. You guys, is anybody even in chat still? Are we still good?
Are we here, guys?
I don't even have the stream up myself. Let me post this. Okay. So full disclosure, I thought we were gonna have more downtime than what we were.
Yes.
So just to take my mind off of things, I queued up a solo queue match. Just now. Unfortunately for me, 2 of my teammates just DC'd. So I'm good to go. I'm ready to continue this thing, and hopefully we get through this set. We're tied 1-1 apiece. It's Fruittella and Catnip.
And everybody saw the ending there. Fruittella was able to take able to win that one out. But hopefully we can get ourselves back in front. I'll admit though, Popgun, I was curious to see how your solo queue game was going for a hot second.
Oh,
but
trust me, I was curious to see how it'd go as well. It did not go well.
Oh.
But I'm not going to lose any points because my teammates DC'd. It did that thing where like the player was stuck in the shooting animation, standing still, just like a fever dream that they can't wake up from. And ultimately they just vanished along with the Rainmaker. So here we are.
And we're here.
Back.
We're here.
We're
oh my
here.
goodness, it's a third map.
We're picking up. It's like it never even happened. Splat zones at. Oh, okay. So
we got zones and Hagglefish here. Hey, there's a change to the
Whoa,
52.
wait. Joe, what?
Okay,
What are you doing here? Are you on
so
the roster?
Joe, I think is a sub. I think Joe's a sub for Catnip. The recently added one.
Okay.
I thought you were commenting on the fact that we got a Rapid Blaster Pro switched over to the vanilla kit this go around though. It's ink back on this one. But yeah, Joe's here. Joe's on Catnip now.
Yeah, I just had a Joe jump scare. That's all that was. It's like, wait, what? When did Joe show up here? All right, so fair enough. Joby Bryant, once anointed by Shiny Hunter Zach about a year ago, now rearing into here for a Catnip and is making their presence well known. By the way, what tag is that? What team is Joe actually on right now? C squared. I'm not sure what that is, but making their presence felt pretty early. At least there's Inkzuka is.
So Joe hops in on Catnip. Immediately gets 3, even with Fruittella getting the zone, and then Catnip's like, all right, cool. We finally found our stride. Soon as I say that out loud, though, Magneto says otherwise. Says Magneto and the rest of Fruittella, able to win that one. Lovell's not able to get the spot onto Magneto on the trade. Fruittella's able to swing this one out of the penalty point.
You're gonna die.
Go ahead. Wait a minute. And Slurp just stays back. I thought they were going to retreat back. Okay, I take that back. And Slurp gets the trade on the Luna. Okay, Slurp. I understand now.
I mean, good move because that Rapid Blaster knew they were there. And it's like, all right, I'm just going to chip you to death. You need to do something. So yeah, they had Soda. It's like, well, let me just jump quickly, stay in the action because if I die, who cares? But at least give me an opportunity to go down swinging as Catnip wrestles control of the zone back into their favor now as they're starting to push up.
Yeah, and now they got the sodas being dished out there. They're chugging along. Fruittella only has one special. It's just a mere killer whale that is going to get used. To not much success there as Catnip is able to get the lead on top of it, and the Trizuka. Okay, that's Trizuka gets 2. I think that was Joe that got it, and then the Trizuka. Take that back. I take that back.
This game is dumb. I'm sorry. It's just the roll of the dice with the Zuka. I'm not saying there's like no skill involved, but like man, just like you fire a Zuka on the right spot, no matter what your team are on, and then instantly multiple people just die and the game just flips. Fruittella's into control of the zone though. Penalty points are gone. Trey's starting to push up.
That's why they call it the Trizuka lottery every time. You just fire Trizuka, and maybe you'll find just the one, or maybe a few more on top of it, and that's how Fruittella gets his zone back. This should be another lead change there. We saw trades of Joe and Magneto dueling out Trizukas, who can get the most splats with all of them. Catnip loses 3 right out of the gate. We're able to put it to neutral somehow by the sheer will of Lupples, but Lupples goes down, and Fruittella should be in the driver's seat here. You got the trip strikes now trying to zone out Catnip. Catnip, I don't think he's gonna have any then.
Yeah. That's GG right there.
Yep.
We can move on, and we're going into now. This is not over. This is not a best of 3. This is a best of 5. So plenty of opportunity to Catnip to get back into this one, but Fruittella, the team who has been making a living winning tournaments like this, double elimination tournaments on Sindao.Inc. Still in control of this set. Still looking for that rematch against Duck Motif. One win away from doing it right now. But yeah, it just came down to, I think once they got control of the zone with that triple, I think they got with the Inkzuka, they didn't really look back.
No, this was just pretty much Catnip trying to rush in. I gotta commend Lubbles on this replay here. At least trying to make something happen with Catnip trying to neutralize, but Lubbles was in a 1v2 situation there. At that point, the Inkbrush can only do so much, and Fruittella was kind of just zoned out there. Actually, if I'm actually not mistaken, it took me a hot second. That was Catnip, by the way, that loss. I don't know why I thought that Fruittella was on the losing side. Even I'm going crazy here. No, Fruittella was able to win that one. I'll apparently need a few minutes to boot myself back up here. Umami Clams is the next map.
So I think I've received some confirmation. The C in Joe, the C squared that Joe has, is oh, hold on, give me a second.
Well, Pop Gun.
Did you hear that
information? No, I thought I did.
Okay, cool. The PJ might have just made his vocal debut to the world, but he needed a pillow needed to be snatched. Okay, so I believe Choo Choo is where Joe is getting their tag from. My sources are telling me it is a high-level pickup group, and I know this because they just added me on Twitter asking me if I wanted to join Choo Choo. I need to see what your health insurance is first. That's my main kind of deterrent for that thing. It's at the point I'm at right now, but I'll get back to you, I guess.
Does it come with any other benefits? Joining Choo Choo. Maybe I may have to consult everybody else.
It didn't benefit Catnip as much as we were thinking it was that last game, but they have an opportunity to come back here still. Clam Blitz at Umami.
Yeah, and Umami Clam Blitz now. I think at one point there's always seems to be the recurring consensus that a lot of Clam Blitz matches, people tend to default to some sort of weapon with a Kraken here. I don't think this is the right map for dishing out the Kraken. The path to the barrier is pretty short anyway, so I wouldn't be surprised, all things considered, if both teams go with the same. Joe is still here. Joe is still so maybe some more Trizuka shenanigans from both Magneto and Joe to boot. I'm right on Magneto. Okay, well, as soon as I had the thought about that there wouldn't be any Kraken, there is going to be one. It's a 96 scale deck on the hands of Trey for Fruittella.
And this reminds me of the comp that we saw Debussy use in the Rainmaker game. We didn't see it last that long, but again, it's just this hyper-aggressive. I used to call something like this run and gun, but they only have one gun, and it's a support weapon. So they're just looking for a bar fight at this point, essentially, with the weapons that they're bringing out right there. And yep, Fruittella is saying, you know what? I bet we could find a way to use the Kraken here at some point. Also, you don't really need Kraken cheese if you're just going to beat up the opponents anyways.
No, for sure, and basically the rest of Fruittella has zoned out Catnip as much as he can. Zap going down isn't gonna help their cause either. Okay. There is, that is true. They do need the clan. There is Trey with throwing the power clan in. It's 1+1 right out of the gate. 5th gen goes down on top of it. Trey's just trying to make sure Catnip has no entrances in. And Slurp jumps into certain doom. Joe shuts him down just like that. It's just 1+2 if the math checks out for the push for Fruittella.
Yeah, not really much gained on that push. I mean, I think it was just because they were so delayed getting a power clam up and running because they had so many clams built up. They had great map control. And maybe that's just going to lead to them getting another opportunity here in the future as Andy's just playing Sky Controller right now. Welcome to the ground. There's an edit fully revved and waiting for you right now as the basket gets popped yet again. But now, again, no clams to follow up with it. So they're getting some pops on the basket, but they're not getting any value out of these pushes at all. Oh, and this one might come back to haunt them, actually.
Maybe, but Trey has other ideas. I was wondering the same things. Like, okay, that's two down. Maybe Catnip has the chance to spawn, and then Trey's just sitting there with the Kraken, not for the cheese, but for the offense and trying to neutralize Catnip as much as possible. I feel like that's a great value of using the Kraken there on top of it. Joe is shut down on top of it as well. And Fruittella finally goes 3. Opportunity may be striking here for Catnip there, as we see a bit of a messy fight, but they come out 3 top. Fifth gen is not able to get this one cashed in. I'm actually surprised that Fifth gen was able to get that one in. Wubbles is going to throw in that power clam. There's the second one definitely in for the lead change, and Catnip is going to be neutralized not before taking in 4 in. It's a wipeout nevertheless, but that is still really good for Catnip as they get the lead back.
Andy's been playing great so far this set. I mean, no surprise. Like, if you're a Splatling player and you look on the other side and that's the comp that they're going to be using, especially the wiper, like, you just hard erase that wiper. The brush isn't going to scare you. And, oh, by the way, there's no pencil. Like, my natural predator just doesn't exist. Andy's just going to feast this entire game, except when you run head first into a wiper. Not ideal, 5th gen punishing that. And, oh, by the way, Catnip still has the lead in this one.
Yeah. Catnip, by the way, is still holding on to lead. They actually have a comp that basically goes almost in your face. It feels like for the, there with Lubbles on top of it. They also got the wiper as well. Luna has that power clam as well. They got 2 power clams to boot. Okay, they're jumping all the power clams in the world.
Okay, is Luna the in-zap? I'm assuming so, because it's like, okay, well, who's our traditional? You got to hold on to the clam. I guess in this comp, it's got to be the in-zap here, because everybody else is going to go murder people, even though that is not working out so well right now. Catnip's forced to retreat a little bit here. It looks like they lost one of their power clams. Fair enough, as Luna is just getting bombarded on from all different angles, forced to back up, just desperately holding on to his clam, though. I guess to give him a little bit more boost so they can get some soda a little bit quicker. But the lead is in a good situation to fall right here in the favor of Fruittella, as Trey just splats on top of somebody right now. Backs up, gets some more clams, trying to keep this push going a little bit longer right now. Ultimately doesn't, but still a minute left to go. You pop the basket 3 times if you're Fruittella. I think you need to find ways to get some more popping of the basket right here just to keep the pressure on the enemy team. I don't really want to see them back up for a little bit too much and play too much defense here.
I don't think defensive play is the call there. Even if you have 26 points in the penalty points that Catnip needs to break through, that's still not quite safe. Because we see that Catnip is still trying to farm up all of the clams in the world there. So I love to see them just try to still play this one aggressively as they are now. So much for any of that. As you mentioned, they got to keep popping that basket open, possibly get more points on the board. They got 2 power clams in. Now a certain lead for sure. It is a very messy fight overall, but it just gave Catnip a lot more points they need to cash in. Possibly losing a little bit more. Not losing the other power clam. Actually, I think barely saving it. On top of it, 5 seconds left to go here. Pop gun. Let's see if Catnip has a response. They are going to bring this one into overtime. Now, can Catnip win some of these fights that are happening there? Joe goes down on top of the blaster, being traded. It is still Magneto still lurking large. Fruittella is playing defense heavily. There's Trey with that Kraken. They know where everybody else is, and then they prey on the hammer, and that's going to be it. All things said and done here. Pop gun. Fruittella will meet Duck Motif once more in Grands.
That is just a... I mean, if you're going to come out with the comp that Catnip did, it's difficult to beat the comp that is being thrown out by Fruittella. Like, Fruittella's just got to be like, yes, thank you. Our blaster Slurp was just dominating towards the last minute of that game, stepped up at the end to close it out right there. Andy was just controlling the entire map, literally the entire game. The Kraken from Trey was, they didn't have to do the Kraken cheese. They could just use Kraken in the way that it's already broken, which is it's invincible and I can just sit on people and they die. And there's nothing you can do about it. Again, I've always said this. If it was on something other than 96 Deco, Kraken would be used way more and people would be complaining about it way more than what they already do. It's not just a go into... I mean, look at that. It's just, oh, you popped the hammer near me, so you just auto die because you can't kill me, but I can kill you. Like, that special is so broken, way more than just a, hey, jump to me and throw in some clams things.
And for a map like this, as you mentioned before, they didn't even need to do the jump anywho, because again, I've noted this before. It's such a short path to the basket anyway, and there's not really enough zone, so to speak, for the jumps to be as successful. Because the minute you win those fights, you can just swim up, just bring the power claim, and just call it a day. So I just love how Trey used the Kraken overall to not just zone out Catnip, but also, as you mentioned, on that final one where the hammer cannot split out the invincible Kraken on top of it. Catnip really just had everything going against him, and I was about to note the range that Catnip dished out against. What was it? A heavy headed and 96 gal Deco. They're gonna get outranged anyway, so they had to find other openings, and they just couldn't find it when they needed it.
So Fruittella advances for a rematch with Duck Motif +1 in the grand finals of this one. Duck Motif won 3-0 the last time we played this. However, it's not been an easy ride for Duck Motif to the final set here. They had to survive a game 5 against Debussy and a game 5 against Catnip earlier. So they've been taking their lumps along the way. And technically, Fruittella's been on paper the easiest opponent they faced since like a winners round 2. So how long had there's been a little bit of a break? How did they manage that? Or are they just going to pick up right where they left off and win this one? By the way, Keon, do you know what Fruittella is?
I do not, actually.
Okay.
I admit I do not.
So I had to Google it. I was thinking with names like Punchy and Slurp. I was thinking like fruit punch, like a fruit drink, like High C or Kool-Aid or something like that. It is I think it's a candy. So like a Starburst knockoff to an extent is at least what Google is telling me. Also, there is a Fruittella USA, so this isn't like an EU exclusive candy that they're going out here with.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I looked the name without googling up for a hot second. I thought it was like a dessert of some kind, because I was thinking like for some reason my brain was thinking like, okay, maybe some sort of tart, maybe some sort of a fruit. But no, I now that I looked it up with you. Yeah, Parfait. Which, by the way, that is actually a team that did also join in earlier for Proving Grounds too. We were really having all of the dessert themed or candy themed teams, all 2 of them.
Fruittella, and you know what? Well, I've never had duck before, but I don't.
I've had duck, but I mean,
what does motif mean? What is that word?
Yeah,
it's a fancy word.
I admit that I have used motif, and I've had it with different meanings because I know there's one meaning apparently with motif. Apparently, you mean decorative design or pattern, which is I think that was the one where I've used motif the most.
A distinctive feature or dominant idea in an artistic or literary composition. So just overall duck being is what duck motif is going with, which you would think that would mean that duck motif would have a really amazing logo for their team, and it doesn't look like they do. It looks like they have the exact opposite of a really amazing logo. I thought that was a goose they're African looking at. I don't think anybody can see what I'm looking at right now. I just searched Google for that. Also, I think Zenith was on this team, but is now on Osmosis. So I didn't even know duck motif was still a thing, to be honest with you.
So I actually looked up the roster just before we went live. It's 3/4 of duck motif. The +1 lean into this one before they added subs in Humane Genesis was Kaisa, which being the main addition, which according to the Sendo Bios from Overtime as well. So yeah, it's basically just, it's not full duck motif there, but it is still it's just them with picking up Kaisa from Overtime, just trying to just running out this roster. And I mean, they made it to grand final, so I mean, duck motif still has to be a thing somewhere.
Now, here's the challenge for our streamer Rice. When somebody gets splatted by Bandit, leave let that player's viewpoint stay on for a little bit so that we can see Bandit's loadout. There was a time, like back when Bandit was on Ravenous Raccoons, if anybody remembers that team from Low Inc. Bandit would never use like full gear. Like Bandit would have like the main abilities, but like would leave would just wear gear that didn't have they still had question marks, like didn't have any subs at all. I'm curious if Bandit still has that. So that is something we're going to be looking into. That's the main thing I'm really curious about with this one.
I'll also keep my eyes with Rice to see if Bandit continues that tradition. Rice, just to join in on this.
Rice, with all the things you're doing right now, I want you to throw that at the top priority. Everything else, that is don't worry about the YouTube stream. Don't worry about whatever somebody's saying in chat. We just want to see loadouts of a Charger player. Tower control make them work.
Bandit's loadout is really what matters more over everything else. But yeah, Megomar Target Control is our opening map here in this best of 5 for Grands, and I feel like I've seen Megomar Target Control almost a decent amount there too. I'm actually gonna be excited to see Fruittella, see if they can get at least force the reset, if anything, against Duck Motif. But Duck Motif, as you mentioned before, since winners quarters, Fruittella has been their easiest so far with that 3-0.
I don't know if they played this match in the winner side of things, but I remember Duck Motif players playing on tower control, and Mako Mart in general. They like to get a little goofy here. They like to do like Luna Blaster. I think, I mean, Red Shell always likes to do the brushes here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we see some quote unquote off meta stuff coming out from Duck Motif on this map in particular. And maybe I could be completely wrong, unless you want to count probably the first and only appearance of the Kraken E-Leader.
I was gonna say, I think this is the first today here in Proving Grounds that on stream at least, that the custom E-Leader is here. Okay then, so I guess we got to dish out that weapon some way or another. By the way, Fruittella also has the Dynamo Roller, and he's the one that's using it. So that's their cooler option. The other side the Duck Motif's option is the NZAP. Dude, I'm gonna be excited to see if this custom leader can do a whole lot with that Kraken special. By the way, the first checkpoint is gonna be Duck Motif to start.
Is that Andy from Mahi Monsoon, another low-ink team from like 2-3 years ago? There's a lot of players in this lobby that were like in low-ink like 2 to 3-ish years ago that are now like some of the best players that we have in the competitive scene. Not top level. Don't go on Twitter and start complaining about that. Just saying, we got some really strong players here. Stray is like, okay, you're chasing that, but I don't know if that player's gonna have Kraken pretty soon. Maybe not. And instead, let's just focus on getting mid control right here.
Yeah, and the big focus there was it is going to be mid control. You mentioned before. Not sure if it's wise to try to chase. As you mentioned, when the Krakens are, they're pretty much being surrounded by a whole lot of Duck Motif.
Here we go. Oh, there. Okay,
so they're used. No. I was wondering about it too. Okay, we could be seeing the Kraken. It's gonna pop up here. No, okay, never mind.
Bandit playing serious now, using the full abilities, as we see Magneto starting to paint up the mid. Hey, that first checkpoint fell for Duck Motif +1 earlier. Now Fruittella is trying to take a stab at it. A whole lot of nonsense being thrown at the tower. Somebody found a way to get Suction Bomb Rush. It's not even a special in this game anymore. Somehow they threw a ton of Suction Bombs at that tower. The checkpoint does fall, but they have to run away out of the bubble because there's an E-Leader with a Kraken that's forcing them away. And Bandit's going to survive that and put some beacons down. I forgot that thing has beacons too. That's just stuff you just don't see enough in competitive at all.
I feel like we really don't see that many beacons as you noticed. I think only certain teams that have weapons that has beacons really are the ones you'll see it the most. Other happens to be in low ink, which I think may have happened maybe once in a few of those I've commented, but that's a different story. I mean, the custom leaders mentioned more beacons and Kraken. Bandit had to run away real quick, and Megomar Target Control there's not really an easy way to return other than the other way around. We do see Slurp going down on top of it. It's a bit of a messy fight, nevertheless. Duck Motif takes out 2. They're pushing this tower into Fruitella's territory here, and the Zip Cast Octobrush is shut down. They shut down right out the gate, trying to make something happen, and they realize Duck Motif that they're gonna have to just wisely retreat and just have to fight another day. Maybe not though. They take out 2. It's 3 down. Duck Motif maybe gain a little bit more.
And by the way, Red Shell has been one of the best Octobrush players for years. So this player just right at home being able to use this weapon on a map like this. Zip casting around, looking for somebody to smack in the face. Doesn't find anyone, but does cause enough distraction for that tower to get to the second checkpoint. It doesn't fall, and Bandits got caught a little bit out in the open right there as 2 players instantly go down for the Ducks. As Slurp is trying to get into position to where they can start ledge camping, try to guide this tower into the second checkpoint. They don't have to clear the second checkpoint to get the lead, but they ought to get through a lot of it, and clearing it would do a lot for them as far as trying to get established on the defensive side of things. Is Andy with this Dynamo Roller. Yeah, I've definitely seen this Andy before. They've been using that Dynamo for a long time as well. I believe something that's got a bit of a buff recently too, to where it actually functions the way it's supposed to, right?
Yeah, so I think Dynamo definitely got buffed recently. That I have to dig it up here because I don't normally see that many Dynamo players where, at least from my perspective, where it starts to really matter a whole bunch here.
No, you don't see Dynamo at this stage.
No,
Don't.
no, absolutely not. If you told me by now that I had to prepare for Dynamo, I'd probably be calling you silly for the most part. 40 seconds left to go. Speaking of the Dynamo, Andy does get one. It's 2 for 2 trades, by the way, on both sides of the fence. And speaking of more trades, it's 3 for 3 now. Delayed 3 really on one side of the fence. It's going to benefit Duck Motif anyway, though. But Fruittella might be looking down with this push. But they got to break a little bit more. They got to even approach the second checkpoint, so to speak.
Bandit's going to be jumping out right there and staying alive. Bandit could get like a GG Kraken, honestly, for this right here, because the tower's just now getting to mid. It's going to be a while before they can get things going. They have to get all the way through that checkpoint. Just poking from a little bit of a distance. Another Inksuka's ready to go. A Zipcaster is going to be coming in. The Blaster gets taken care of. Red Shell does go down as Trey's trying to get back to this tower, and they have to. That's the difficult part, when you have to be on the tower, and then there's a laser beam just pointing right at it with a whole bunch of other nonsense. Duck Motif holds on.
Yeah, you're having to fight towards where the E leader was going to be positioned. He pretty much managed to do where to be at all times, and everybody else just fell apart like a deck of cards. I do got to give credit to Slurp, at least trying to keep this tower alive for maybe the few seconds that they really had at that point. But it was already just a long shot. Fruittella needed to do just a bit more. On this one, we do get to see the replays here about how this one pans out. I'm actually just kind of curious to see how this 3-down happened there. I believe Bandit did get 2 of them. Yeah, it was one of the bombs that then took out the blaster. So you lose one, and then when all of your offense crumbles apart just like that with Bandit, yes.
Right here, is this a collat though? It's hard to tell. Maybe there was a bomb on there, but either way, they all died at the same time.
Yeah.
Duck Motif moves on. By the way, the more I think about the weapons that were used in that last game, the more it looked like a solo queue match.
It really did, didn't it?
Like, oh, I gotta, somebody's using the meme E-leader on our team again. But no, actually, a player like Bandit can use it far better than any of your stupid solo queue teammates have been using it in the past couple of weeks. And obviously, Andy a little bit better than some of the Dynamo players that have been stuck on your team as well. So that, yeah, fun to see. Splat Zone's Robo Ramen showing up here in Game 2. Duck Motif 2 games away from ending this tournament.
Yeah,
possibly.
No, maybe they might be able to. Maybe Fruittella has a chance to extend the set even further. I mean, I'm always excited about that. But I think to your point, though, I don't think normally if we're at the stage where Dynamo and Custom E-Leader doesn't really make an appearance all too often, and even so, it's on modes it's on modes that you normally don't kind of expect it. Okay, maybe the Dynamo for the cooler, but Custom E-Leader on tower control, kind of an interesting choice. Interesting to put it lightly, but hey, they made it work, and as you mentioned, Bandit just making it happen on that one. With Robo Ramen zones, maybe Duck Motif up to their bag of tricks. They got something going on for this one. Who knows?
Who knows?
Maybe we'll see it from the weapons.
We certainly don't know. We'll find out, though. We'll find out very shortly as Game 2 of this best of 5 grand final set is starting to come up. Yeah, go back to the pencil with a squeezer. And that is a crab coming out from Trey. So we dropped one mythical creature in the Kraken in form of a giant crab. This time around, coming out from the side of Fruittella, as the Slurp is just going to jump right into the middle of that zone and somehow survives, and actually it's Duck Motif who takes the first blow.
And Duck Motif switching over to the Squeezer too. It's going to be Kaisa on Squeezer duties there. So they got double Trey's Zuka and a cooler. Pretty much words I've constantly said on multiple occasions. As Fruittella's actually able to get a first jab at this point. Rachel's pretty much just lurking underneath, trying to play a little secretive there, so to speak, or a little bit of a spy mission there. But Fruittella drops 2 just like that. Nice response here from Duck Motif. Escape for Fruittella. Duck Motif will get started on their push.
And this is the Squeezer coming out here from. This is the player that is the +1 I believe.
Yep.
Super player right there. So trying to show their duckiness, I guess, their duckworth in this one. But Red Shell getting behind everybody is not what you want to see. Magneto able to get the splat on them right there. But the Ducks hold on to control of the zone and are just going to say, let's just hide away until that Azuka is done. Make sure they use all of that. But a nice mow down there by Bandit. Unfortunately, everybody else from the Ducks gets hunted down, and Fruittella gets control of the zone.
And the dog starts laughing in the background. All the ducks ducks have been splatted. Actually, it's the other way around. All the ducks were Yep, there you go. All right, on cue. The dog has picked up all the ducks and threw them back into spawn. Try again once more for Duck Motif as Fruittella is able to get this one all the way. Are able to get the lead just nicely. Now they're trying to play this one very aggressive. They don't necessarily blame them that scenario. Just trying to make sure that Duck Motif doesn't have their way in, trying to force some sort of a lock on their trade. Actually gets one. There's two down, by the way. Two down on both sides. Really going to boil down to is, will Fruittella try to play a little bit more? Yes, they will, but Fruitella's one up. We could be seeing the zone flipped here momentarily. Okay, we certainly will now. But Fruittella, hey, they took it down to 21 points, man. They have to now get out of those penalty points, but that's still not bad for them.
Not bad, and not a bad trade over there with the pencil player as well. As the Ducks get control of the zone, they're not going to have it for, I assume, much longer right now, as Andy dropping the Dynamo in favor of the edit. His Drift does not win that 1v1, and the zone does flip back into the favor of Fruittella, and they all got some Soda in them as well. Okay, so at this point, you got Soda, you got control of the zone. Do you want to start pushing up right here and start trying to like spawn camp a little bit, try to get a little bit of splats, push them back, make sure the fights don't even come to the zone? It looks like they try that, don't really get anything, and just kind of back up right there. Maybe nobody else went with Slurp too, so I wonder about the aggression play that you want to pull out right there. But ultimately, Fruittella still has the lead. Pretty decent lead at that, even though he's still got 2 minutes, plenty of time left to go right here. And as long as Andy's going to stay alive, you're going to be able to keep this push going anyways.
And hey, Fruittella just trying to make sure you can continue to build up this advantage, as you mentioned. You're going to keep this push going. Anywho, Trey's going to pop the crab tank. Now absolutely make sure that Duck Motif zoned out. It's great positioning overall. You know at this point, though. But the hot rush. Okay, Red Shell, that was nice. Able to get one. That's the shot on the crab, which opens the entire map for Duck Motif as they get 3 more on top of it. Duck Motif with the much-needed zones cap there. I mean, that was huge out of Red Shell to take out the crab where that crab was positioned.
That seems like something you would see in an anime, right? Like this giant robot crab just shooting up everything, and then you just see somebody just zip to the top where the crab can't even shoot, and then you just smack it in the head until it explodes. So nice little play there by Red Shell to blow the hole through the defense of Fruittella and gets the zone back into the Ducks' favor. However, it looks like things are going to shift back into Fruittella right now. So that minute just kind of went by with nothing really happening on the scoreboard, which is what Fruitella's got to be happy with right now. And Andy says, okay, no. I can move my Splatling more than what the crab can. You're not going to try those shenanigans on me.
No, absolutely not. That was a nice take out there from Red Shell. And again, you mentioned before, we have gone pretty much a full minute with really not much swing the other direction. So Fruittella will always be content if they can to capture the zone as much as possible. I was wondering if this is going to be a spot of Trey. No, but two of the members have gone down on Fruitella's end. And now Duck Motif able to get themselves back up, and Fruitella's in a 3-down situation, maybe looking good for Duck Motif, but they gotta pull out the zone much longer.
Penalty points are gone though, and when you look at the specials, they're about halfway through all of them. If they hold on a little bit, they're going to have a bunch of specials online, and they're not going to do that. 2 players instantly going down. Andy's going to attack the left side. Everybody else is collapsing on the right side. This should be a game into Fruitella's favor, and we're going to be going into game 3 with the set tied 1 apiece.
And I was actually wondering if Duck Motif may have just maybe got a little too antsy trying to force the zones back there because I saw 2 of them trying to go underneath, trying to throw Fruittella by surprise, but they got spotted right out of the gate, and on a 2-down situation with 10 seconds left, you're in the mercy of the response, which will never benefit you, and Fruittella was able to hold that one very nicely. I got to give a lot of credit to Fruittella at least holding strong with Duck Motif taking the first one. You got to map out a Duck Motif. Let's see if you can continue this one going.
And it wasn't an easy win by any stretch of the imagination. No. They had to hold on to that lead for basically half the game, like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, able to weather the storm right there. I wonder, again, if Duck Motif maybe backs off a little bit and gets some, because they were all 4 of them so close to a bunch of specials they could have used right there on top of this. Instead, they kind of go for the splats. And Andy's been doing a good job of punishing everybody that kind of goes at them, especially with, well, I mean, a lot of things have less range than a splatling, except for Bandit's pencil. But still, Andy's been doing a good job of just like holding their ground and taking care of the players that are charging at them. That's Fruittella able to get the win because of that, I guess you could say. Clam Blitz, Humpback.
Yeah, Clam Blitz,
Oh, hey,
Humpback
what?
is... Wait, yeah, Humpback Clump. Yeah, Humpback Pumping Track Clam Blitz. It is here. There's
Okay,
a
so this is a map you could always use. You could always put this in your map pool in Splatoon 2. Nobody would care. You put it in this game, and people go crazy. Like, it's not bad, right?
It's not the. It's honestly, at least from my personal opinion, it's not the worst Clam Blitz map. I think it's just you could probably throw it smack into the middle because there are obviously better picks for Clam Blitz. I honestly don't think it's that as bad as it's made out to be. I think it's one of those, maybe there are better maps you could pick.
A new map will come out, and everyone will be like, "Oh, it's good for Splat Zones and Clam Blitz, but it's not good for Tower Control and Rainmaker." Like every single map has been that. Maybe it's just Tower Control and Rainmaker just suck. But no, like, okay, look, you got multiple ways to score. Like the middle area is pretty wide open, but you can still flank around the right side to give it a little bit of attack. It's not the most wide open. There's not like 3 different ways that you can attack the basket. It's kind of hard to go over the left side, but still, it's I like it. And again, that should say a lot, or maybe not. I don't know. We are going to get to a couple of Krakens headbutting each other.
Oh man, wait.
No, wait, no, we're not. That's the screen.
52 gal, the 52 gal deco. It's the one with the screen. Yeah.
Yes, that is the new one. By the way, screen is legal unless the other team purposely bans it, and it doesn't look like that is the case. So yeah, this is the first time we're going to see that. So what is the sub on that thing? I don't think I've even seen it that much. Is it? It's not wall, is it? Because the other one's got wall.
I was gonna say I think it's curling. Yeah. Producer Rice. Producer Rice just let us know that was curling. So this is the curling screen. I think this is probably the first screen we're gonna see. So disclaimer up ahead, but it's one of those cases where I think I kind of get the idea behind using this weapon in particular, as Fruittella does get the first push. It's just one and done. No plan score whatsoever. And Motif will get a free power clamp for their efforts on top of it. So, hey, Fruittella looking to make the first push happen. Trey's just there. They take out Bandit. It's 3 down, actually, on the side of Motif there. It's just a lone Kraken from Kaisa, which I believe was trying to force some sort of a Kraken jump with a little missed time on top of it. But the barrier's been broken once more. Pop gun. Fruitella's just continuing on with these small pushes.
I'm just trying to think. Like the curling bomb at this spot right here, like using a curling bomb on the right side just kind of gives you a quick attack to the basket. And there's probably going to be some spot, like depending on the length, like the amount of special power up, there's probably going to be some spots where you can get a really long wall going, maybe like completely shut down one way, where like, okay, you have no choice but to go through it. But we do see the first actual legit quote unquote Kraken cheese as 2 players jump in and instantly get the one from behind the basket. The problem with that, though, is as cool as that play was, and Trey dying right there is actually pretty huge. Because there was a great opportunity for Fruittella to respond. It's like, okay, cool, you did the thing, but you lost everybody in the process, and now you just gave us a free Mercy Clam to work with, and now you just got red shells that's left alone to guard both of these attacks at the same time, and might actually get a splat. No, Trey gets it. So lead going right back into there. That's an example of Kraken cheese working against you, honestly.
So, and you saw right there, Motif had 1 Kraken, they had 3 power clams. Everybody had to go full commit on this entire push. But you saw where they had to jump. They had to jump right into the hands of Fruittella, as you noted. You're gonna go down really quickly. Trey going down was gonna stall it out for just a bit, but inevitably, with this map being kind of small as it stands, it's a pretty easy push up to the barrier anyway. That's why you see, even though, you got 60 quick points that Motif does it, Fruittella just had an even better response. And speaking of responses, there's that wipeout. There's another push going on from Fruittella. They're still keeping this onslaught going. Yeah,
you got to get the KO right here. And it looks like they're going to find a way to do that with the last player jumping in. Yeah, that was my mindset. It's like, okay, you got the lead, but all they got to do is build up more power claims and do that like 1 or 2 more times, and then the game's over. So yeah, when when you got a team that's going to be doing that, you just got to put your foot on the gas pedal and just never let up. So nice play there by Fruittella to bounce back. And yeah, they really just got done in by that Kraken, committing a lot of resources. Yeah, you added to your lead, but it ultimately lost you a lot of map control in the process.
This is one of the downsides to the Kraken cheese or the Kraken jumps I always phrase, as you exactly called out there. You committed so many, your entire team, to make just this one push with 60 points remaining with no backup to keep the basket alive. Yeah, it's good if you want to get that quick lead there in a quick burst of push, but as you mentioned, you lose the entire map. And Fruittella understood, okay, well, this is also a very small map too. So even if you get the Kraken cheese there done successfully, you give up so much map control. It's such a quick path to the basket. Anyway, you mentioned two paths in, and at that stage, it's like, okay, well, you give us a Kraken cheese anyway. Well, sure, we'll just keep going right at your face each time with these small pushes and just take you out of that. And that's kind of what we saw right there, if anything, Popgun.
And that is game 2 going to Fruittella, who's up 2-1 over Duck Motif. If Fruittella wins this next one, if they win this set, it's going to be a bracket reset.
Yep.
So keep that in mind. Duck Motif is the team coming in from the winner's side. So if they win the next 2, we'll call it a day here on Proving Grounds. Instead, we're going to Rainmaker at Undertow. And, we might actually get to see this game. Last time this was on stream, it lasted 40 seconds. But Duck Motif, again, with their map, their counter picks, quote unquote, their favored map, I guess you should say, for the Rainmaker one. Splat Zone's coming up after this one if they can force a game 5.
Yeah, and and this is at least the difference with the first map that we saw. It's 2 different teams this time. Now we got Fruittella and Duck Motif. So I'll say it this way: negative points there as. Actually, no. Did they actually swap? Yeah, it is actually according to Sendo, it's actually tower control for the tiebreaker 5th map. But that's if we get to the 5th map. Fruittella obviously doesn't want to try to make it to that 5th map if at all possible here. So we can see Undertow Rainmaker once again, as always. And now I'm gonna be curious to see if Duck Motif has a response. Fruittella winning the last 2 it helps them a lot. But I want to see what they dish out there. Bandit's going on a different backline weapon, a different charger with a Psycho Firefin, and Andy's back here with the Dynamo.
Andy back. That is a Thermal Ink Dynamo, by the way. And we're keeping the screen. I guess with again, like other spots where, like, you can use the curling bomb to kind of lay out the path for the Rainmaker. But also, there's probably a lot of spots where you can use the screen in ways that just completely shut down one area. Maybe we'll get to see it, maybe we won't, because Duck Motif is continuing the trend so far on this map today. Rainmaker's already fallen. Drift T's trying to come back here and get some sweat, but Trey, nice job of guarding the mid, so making sure that everything got shut down right here. So Duck Motif will get the checkpoint, but nothing else, as Fruittella's going to start to push up right here and try to get a push going right there. Yeah, look at that. Look how much coverage that has across mid.
Yeah, that's...
And Drift just says, screw it, I'm going for it. Right through.
I mean, the screen, nice little disruptor, if you will. If any, just trying to throw that down the middle is like, okay, I gotta dodge around it. Probably spend a few extra seconds, if anything, just trying to work around it. But as you mentioned, at least we'll give Fruittella credit that they did not commit 3 people close to the Rainmaker when it exploded, which was leading cause of what happened last time. What happened there, though, is the question.
I think somebody got caught into a Bandit Ink Strike. It is just some unfortunate kind of situation where everybody's kind of got, great placements by the Ink Strike and just ate everybody up right there. So there you go, 26 remaining. And I like the fact that they took that route. Yeah, they're going to be spawning right there, but let's take the quick points. Let's not try to go the slow way. Let's hit the home run. 26 remaining is really good on this map. Even though we know all 4 of them will spawn right back on top of us at the same time. Take the points. You don't see that too often on this map going on that right side.
I feel like other football fans will always illustrate, please take the points, and that's exactly what Duck Motif did.
Detroit Lions fans have been screaming that for about a couple of months now. Take the points.
Shout out Sea Lion fans, but exactly the same concept applies here, because you as you mentioned before, the trip strike I think caught 3 of them out. 3 of them are out at the same time. So instead of trying to force it conventionally to the left hand side. You go, as you mentioned, for that those quick points. You know you're not going to be probably get the KO because everybody's going to respond. So I love that is just smart out of Duck Motif. But Fruittella needs a big response. They got one right now, but the Rainmaker has reset. This may buy Duck Motif just a little bit of time. And Fruittella's going to go to the left-hand side. Duck Motif is going to understand that that's going to be happening.
Yeah, and I don't know what you need to do to get to 25 on the left side. I imagine you have to get all the way past the enemy. Oh, they haven't even cleared the checkpoint. I didn't realize that. Okay, so step 1, clear the checkpoint. Step 2, kill the charger. And it looks like they weren't able to accomplish that, so that's the end of the push. But still, at least they got past the checkpoint. And Andy's not dead, unless they are. But still, hey, at least you cleared the checkpoint, so something was accomplished right there. You still got a little bit of map control to work with in mid as well, so there's not going to be a quick counter push. Oh, hi! You didn't see Trey there, did you?
No, Trey was just lurking there. It's like, okay, let me just snuck up. Oh, boom, there's Trey. Trey jump scare right in your face, and now we're stuck with this neutral side, as you mentioned, though. The step 1 was the checkpoint for Fruittella. They need to get way. That's why they went for that. The right checkpoint is good for just clearing, but not a lot more. I think they were hoping to get a little bit more of a sustained push, but no success. And Duck Motif's gonna be content with this one. 1:15 left on the clock. Reshal not able to find anybody with that ultimate. I thought they got somebody with that.
The little leash pulled them right back before they were about to smack somebody upside the head with their brush right there. Is Magneto gonna go the right side, or at least fake going the right side? That is a delayed wipe. Bandit just went down as everyone was spawning back in, so there is an opportunity right here. He can get Slurk pushed up in the right spot. Does get a trade, but they need somebody leading the way, or Magneto could just do it themselves, opting to go around this right side. If Bandit can land a shot right here, but they're not even in a position to do that. So Fruittella is gonna take the lead, is gonna dunk the Rainmaker through everything.
Wow!
And reset the bracket.
Yeah, we got a bracket reset here in Proving Grounds, and that was actually honestly really nifty from Magneto, able to navigate through the points. I think we're gonna see the replay here, just how many shots that were dodged out of Magneto, just slamming that one home for the pedestal. And hey, Fruittella, they got part 1 of their revenge on Duck Motif. The second part is winning the bracket reset, but everything is looking really good for them right now, winning 3 in a row after dropping the first. So, hey, they might be feeling it coming in this one. We're going to get to see Magneto with this Rainmaker push here, Popgun.
Yeah, and this is just Fruittella just having a better second half to the game. Duck Motif getting a lot of quality pushes at the start of the game, but Fruittella just held on map control a little bit longer and started winning more and more of these fights. First off, getting the lead right here. And here comes first the brush, just throwing all kinds of nonsense, and then Drift just shooting everywhere. But it looked like Magneto somehow found like little tiny metal particles in Drift T's bullets. It was able to like curve them away from them, or maybe like use the Rainmaker metal as some sort of barrier of some sort. I don't know. I'm trying to come up with some way, because that should have been a dead Inkling before they dunked the Rainmaker.
I mean, that was really cool out of Magneto there. Just meant as I was wondering when was that splat going to happen, because I thought that was like almost imminently. You could one or two shots would take out Magneto. No, Magneto just ignored it the entire way through. So hey, Popgun, we get to stay here a little longer as Rice has to reset everything. Hey, we're back here on Umami Clams.
If we stay long enough, we can raid Squid Junction when they go live in about an hour right here. Umami Clam Blitz. So
Fruittella won this one, I believe, in the previous set with Trey going nuts on the Kraken.
It's Catnip.
Or was it the one of loser bracket? Every time is a myth for me.
It was Fruittella against Catnip in losers finals.
That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
So hey, maybe if we do see the Kraken for Trey, I doubt it is for the Kraken G's that people are deathly afraid of. I think it is probably going to be more just offensive zone out there from Duck Motif. I mean, for Duck Motif, you are so close to winning Proving Grounds there. Maybe Proving Grounds at some point down the road with winning the first one, then you lose the next three. So now it's time to regroup. And if I'm not mistaken, yes, both teams have a Kraken in the 96 Gal Deco.
Yeah, and Andy not going to be facing a Splatling friendly comp like they were when they were playing against Catnip. This is anything but a Splatling friendly comp. They're going to go up right here. A Pencil and a Zuka and Invincible Kraken monster coming right their way. Red Shell getting a nice splat on top of things right here, collapsing on top of Trey, who's in a fight with a player with the wall. Andy, who's been, it gets a trade out of that is honestly really impressive, but still, Duck Motif starting off with popping the basket, getting to 60 right off the way. This is already a fantastic opening push. It's not over yet.
Yeah, and Kaiser now using this Kraken just to ensure this push at least stays.
Oh!
Wow! Well,
man overboard. What is? Oh. What the hell was that?
There's no way that Kaisa knew that there was a cloud that there was no ground on the other side, right?
That's what you do when the map first comes out, and you're like, there should be a ground right here, and then you just jump, and you're like, Looney Tunes looking down, like, well, this is not going to end well, but still, this doesn't negate a fantastic push by Duck Motif nonetheless.
I think it was really funny, but also part of me wonders if Kaisa. Part of me, I might be giving the players credit here, but part of me wonders if Kaisa might have only did that because they realized they were in no man's land and just need to run out of there. But I mean, that might be giving them maybe a little bit of credit. They probably didn't think that far ahead, but yes.
The thing where like you respawn faster or that myth or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
sure, we'll roll with
weird
that.
myth like that.
And oh, by the way, Fruittella's trying to force something that's just not here. Trey's going to be backing up a little bit here, trying to hold on to a Kraken that they can potentially use a little bit later. No, they're going to be using it now. Why now?
So that's what I was wondering. And look at where Trey popped that Kraken there too. It's just close to their home base. That's what I was wondering about. I was like, wait a minute, don't you want to move a little further up and then try to use the Kraken to zone him out? But no, I wondered that was just there. But I mean, at that point, Trey just popped the Kraken and not really able to get much out of it. And we're stuck into this fest here where nobody really has gotten past mid. There's a power climb that is available that Duck Motif could use if they're able to clear up the space, which they get one, and then there's two, so they aren't able to move up. It's just a lone Pencil and a 96 Gal Deku who has Kraken that's around. Kaisa pops the Kraken, maybe forcing one Kraken jump. Nope, Kaisa, I take that back. Kaisa using it to zone out Fruittella. But if all that being said and done, Fruittella breaks the barrier first.
Yeah, and they got some clams to work with. I don't know how close they are to getting into a position to start throwing in some more clams right now. They keep one open to get the basket, but not much more else than that. So, not really a push Fruittella was looking for right here, but they can keep some... What side of the map are we even on? Is this Motif side of the map? It is.
Gotta be, yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I almost got confused the same way you did. Their Popgun because everything looks so similar for the most part. Duck Motif unfortunately caught in the corner there. Red Shell's also caught in the same corner there. Kaisa's there to work large possibly look for a few more spots. No, not quite yet. It is going to be two power claims that are available for Duck Motif to just hopefully expand their lead if they can even do so. But both teams really just combating throughout mid. You got the Slusher and the Edit that just went down, and he just went down by the way too. Kaisa on top of it. There's a Kraken. I think either a Kraken jump or just zoning out. Yep, it's just more zoning out of Fruittella. See if they can find anybody else. And the power climb just swam up there to not be able to cash in, at least for now. Popgun, it looks like Duck Motif had one push, and it doesn't look like they had it anymore.
Yeah, but the one push they had seems to be all they need because they're doing a good job on the defensive side of things and making sure Fruittella can't get anything established. You see, look how blue this map is right now. Other than that player just dive bombing into a death right there, but a minute left to go. But here's the thing: they got two power claims ready to go. Mental math on that. Oh, but they killed the player who's going to use the Kraken. So that's really the thing. Just find Trey and kill Trey, and it just becomes a scramble of can you hold on to those two power claims long enough? And oh, by the way, you got to do it before Duck Motif pops the basket. So yes, this is a Kraken situation, but it's still difficult to get it off the ground right now. And they do have the Kraken ready to go, but I think they're too far away from the basket, and they got to spend too much time playing defense right now to even worry about this slipping through.
Yeah, and Duck Motif has a lot of power claims, and this is exactly to your point. Fruittella was just trying to find anything to make this push happen, and Duck Motif's just like, okay, we're done here. Let's just break through this basket, possibly prolong it even further. Hey, build upon their lead, but I think their goal is try to get more clams in. just run out the overtime timer, which they will now. It looks like they might have just thrown one power clam, one small clam, excuse me, to do that. And the same story repeats itself in reset. Duck Motif wins game 1.
And another theme is the Kraken cheese kind of working against you right there. You saw that was what they're trying to do. They had 2 power clams ready to go, and they had the Kraken. It was just, okay, well, we can't do anything until we start moving up, and we don't want to move up because we don't want to die and lose these 2 power clams that we have, so we got to stay alive. So, like, everybody's forced to just stay alive, and, like, but you can't, because you got to start pushing up. You just got to start initiating things, because there's so much map control in Duck Motif's favor. And while they're waiting for something to open up for them, so where they can start moving up, Duck Motif had all their specials and clams ready to go, and they just ended the game right there. So Fruittella just was in no situation to try to run that play. Oh no!
I'll let you think about that one. I was reacting the same way you did there. Hello, Flounder Heights Rainmaker, our quote unquote beloved. I was wondering. I agree with you there. I think I felt like their desperation move was a Kraken jump in some form or fashion. But you mentioned though, I think it was very passive because they didn't want the Kraken user to die. But by the time I think Trey died with 40 seconds left. At that point, basically they lost any sort of offense that they could, and Duck Motif's like, okay, we're just gonna call it there. But hey, Flounder Heights Rainmaker, everybody.
Where are the check marks on this map? I dodge this when it's in solo queue. Like if it shows up in solo, I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna play a different mode. Like what's open looking right now? I don't know what this map is.
It's high ground on the right side, and then there's one lower ground on the left too. So. That's where the checkpoints are. I admit that I played this map mode maybe a little too much in solo queue.
Fair enough. Hey, look, to each their own. You know, I liked Kelp Dome and Splatoon too. Doesn't mean I would ever want it to be in a tournament. But here we are, Flounder Heights Rainmaker, in Proving Grounds number 30. It took us 30 Proving Grounds to get this map mode combo here, but here it is. And this is Fruittella's map. Too. You said this was a potential to happen.
Yeah, this was a potential that Fruittella had. They had in the top of our block we had 4 like map choices that people just don't normally see anyone. This was one of them. Hello, Flounder Heights Rainmaker. We get to cast one Improving Grounds 30, and yeah, this was the one map mode that Fruittella. So I'm wondering what Fruittella honestly was going to dish out for this particular one, and why Duck Motif's like, why are we here? Probably for the most part, but it looks like. Okay, so we have the 52 gal deco, but I'm wondering how that's even going to work in the grand scheme of this map for Fruittella. They have the Slosher and the Dynamo, if anything, but it's kind of an interesting choice. I think Dynamo and the Slosher were probably the 2 big ones. Rainmaker's been popped, by the way.
Yeah, and Trey just trying not to go for the Rainmaker, but instead try to get somebody that is focusing on the Rainmaker. Gets destroyed right from the jump, and now we got a bunch of Soda ducked. Soda's players ready to go here for the Duck Motif team as, well, there's nowhere for them to really go either because Trey's already come back, and Red Shell trying to force something along that left side of the map there. I guess just like clearing out a way here. Okay, if you're going to go, now's the time to go because you got the Dynamo player that's discarding that upper checkpoint, and I guess can like start attacking the lower one from that same position, but you still got the man advantage. You start pushing these players out. There goes the checkpoint, and Red Shell has a Zipcaster ready to go. Might be looking for a time to kind of fly it somewhere. I mean, 2 more players are down. You got to go if you're the Ducks.
Yeah, and the Ducks are going to be there. Flying a little too close to the screen there for a hot second for Eggshell there, but the Rainmaker gets stalled. And as you mentioned, it was. Did I say Eggshell? That's my. I can tell that my brain's very frazzled as I'm gonna. The more this set goes on, the more I'm starting to lose it here in a bit. But yeah, this is the go button for Duck Motif. There, they need to make that one happen. I think the screen might have thrown that off just a tiny bit if anything, but they were able to get 16 points more on top of it. Thankfully, though, for Fruittella, they get the Rainmaker to reset. They get to try again once more. And I will need to figure out where Eggshell even came from in the first place. Sorry about that.
Well, Red Shell did crack them open like an eggshell. Probably what you were going with right there. Okay, so that's probably why they want to use it. Look, it literally covers all of it. That thing is just it just got so much coverage. And you do take damage going through it. which is the thing. Another kind of issue with that thing though is it does kind of like block your vision for your own teammates too. So it's kind of like hard to see what's going on in the opposite side of the wall as it's slowly moving its way. But still, the Rainmaker in control of the Ducks as Slurp gets eliminated right there. Oh, Red Shell cracking them wide open and getting the 39 remaining, and should be in a good situation to add to their lead even more.
Yeah. Now Drift's just trying to find Andy. It's 3 members of Fruittella just trying to collapse in. Just realizing they just have to retreat just a bit there as Fruittella was just there to respond. Slurp was just there lurking large, and now you get to see 3 down on Duck. This should spell the end of this push. Maybe Drift? What are you doing here, Drift? Drift's trying to flank from behind from Magneto and not able to chase him, realizing this is just not going to happen, so they're just going to have to wisely retreat. I appreciate the effort, but I don't think it worked out.
Yeah, you know, maybe a little bit sooner you could get a splat or something like that. A little bit patient. Always some possibility for some cheesy Rainmaker nonsense right there. Were able to hide, but ultimately the push still got shut down. And here's the question for Fruittella. How are you going to accomplish anything here? I mean, I guess the idea is let's get the Dynamo up top so they can just start raining down hell across everything. But they can't get Andy up top there. Andy's been stuck trying to slow things down defensively. And they're just haven't really been able to start going downhill once they get up to the top of the mountain. That was a pretty impressive fadeaway kill by Drift T as they're falling there. But yeah, like a minute 20 and you barely even touch the Rainmaker. Forget getting to 24 remaining. I find it difficult to see the path to get to a checkpoint right now, short of just getting a wipeout.
What I'm trying to figure out from Fruitella's end is with the weapons that they have, how are they going to get as much success? You got the screen, yes, which was going to be used to disrupt the rest of Duck Motif. Hopefully that's their main goal. But you only have a curling bomb for the sub, which I don't know if that really is a great map to utilize curling bomb on. So you really have just a 52 gal Deco and a screen just there, and the Dynamo and the Slosher has to find value for their team, and Duck Motif is just exposing them with each spot that they can one at a time. Yeah, Duck Motif is losing too, but they're gonna be content with this each go around. Fruittella is still trying to find any sort of openings that they could. Trey's just there. You get the screen popped up. Now you're using the screen, possibly using it as some sort of smoke screen or anything, if you will. They finally get to the first checkpoint here, Pop Gun, but they got to get a little bit more.
Yeah, and with 20 seconds left to go, they got a little bit of time to work with, but Drift T also has time to get a flank that time, killing a player from behind. As Trey can get something going right now. It gets a double that completely opens up. Oh, you need to go get the Rainmaker, though. Somebody's got to grab it. Finally, they do, and now Trey is just single-handedly making sure Fruittella stays in this one. It's just Red Shell left alive, but they get the splat on top of it. Oh, the fall-off shots just threw it from over the block as the only player left alive as Duck Motif hangs on by their feathers to win that one.
Had Red Shell been maybe a few seconds late, we could be seeing Fruittella winning this one. Unbelievably, we saw 3 down on Duck Motif, and I was like, "There's no way. There is absolutely no way Fruittella was gonna win it the way this game was going for them." They just almost clenched it in the last few seconds there. By the way, shout outs to Trey, succeed on the flank. They take out Red Shell. 10 seconds left on that one, but someone had to, as you mentioned, had to pick up the Rainmaker. Trey retreating because I can imagine the call there was somebody else was going to pick up the Rainmaker and move forward. So Trey was there to be as aggressive as they can. And then there's Drift T. Red Shell quickly made their way up there. I don't know if that was a Zipcaster that got him or not, but they were able to zoom their way through and get the much needed splat to give Duck Motif the win.
So the replay cut off a little bit right there. It shows Red Shell throwing the brush over the top of the wall to try to just get that's just like a desperation fall off kill attempt. Like Red Shell's probably just laughing their ass off right now that they got that splat. Honestly, because Trey was literally dragging their teammates to a victory right there. It's like, nah, we are winning this one. And then Red Shell was just like, lol, I'm just going to fall off you in a 1v4 and end it. So the Ducks hold on, changed the entire momentum of the set. They're now up 2-0, and they're going back to Robo Ramen. This is where Fruittella started their run in the previous set.
And now Duck Motif realizing, okay, well, Fruittella started their run in the previous one, Robo Ramen Zones. How do you respond? I feel like Fruittella might go to the same setup that got them the run they needed in that grand final set before we reset it, of course. So hey, Doug Motif, you're one game away from winning this entire thing. So what are you going to do to shut down Fruittella? Fruittella got you in this particular map combination already. You have to either it could just be straight up execution or just trying to adjust for Trey and the rest of Fruittella to boot. What do you do in this situation as we approach effectively championship point or match point for Doug Motif?
The idea is to kill Andy early and often. Find more ways to do that. And with Red Shell, I think the answer is let's drop the brush and go with the Stamper. So they're still going to keep that Zipcaster. Instead, they're going to have the Burst Bomb and double Zuka. And again, if Andy was the difference maker the last time, let's just make sure that Splat Lane can't get set up, throw down sodas and all that good stuff, and just start mowing them down. We'll win this set right here. Fruittella has the splash. So you got the Crab Tank back here as well. It's also another weapon that kickstarted the run in Robo Ramen to ensure that Duck Motif got zoned out as much as they can. So now, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to throw everything they can to shut down the Crab Tank once it gets popped. Fruittella, same story begins. They get the first cap already right out of the gate. It's 2 members down, and now Trey, same story. They use the Crab Tank trying to make sure Duck Motif has no entrances in. It's just pure ink and zone out for Duck Motif. They can't escape. There's 2 specials available, and Trey gets a trade, which is still very nice, all things considered. And now Fruittella goes down down 2, and the delayed 3. Hope for sure Duck Motif is able to get the zones back, possibly, except one of their players that was alive was the one who was trying to get the zip cast flat on some players. So they do cap the zone, but they're not going to hold it for any length of time at all, as Red Shell's forced to kind of back up here and wait for the rest of their teammates to come back in. Double Zuka being fired at the same exact time. And is it going to get anybody? And now they got Soda on the opposite side. I wonder if that was just a let's try to do something with Zuka. Maybe the lottery works in our favor or what, because that didn't really amount to much of anything. And, well, now you start to see some Soda players from Fruittella start to push up and start to push their advantage onto the Ducks.
Yeah. Now Fruittella's just doing the exact same thing that really, or almost close to the same thing that really got them. That really got the momentum started for them as well. So Trizuka just takes up the splash. All right. So now Double Team gains the zones back in their own favor. They're taking down on these points. So now you got to win a lot of these fights and make sure Fruittella has no chance to respond. Let's see how this plays out. Trizuka dished on one side to get the trip strike for sure, neutralizing. Not enough to secure the zone though. Now we can see fights happening on both sides. It's Drift Team that takes one, but Double Team loses 2. Crab Team and Pop down on the other side. It's a wipeout that's effectively delayed. Fruittella gets the zones back just like that. So they take it on the 68 points range, just not enough for the lead anyway.
This is a great lead for Fruittella because this is where we were last time they played here anyways. It was just 2 minutes and 30 seconds of bleed the clock out. And yeah, like the Ducks can get control of the zone, but the problem is how do you hold on to it? You see Red Shell going off by themselves, essentially pushing up, and maybe they'll get a player, but maybe they won't. But everybody else is seeming to, like, either Red Shell's going too far away from everybody else, or everyone's just kind of stuck in zone guard. So the Ducks, yeah, they could get the cap of the zone back, and I feel like they're going to do that right here before they get KO'd. The question is, what are they going to do to hold on to the zone for as long as they're going to need to? And maybe I'm not giving Fruittella enough credit because they might not give up control of the zone at all. Unless they do?
It was a one squid mission even to get the zone. I was wondering about that. That bought themselves enough time. But you mentioned before, what is this? What is the play to basically shut down Fruittella? You have the Crab Tank. The Zipcast that Red Shell has not really seen too much value. They're probably trying to take some of these individual fights across the map there, and by that point, as mentioned, the Ducks not able to find much out of it. As soon as they say that, of course, the Ducks are trying to prove us wrong right out of the gate. They get the zones back, but now your next step is how do you keep control of the zone for as long as you can? You are starting off with Fruitella's going to start off 1 down, and then again, the shot's down just like that.
Yeah, and that was the opportunity. It's like, okay, well, let's start moving up together with Red Shell to start attacking that choke. But as soon as a player even attempted to do that, they auto-died to something else. So just, but here we go. Things are starting to cook up right now. 4 players alive for the Ducks. Red Shell up top here. They got some Soda to work with, and they got all their penalty points gone. So now they're starting to work in conjunction with each other. Those 2 players died, yes, but if Red Shell can win this fight, and then everybody jumps right back into Red Shell because they just had Soda in them, they can keep this push going, and there they are. Ooh. But no, something else killed them again. push over.
Yeah, that was the Trizuka from the side that caught him. That's what happened the way I did there, and that was almost critical because the Ducks really needed to keep that zone as long as they could in order to flip lead. Now Fruittella's just gonna be content, possibly looking for the KO, maybe a little bit more there. As it's just a bit of a messy fight. Again, you got the sodas popped out as you noted. You got the speed. You have the quick respawn. Again, though, people are just getting caught in such awful situations. Though the soda's gonna at least force the quick respawns just like that. But you only have 13 seconds left here. Pop gun, and it's 2 down just like that. Fruittella's looking real strong until Red Shell gets 1.
Yeah, we're going to the game 4.
Yeah.
It's the same story as last time. Get a big lead at the start of the game. They lost control. Oh, they didn't like lose complete control of the zone or whatever. But just get a big lead and then just bleed out the clock because the Ducks just have a little bit too much trouble on that map getting a footing on the lockout side of things. And Fruittella just did a better job on their lockouts in general as well. You saw them getting the crab popped at the right time on the upper side of the map. With everybody else in conjunction working in with them. It's not just Red Shell trying to zip cast in and make something happen there. It's a whole team effort that they're able to get into position right there. And that's not to say the Ducks weren't trying to work together as a team. It's just whenever somebody was going to down, like a bomb got them or somebody got mowed down by Andy or something else, just kept tripping them up before they could get established. But Fruittella winning twice on this map, but now they got to win 2 more in a row on maps that are going to be favoring the Ducks, starting with Tower Control and Mako Mart.
And I think, if I'm not mistaken, we started the last set. It was Mako Mart Tower Control we started with. I believe.
And we saw the E leader here.
Yep. So Duck Motif won that one. So we flipped the story the other way. Now, how does Fruittella try to respond? Now, granted, it might have been the most solo queue looking comp of all time there that we saw. Maybe they'll probably Duck Motif wouldn't be surprising if they go back to that custom E-leader because it worked just that one map. But now for Fruittella, now the ultimate question is they were so close to possibly continuing that push before they got mowed down by said E-leader from Bandit. How does Fruittella try to extend the set and force the game 5? Hey, winning the third map was at least a start for it.
Yeah, technically. They literally had to win that one to get to this point, and they're literally going to have to win this one to keep the set going to an unknown Clan Blitz stage. But yeah, I question if Bandit's going to use the E-leader, the custom E-leader again here, even though it worked last time. I wonder if they're just going to be like, let's just make sure we use pencil. Let's just close this out. This set's been going on way longer than what we've wanted it to. Let's just make sure this ends right here, because you don't want to go into a game 5 with Fruittella on a 2-game winning streak into that decisive game to decide the whole tournament. So I think you just want to end it right here. If you're the Ducks, as we see them come out with the weapon they're using, still use it. That's okay. It's the same exact comp they used last time. And pretty much the same thing across the board. So yeah, if it ain't broke, Bandit wasn't using RP last time. Is using it here now. You don't see RP. If you see RP, it's got to be on E-leader. It's like the only weapon you can get away with using it. The reason it went away is because Soda got changed to where RP used to counter Soda, and then they patched it to where Soda now counters RP. So completely negates it and still hurts you. So we'll see that. That might be a factor here. Maybe not. I don't know. But Bandit wasn't using it last time. That's my point.
Sure enough. And hey, maybe the respawn punisher might bite up a few more seconds on the respawn for all we know. But as you know, maybe it might make a difference, but maybe just small enough. We do see the tower just kind of stuck into this neutral state here. For as long as it does, and Fruittella's starting to go 2 down, and it's okay. Really, it's just straight across the board. There's the Kraken from Bandit. Bandit's waiting patiently, a little early on the timing, and then falls a certain doom there. Effectively, this is just going to be the retreat for Duck Motif, and Fruittella's going to approach the first checkpoint. Trey using the crab tank to zone them out.
And that is RP working against the user as well. So Bandit's going to be down for a good chunk of time as that first checkpoint does fall. And there's more. Red Shell has really, you use that weapon for so long, you kind of know how all the fall off works, but Red Shell's just a master of killing people from like a building away with that thing, as the checkpoint does not fall. Doesn't even get approached by the second one, but still they get a pretty decent score right here. The problem is their Fruittella teammates are dropping like flies, and now you're just stuck with Andy, who really needs to survive this this opportunity right here as they're trying to get a flank going.
Yeah, they're now trying to look for the flank, see what ends up happening. It should be the first checkpoint potentially there. And he's just still planted on that left-hand side. This was almost going to just be the first checkpoint there for Duck Motif. Tries to go with just delaying it for about a few more moments. So both teams just bringing it through. Bandage sitting cracking on the tower. I think again to get the idea behind that, if anything. But has to quickly retreat, knowing the Kraken Tower is just starting to fade away there for a hot second. Now for Duck Motif, how do you turn this into lead? Well, you can't turn it into lead now. You go 3 down. Fruittella wipes them out, and now they're gonna get themselves set up for an even bigger push here, Popgun.
Yeah, so we're tied as far as checkpoints are concerned. So if you can find a way to get past this second checkpoint where you go and trade, jump into the tower. I am assuming the tower rider has died, as well as 2 other players. So Trey's the player that jumped out might have saw something before everyone else, because now they're the last player left alive, getting a double and forcing one more player to retreat. I believe that's Drift T, who's ultimately going to be stuck in a bit of a pincher situation, unless they're not. It's the trade out there, as Andy can't find anything going. Andy's been dying pretty early and often. I don't think they've been getting any sodas out, which has been something Fruittella desperately needs, especially on these exaggerated pushes they're trying to get here to try to get to that second checkpoint. It'd be really nice if they could if they could have a little bit of a get out of death free card, which is the soda, and they might get their first chance to get some right here. They're very close to it.
And he's actually just planning this for a few jumps on the way, able to flank one and get a few more, but Double Team is just all over this one. So again, just still 2 for 2 trading. All this trading is just going to reset the tower. Anywho, there's a soda but on the side of Duck Motif that has been dished out. Slurp's just gonna have to retreat there. And to your point, I don't know if I even saw one soda, and if the one soda was used, it didn't really seem to factor into the first push out right out the gate. And that's something that Fruittella definitely needs to keep some of this push going, because the more this plays out, and this plays out here, Duck Motif will try to get themselves set up here. It's 2 down, by the way, and it is a Kraken that is available. Speaking of sodas, there is going to be Fruittella that just used that soda, actually planted on the top right-hand side on their base. But we're down to a minute left to go on the clock. It's just 2 specials alive, and there's soda that's just put on the tower. And
there's nobody that can really lead the way for the tower. Bandit doing a good job of controlling things along this left side. It doesn't get the splat, gets the assist. So RP isn't going to be activated on that player. They try to find a way right there. How did you survive that nonsense? But Slurp ultimately cleaning that one up. So okay. So the Ducks don't have to do much. If they can get control of the tower, they don't have to do much. They don't even have to get to the second checkpoint to get the lead. The problem is now you got Ink Strikes ready to go. If you're Slurp, I'm just backing up. We got 20 seconds. Yeah. Now you got soda. Even if I die, I'm still gonna have those Ink Strikes ready to go. But this is the GG move right here. Slurp is just going to jump back, move a little bit closer, and might not even be needed because everybody else is just hunting down the Ducks at this point. Okay, just slowly putting them on there. GG's. We're going to a game 5. This tournament will not end. We might actually have to raid Squid Junction in 30 minutes.
How do you feel about having to raid Squid Junction 30 minutes with all the sets just being extended here?
Please, just end this tournament. Can somebody win? Does anybody want to win? By the way, if Red Shell doesn't make a ridiculous play at Flounder Heights, this tournament's over already.
That's true.
That's
true. We could be talking 3-1, and then the momentum will go nuts. But then again, it also kind of leads to the next 2 maps being very different, and we could be talking about a whole choose your adventure type story. I think I'm also with you on this boat. Someone has to win. Proving Grounds 30. We've been here for quite some time. I do gotta appreciate Fruittella still slogging this one out. I don't even know what time it is for the players over there. I imagine it's late, closer to midnight. I'd imagine.
It's winning time.
Yep.
It's winning time. It's time.
They gotta win now.
Look, if you're gonna force this to be a bracket reset, and the bracket reset go all the way to a game 5, you better win it.
Yep.
I know that sounds threatening, but I mean, come on. Let's. You better win this one. Otherwise, it was all for naught. The Ducks. And now this is a map both teams want to go to, right? On game 5, this is a neutral setting.
I wonder if this is just the tiebreaker map.
Yeah.
Rice will, yeah, it's the tiebreaker map. It's the tiebreaker map.
Rice explained it earlier, but it was basically just a map both teams would want to go to. This isn't like a favored picked by one team, not by the other. I mean, it's Clan Blitz Museum, and everybody wants to play here anyways, so it's perfectly fine. I guess the question here is, do you want to use Kraken, or are you going to go back to the 52 deco with Curling Bomb and Screen, which they've been liking to use a lot from Trey? That's really the only, other than that, I don't foresee any kind of thing we haven't really seen up to this point.
So what it could be is a Gal Deco. We just don't know which one. And I mean, that's probably honestly what Fruittella.
Yes, we don't know what the number is going to be.
Yeah, the numbers. We got to figure out what number the Gal Deco is. I'm gonna be with you on this one. It's gonna be a Gal Deco for sure.
Yes.
On Fruitella's end. Now, which one is gonna be the question? We'll be seeing here probably about 5 seconds or so. But Duck Motif, you had the first two, and you're stuck into this reverse sweep scenario. Dude, Kais is on 86 Gal Deco. Expect Kraken shenanigans. It's none. It's none. Nope.
They're going with the crab. Okay. The comeback crab that they're using here with this Splash-O-Matic. And so be it. I mean, we've seen teams in this set who use Kraken cheese lose both times, mainly because of the Kraken cheese that they were trying to do. So maybe Fruittella's like, well, let's just go back to like 2002 and just crab them to death and see if that works.
There's so many flashbacks just by hearing that, but I definitely get you there, and you have that in that as well for Cooler, which I believe, if I would not be shocked, no surprise in this one. The edit is a fantastic choice for Fruitella's end, and now we get to see this first push probably come to light here, and yeah, it is just gonna be the first power. That's really all it's gonna be, I'd imagine. Yeah, it's gonna be, because I lost track of how many members were alive for a hot second there. Kaisa's all the way back up there. It's one and done. Pop gun. Kaisa just popping the Kraken, did anything just to maybe find a few more spots. That's really all it's gonna be, and Kaisa cannot retreat.
Yeah, maybe just slow down a little bit of a counter push, realizing, oh wait, we did nothing but give them a Mercy Clam to work with here. But now you got the crab that's going to put a lot of pressure on the Bandit. Is going to get the splat on them. The last little snot rocket being thrown, enough chip damage to take them down. But Trey ultimately getting eliminated themselves as the Ducks still have map control. Drift, there's nothing. The club has closed, my friend. You can't just push up there by yourself right now. You bring some friends with you, as Red Shell's trying to build up a little bit of a zip caster to go in there with as well. The Ducks, 0 clams, even though they have slight control of mid right now.
Yeah, only a little bit of control right now. Fruittella just trying to find the way to wrestle back. They got 2 power clams available there. Bandit, I believe, just went down on top of it. Red Shell just trying to lurk, or shark if you will, but to no success. It's 2 down, and Magneto breaks themselves through. First power clam is in. Maybe we might see a lot more, or the team is just gonna go down before I can even say anything otherwise. Trey gets 1, and that's really the lead change. That's all it's gonna be. Both teams training small pushes here. Pop gun and the splash just goes down on top of it, and that's how this game has gone.
Fruitella's done it. They got lead.
Yay!
What a dramatic lead too. Trey was just like, what if I just throw 1 clam in here? What's gonna be? Okay, so we're still tied at this point, because just popping the basket alone is going to be enough for the Ducks to reclaim the lead right here. And Trey, not quite sure what that was about, but got punished appropriately by the Ducks as Red Shell gets taken care of, I think, by Slurp in conjunction here with, I believe this is Punchy, who's trying to stay alive along this left side, getting eliminated themselves. So man advantage in the favor of the Ducks. They do have some clams built up. They do have a Kraken ready to go. And you got some players ready to attack from multiple sides. Here comes the Kraken, causing enough of a distraction, forcing that Ink Strike out a little bit early. That is going to be going down. This is the push the Ducks have been waiting for right now. If they can find a way to get some more clams on top of this, because this 96 deco is just mowing them down at this point.
Yeah, and I wondered if forcing the trip strike, probably trying to telegraph the Kraken jump into anything, but either way, trying to defend that base for as much as they can. And hey, Duck Motif, you mentioned before, needed that push. So-and-so, and now Fruittella, now back in the deficit once more, but they got the crab tank that's being dished out here by Trey, trying to see if they can find anybody from Duck Motif, there's just a quick little jump there to the other side. Not able to find anybody else with it, and in fact goes down on top of it as well. And it is just going to be two down here. Duck on Fruittella's end. They got 2 power glands. They're going to have to play this one a little bit safe and retreat. Duck Motif trying to see if they can extend the lead there as Bandit finds themselves in mid.
The unfortunate thing for that crab is that there's 2 wall weapons on the side of the Ducks, and they can just literally build a fort like it's Fortnite to make sure that that crab isn't going to do anything. But on the flip side, there's not much you can do against a Kraken as, well, if this is a tryout for that player, I think they're doing a pretty good job here in this clutch game 5. Red Shell jumping in here as more damage is being done on the scoreboard. By the way, only about 35 seconds left to go here, so even if they don't add to the lead, they're still doing a lot as Bandit, able to get a few more splats here as well. So there's a lot you got to do, and there's no way to get in other than just old school kill 'em style. You can't crack it in because you don't got one, but you do have a crab ready to go as Trey's trying to get the fall off on the Bandit, is going to get it and just escapes with their life intact, but somebody else goes down for the side of the Ducks. And here you go. It comes down to the final push right here. Can Fruittella make something happen?
And now that's the ultimate question. They break through the barrier, and well, you did say Fruittella could make something happen. That is not happening anymore. Victory lap for Duck Motif. The Duck strike strong here. Pop gun and GG strip strikes literally for Duck Motif. Duck Motif,
Wow.
your winners of Proving Grounds 30 here. Pop gun. This tournament has come to a close.
And they could have won it an hour and a half ago, but decided to make it a little bit more exciting and dramatic. So hats off to them. The Ducks, much to the approval of the person in chat who said they weren't going to eat if the Ducks lost. Go grab yourself a meal, my friend. They won. You're good.
Yeah. And the way this game played out, it almost felt like it was just the Kaisa show for the most part. It's not even the Kraken jumps. It felt like Kaisa was just, as you mentioned, mowing them down from base the entire time. The Kraken was just there to just zone them out entirely, and that's how you keep some of those pushes sustained. Without any of the advances that Fruittella needed, especially with the crab tank, it just wasn't going to happen.
So there you go. That is the end of the tournament. And usually we'll have like some sort of fancy, let's move on and talk about how great it was. The Ducks just won. Fruittella had a great run, but it's time for some folks to go to bed. It's time for the rest of us to go eat some dinner. So we're going to start wrapping this up here. Keon, always fun to commentate
sure.
with you. We learned what the Y2K was. We learned that OBS sucks, and we've moved on from here. How's life? Where can we, no, I cannot, Rice. I can't do that. I don't have that magic.
Well, you can find me, of course, Twitter, Twitch, Blue Sky, Count2570. Nonsense posting on your Twitter, Blue Sky, and of course, whatever I feel like streaming. Always fun to work with you, Popgun. I also need to get some food, so I gotta head out of here soon. Where can the people find you?
You can find me in the kitchen eating the sushi my wife ordered for us like an hour and a half ago. So I'm going to go devour that. If you want more Splatoon action, check out our friends over at Dapple Productions. Squid Junction's about to go live in 20 minutes. We're not going to raid them because we're not going to keep you guys here for that long. And tomorrow, make sure you check out, I believe it is ProChar's channel. They're doing a charity stream to support, I forget what the official name of the organization, but it's a support children in Palestine. That is going to be like some sort of shopping spree equivalent tournament. So you'll want to check that out. Make sure you follow all the IPL stuff. Wolf, Toasty, and myself are the head TOs for this event. Hoenn Hero and Grace are the organization heads. Thank you for watching. We'll see you some other time. Maybe on Wednesday for the next SOS. GG's, good night. Shout out to our streamer, Rice.